Sentinels. GenG.
And it can only end this way. These two teams have met each other 3 other times in the past. Today is number 4. And who stands tall? Because it's for all the marbles and it's for survival in the competition. Here is your series layout. You got Lotus, you got Icebox, and Haven. And I said we were going to see Lotus. And I mean, look, it's not a shocker, but Sentinels are the ones who ended up wagering for Lotus there, Achilleos.
Yeah, I mean, as far as the start here on the veto, I think it does make some sense. GenG continue to not really want to play on Sunset now that they have unveiled that Abyss. But the Ascent ban away here from Sentinels, not wanting a repeat of what happened that first time that they did clash. But they elect to go to Lotus, and GenG goes to Icebox. It's been a strong map overall. They've gotten wins, but they've very rarely been clean ones.
And I really think this is a interesting pick from Sentinels for a couple reasons. First of all, they haven't played it since May 4th, week 5 of stage 1 in Americas against Furia. That's the last time we saw Icebox from them. They've been widely banning it. However, this was the decider map at Masters Madrid, where Sentinels absolutely destroyed GenG. This could be them saying, you remember that? You remember that time we did that to you? We're going to do it again here today.
Yeah, but then when you look at Haven at the end of it there, I mean, again, there's just so many things. Overall, what I'm expecting here, fellas, is a phenomenal matchup. I think both teams, I think GenG, they're going to wake up. I think they will go ahead and shake off what happened in the past. Sentinels, they have found their form, they have found their confidence again. This should be a clash of titans. This should be an absolute war. At least that's what I'm expecting. And I wouldn't be shocked if it goes to 3. But if it does go to 3, I feel quite confident in GenG's chances.
I mean, I'm right there with you that Haven, you know, it was at the Ascent. That was those are maps that they were able to go ahead and take them down on. So I think that in the long term, it could favor them. But, okay, no big overarching changes whatsoever here, so just going to be straight up. I wasn't sure Sentinels electing to pick up this Lotus versus GenG. Were they going to have something up their sleeve? Were they going to be trying to bring out the deadlock here? No.
They're just going to play each other straight through. And I think that is the best way to approach this. Sentinels realized that in that series against FPX, and they're keeping that trend going here, Paper Thin.
It's going to come down to teamwork, and that's what Sentinels showed in their previous match, whereas GenG struggled with that against Heretic. So it has to be confidence right now for Sentinels. You have to find ways to keep those GenG players off balance, to keep them uncomfortable, and to make it hard for Munchkin to make good reads.
My eyes are going to be going to Texture and Lock here, and then Zekin and Saucy seeing that fade raise combination. Who can find value, who can get the better reads, it could all come down to that.
All right, folks, well, let's go ahead and dive into map 1, shall we? We're going to send it over to your casters, 2 guys who just love commentating some of the biggest games possible. It's Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, fellas. We're gifted with yet another banger. Our 2 global winners from 2024 will collide on this stage one more time. The difference today, though, is that one walks away with Death of the Year, the other continues their pursuit of glory.
Yeah, this is an obnoxious game. I can't believe we're here. I mean, we thought that this group would have been completely different. GenG would have made it through, and maybe Heretics would have been in the spot that GenG is in right now. But Sentinels, I mean, they looked great. The recovery, the turnaround that they had compared to the first match they had against GenG, they're going to need to bring that energy against FPX here today on this Lotus. And the last time these two teams clashed on this map, it was a mirror. It was a 13-7 win for Sen. And oh man, this is going to be an unbelievable start.
I mean, this is the tournament that's on everyone's minds at the beginning of the year. This is what players play for. This is what the entire year is about. And for one of these 2 teams, it ends today. Sentinels on the attacking side of Lotus. You've got Lakia, who's already taken a lot of space towards A. Now taking a step back, but otherwise, Dre, the map very quiet.
Yeah. It's so timid from both sides right now. No one wanting to make an early mistake. Very default play across the board. It's going to be a lurk smoke on C, putting doubt in the minds of GenG, but Munchkin, he's getting ahead of that.
Yeah, a smoke out from KRU as well. The Prowler through, but you're right, Munchkin ahead of the line just a little bit. Getting enough info as to what's really going on, and you see, as we see the map kind of lean back towards A. A couple of members across the middle of the map. Locky is the first one to fall.
Yeah, he was the solo man there as well. It's all up to KRU here.
with a classic light armor. The wall will conceal their movements as Texture tries to get a little active. Texture was an absolute demon the last 2 times these teams faced off.
Yeah, he absolutely shut Zekken out of the series.
Ooh,
And he
nice
just
shot.
shut down Celsius.
At least out of this
Good
round,
shot.
Meteor with a nade and a flash at his feet will fall at the hands of Zekken. His TenZ looks to get a little bit more active, will
Nice
connect
shot from Payne.
onto Munchkin. Numbers the way of the attack in a massive amount too, and it's not getting any better for the #1 seed from the APAC region. Sentinels win the pistol, and very quickly, the last time they played, they won 1 out of the 4 pistols the entire series. They struggled.
And not only
Well,
that,
fast
but it's
rotator, right?
Zekken getting a 3K into that round, getting momentum. It's something that he couldn't do the last time around against GenG. And it's something that was able to get them over the hurdle in that grand final in Madrid for Sentinels to take that one home. So this is very important for the side of Sentinels. They need
actually saw that
momentum.
earlier.
They're such a momentum-based team.
Absolutely. You know, we talked about it 2 days ago when we watched Sentinels dance with FPX. Zekken, unfortunately, he went -17 in the series against GenG. Those demons are not that far behind him.
Will just be a C hit right off the rip, understanding that they have all gun advantage, all utility advantage, and it's going to be a clear retake from the side of GenG. What can they really do? They only have a couple sheriffs on Meteor and Texture. And we've seen this post plant happen a lot from the side of Sentinels. They'll put this deep alarm bot in water with a molly. It's all to delay. And then they'll cycle smokes on default. This is so hard to break through.
Good shot.
Zeken's having such a map already.
Dude, it's the 2nd round, and he's already 1 point away from having his ult online.
And he's hungry. He wants more. Here it is. He gets that ultimate.
I mean, when you have that far of an advantage, you really want to push, and that's exactly what he does. So massive for 2 reasons. You mentioned Sentinels, you mentioned Zekken struggling, and how it's important for him to get back online, get the ball rolling as quickly as possible. And I think he's already doing that, 7-1. But also the showstopper round 3. Huge.
Yeah, and they didn't lose a single rifle
Okay,
in the
timeout
process.
jaldi
John
aane wala hai.
QT, he was sitting on a sheriff the entire time. Yeah, Zekken falls down there, but he got the showstopper like you said, and John was able to pick that Spectre up and now upgrade to a Vandal. And on the other side, it's all light armor across the board. If that showstopper even tags somebody, it's going to do mad damage. It'd probably take out a couple players. But I will say, in the last series, we saw Zekken whiff a couple of those ultimates. So
Yeah, I think about that bind one, that
Yep.
sword right past the autumn, if I'm not mistaken. Seems like a lot of pings on the minimap towards B at the beginning of the round. GenG seemingly wise to it. 3/5 of their team is posted up around here for now.
with the mid-rounding, Celsius, while all that front B pressure was happening, took all of C control. And he's farming up his own little orbs right here. Munchkin needs to be careful right here. If he gets carried out, yeah, that showstopper's going to do the damage.
And the thing is here, if you're Sentinels, you don't have to fully commit to this. It seems like they might, though. TenZ is already TP'd all the way across. You've got everything back sight, mowing over GenG.
An absolute firing squad that Texture just ran into.
I mean, he swings, and it's the most terrifying thing you can imagine.
Payne's great
diabolical.
mistake.
And so now, as the
Okay,
dust
3v1
settles and as
eh?
the rest of the round kind of comes to a close, you see Sentinels with a really big advantage here. They're up on numbers. You've got John, who's going to get a little bit closer to having his ult online. Zelsis halfway to his. Money's in a really good spot. This is the Sentinels that was missing a couple of days ago. This was the Sentinels that was missing in the opening match of this tournament.
Yeah, missing in stage 2, honestly. Even in the playoff, they barely squeaked in. Celsius gets the quick trade, securing the round. Getting closer to that ultimate. And yeah, Zekken wasn't the one that got that showstopper kill. But Saucy doing his due diligence with that Fade Prowler. Sniffing out Munchkin. And yeah, there's not much you can do in a spot like that against a showstopper and a Spectre.
No, I mean, you mentioned it. He needed to be careful. That was just that's a brutal one-and-done spot.
Yeah. And losing the bonus round, it could feel so bad. Your economy feels like you can never really get it going. That being said, it's going to be light armors again across the board right now, and a showstopper of his own for Texture.
Find you. Still waiting.
See if he's able to replicate any of that success. Maybe that's the tipping factor here, because you see the buy. It's not great. 2 Stingers and then Sheriffs.
Bring them down.
For Sentinels, again, a slow start. Pretty metered, pretty tempered, if you will. Just kind of waiting to see if GenG are going to get active, if they're going to try to take some space and throw something aggressive into the fold, and that's exactly right. You got the paranoia that's out, and they're going to give up some of the same main space, trade the paranoia of their own, but managed to get away unscathed.
Yeah, and the big thing here is that all that C control was already gathered. So there's 5 members here, and the rotations can't make it in time. Sentinels are aware of this,
Well,
but they're getting delayed.
You got to be careful here, too. There's a brutal crunch. Remember, Texture has his ult. But once again, fully sending out onto C. Saucy will be the first to fall as Munchkin manages to find 2 on the round. There's the ult popped as well. Not connecting onto anything, but Munchkin continues to farm. 3 on the round now. Oh, I thought he had fired it off already. Zelsus falls on it. It's just John left in a 1v4, and they're weak, but not that weak. A thrifty round for GenG.
He may have been in the wrong position in the round previously, but this time he took things into his own hands. He gets 4 into the round, 3 with the Stinger, gets the upgrade. That allows Texture to go in with that showstopper and secure the round win. And what a way to stop the bleeding. I mean, winning an eco round, now all of a sudden your economy is going to be back in the game. You're back in the mix of things. GenG needed this, and they needed it desperately.
And there was never any doubt that a team like GenG would punch back, right?
Yeah.
They're not the team to roll over. They're not the team to kind of fall in the face of big moments. So you knew it was going to happen. You knew it was inevitable. The question was when. And it just so happens that the stars aligned on the 4th round.
And they're also a team that takes a little bit to get going in series, I noticed. Sometimes, they'll go down, I don't know, 4 or 5 rounds, and then they'll bring it all the way back and even secure out the map if that. But if not, they can reverse sweep at any moment.
Sure. Zakin already taking a ton of damage. Just off the spam through smokes, 21 HP, no armor left to him.
These teams play at such a high level, both of them. It feels like we're truly watching like just a chess match right now, just a battle back and forth of the brains. Sentinels will take space here. GenG will take space there. This tit for tat, blow for blow. The rotations being in full effect. Look, 3 members facing each other in front B. Both teams have such a good read on how each other play.
The spike is rotating back towards B. Both Paranoias have been traded. As of personnel on both sides.
Yeah, and yeah, exactly. Both players have been traded too.
All of that KJ utility. Pop towards C. They have a decent idea that that's where the hit is, but with 30 seconds left, there's still a couple of options. And once again, 10's the tip of the spear, TPing forward. A little bit separated. How in the world does Meteor win that? Saucy with the swing on the trade. Nicely done. And now with 3v3. As Texture creeping his way forward. The first to fight, the first to find a kill. As has been the case, instantly traded right back 2v2 now. Saucy has his eye. Lakia has no health left. It's Karen alone. He's been good. Head and shoulders above the rest. But can he deliver here? Against John QT, no, he cannot. The leader for Sentinels delivers once more.
I mean, it was trade for trade the entire way through. It came down to a 1v1. It's that chess match I was talking about. This is going to be such a close series if it continues onward like this. But now, it's ultimates available for the side of Sentinels. Here's the replay of the trading on site. It's so evenly matched, it feels like. Pistol round truly the only difference maker in these rounds in this 1v1.
And again, we talked about this when we saw them play against FPX. The big difference was John QT, it felt like, in my opinion, right? When Sentinels have been good, John has delivered. That's a big moment for him early on.
Getting your IG on the flow state can be a really big thing, especially early on. If he starts getting the kills, you get more confident in the calling, you start getting better reads.
Oh, they've got him figured out. They spotted him.
That was a tough one.
He was there in the previous round, too.
And Sentinels have a good idea of when a player is playing pushed up like that and they're solo to go through the door, the revolving door. No one has met them there yet.
So look back towards A. Texture getting through the ult. He's got a big timing here. A wide swing and 2 kills found. Again, heroics from Texture. But the counterpunch comes through at just the right time. Second down low, spotting one, trying to switch to the weaker weaponry and not finding a kill. Now 2v2, the pit invested 10s on the prowl. It's an alarm bot keeping him just a little bit further back. His Meteor waltzes into his death, right into the crosshair of the controller. Munchkin does the same.
10's too fast in these moments. Holding the angles. It's a tough, tough round to win if you're GenG. Texture. He went huge in that moment, getting 2, swinging out super wide. Look at this. That's such a wide swing.
Dude, and how many times have we watched GenG and seen Texture do something like that?
Yeah.
Munchkin, Meteor, do something where they're getting 2Ks and 3Ks in most instances where somebody gets traded instantly.
Yep.
But that just seems to be one of their strengths, one of their strong suits, and we're already seeing that play out. I think the big difference here is Sentinels are managing to kind of go toe-to-toe with that, where they haven't been able to in the past.
Yeah, they figured out the spacing game, right? The problems they had against FPX early on in the first map.
Yeah.
It's carrying over. They fixed it. They fixed that problem. Their spacing is on point. They're getting trades. Even if a player gets 2, they're able to, you know, bring it all the way back. And it's going to be an early timeout for GenG. Remember, the only round they've won so far was that Thrifty off the back of Munchkin. You got 4 kills into that round, 1 showstopper kill from Texture. And other than that, it's been very close, right? We had the 1v1. KRU versus John QT. In this case, it was a 2v2, but 10s. I mean, he just held down that opposite side of the Viper's pit that John QT put down.
Again, it feels like for GenG, part of their calling card has been delivering in the big moments. And again, anybody on that roster can deliver. Laki is a guy that we don't really talk about a ton, but he's just as good, just as stalwart in those high-pressure moments. Again, I think the big difference here is that Sentinels have been able to respond and deliver with a couple of their own.
And they're not really getting picked off early either, Doug.
Yeah, I think that's huge. That's part of the 4-round difference here. On the other side of the timeout, what are the adjustments? You've got 3 ults on the side of the defense.
Got 4 now.
Yeah.
That A-orb gathered.
Again, sweeping a little bit further. Munchkin clearing out the turret. And now the round ripe for reset.
I mean, the approach from Sentinels on this attacking half has been so calculated, so methodical. They clearly do not want to give anything away early on to GenG.
No. Remember, that's that lurk smoke on C that you mentioned at the beginning of the map, the pistol round one, but this one way just sucks to get through.
It's just going to keep on being cycled over and over and over. And I think this is going to be an A re-clear into a B split potentially. That's why you see an alarm bot from Zelsis put all the way in the back of SC. Viper Wall gets baited out from the side of Sentinels, but a Prowler also out of the mix.
Sand in that hourglass continues to tick away. 30 seconds left in the round now as they've invested the lockdown. And now it's going to be traded back for another.
A big investment from GenG.
With still a lot of time left to play in the round, the Prowler just got a little bit of info towards A. Second satchel forward and right into his death. Are they going to be able to navigate some of this as Laki is going to fall in exchange?
Look at the time, Doug.
They may have burned the candle down just a bit too low.
10 seconds left.
They're trying to get ahead of this, but the reinforcements are already here. Look at Munchkin's positioning. That's the plan stopped. That's John QT dealt with assassination style. The round
अंदर ही नहीं आने दे
GenG.
टाइम आउट के बाद नंबर
What a round from GenG. What poise. To not make any mistakes. Not give a single inch to Sentinels. Holding all of that A space. Not taking the bait on that Killjoy ult. And what a counter ult from Meteor. What a call. The gall you have to make a play like that when you are down in the weaponry. That's the second thrifty win already for the side of GenG. If they can get things going on these gun rounds, they can bring this one back.
and go on.
So this time, that cautious approach
Are
from
you okay?
Sentinels, it works against them.
I'll
Maybe
show
we're
you
going
how
to see
to
a
do
change of pace. Here it is.
Paranoia already out. The one way goes up, but they're already past it at this point.
Lockheed might get caught right here. He needs to be careful. Oh, that Viper Wall gets up right on time. Munchkin, good awareness in that moment. All that's happened. Yeah, Texture took this deep angle.
With
Oh,
the
one
op.
dead, one
We
dead,
haven't seen
one
that
dead.
yet. Zazi's aware of it
Extra.
now. Is he going to be able to get away?
Oh.
No, Zelsis chases him down.
Sentinels right now, they have no other choice. They kind of have to just hold W here. There's still 2 mollies they have to deal with. The showstoppers invested from Zekin. He gets chipped down very low.
He didn't have any satchels.
Yeah.
He couldn't go.
Will be a free site gathered. Spike should be
Sadly,
planted.
70 down.
I mean, it might be a free sight, but it feels like they're walking right into GenG's trap. Lakia has his ult. Smoke's already going through. Zekin getting a little bit
42.
aggressive, getting the best of Meteor, but again, still, that Nightfall in play, and there it is, right on Q tapped. We've got John who's playing his tight angle, managing to
Nice
stay
shot.
alive with the help of the nade, sure.
Thank you.
Swinging out into Lakia, but not able to convert. He's now left in a 1v3. He's cutting his losses. He's tucking tail. He's getting out of there.
Yeah, he's got to save. What proactivity from Sentinels in that moment. Tens holding on to that paranoia, shooting it through water. Second, getting aggressive in that moment. And amongst all the chaos, when the retake is coming through, when the flood is actually happening, Sentinels are peaking together. They're not sitting back waiting for the fight to come to them. They're picking really good opportunities to fight together. And the trades are going their way. Full confidence right now for SEN. There was a change of pace at the start of the round.
It was. I think on both sides. I mean, yeah, a little bit more aggressive towards A. You mentioned that, but I think, again, Texture taking that aggressive line towards C with the op.
Thank you for trading me. I love you so much.
That's just a different look, right? We
Yeah.
haven't seen that out from them.
A little bit of frustration from the side of GenG.
GenG 2.
Again, the op in the hands of Texture. 3 ults to play around, light armor for everyone. And I think I gotta go back to what you were thinking or saying a couple of rounds ago. What is that smoke?
Very interesting. Maybe to hide from an aggressive haunt if there was an A fight to be in the mix.
Yeah, possibly.
And it was a fake TP going into a B hit, so they're trying to condition very small micro things. You have to do that when you're at this high of a level of play.
Second was too far out. Tens was too. Munchkin again, delivering. These are the big moments where GenG has their way with the opposition. They're yet to win a gun round, but it seems like they're going to here. Forget the Thrifties.
Oh my gosh, he went for more.
Just John QT and Saucy left. I don't know that they really have anywhere to go.
What a
Munchkin,
shot from
nice
Munchkin.
shot.
That was disgusting. He's looking for more.
And remember, Munchkin was the hero in a couple of rounds ago, the first Thrifty round that they won. Delivering again.
6L.
Saucy might just opt to save. I mean, he's got $350 in the bank. Spike is definitely going to have members on it. Texture with that operator being one of them.
Yeah, I do want to go back to the value
For
that
low
Munchkin
health,
has been able
Karen
to provide for
finished
GenG
the round.
all year. Right? I know I mentioned it a couple of rounds ago, but you think about these map-changing moments, these series-defining instances. It's often multi-kill rounds, and it's often these like these.
Yeah. From the top, no one looking at him. He puts his sniper walls up at the most opportune times. And then he hits shots like that. That's crazy. To be IGLing, to be the forefront of your squad at the same time, that is so hard to do. But he's one of those IGLs who, like you said, he's been doing it all year long. Such a big part of GenG's success this year. Such a big part of their consistency this year. Getting second, the first international, and then winning a championship, the second one in Shanghai.
A level of consistency that hasn't been rivaled really in the history of Valorant, but has the potential to get pushed here. Texture once again with the op. Looking for any skin, any blood, and nothing found. Oh my goodness. Better late than never, I guess. He's gonna get a third! Teeing off on Sentinels. What a round from Texture, the 4K for GenG.
That was unbelievable. He's so quick with it. And now he's the one at the top. That last kill, what was that? Was he trying to flick Zek in there? I mean, he ended up killing John, I believe.
The collat, you know, whatever. You get lucky, but those
किसने मारा? अच्छा मेट्रो ने मारा.
And that's scary right now if you're SEN. 4 rounds on the defensive side for GenG. Texture is here and ready to play, still sitting on that showstopper.
Wow. And now Meteor's joining in on the fun. This is the GenG that's terrifying. This is the GenG that wins championships.
Bomb grenade out.
And I said it, Doug. GenG are a team that tends to start off a little bit slow, but when they get warmed up, they're unbelievable.
One more kill, yeah.
And yes, this is an eco round, but you know, we talk so much about confidence, we talk so much about momentum and how valuable that is in a game like this. We've already seen 2 cataclysmic shifts as far as how momentum is gone.
Yeah, all of a sudden you have Meteor in the mix of things. We've seen Meteor on this map play Killjoy and just decimate teams by himself. And a hard read here, perfect spray control. Getting the third on top of it. What a nice flick.
Following the tracers all the way back.
Nash.
कार्तिक डोर ओपन कर
So
कार्तिक
before we hit the last round of the half, Sentinels will call a timeout of their own to try to slow things down. I think if you're Sen City here, Dre, you've got to find a way to slow down some of this massive swell of momentum that has currently come up from GenG. They've won 3 rounds in a row. They've won 4 out of the last 5. And Texture, Munchkin, and Meteor are online in a massive way. And again, those were the 3 names that caused the most heartache for Sentinels at the beginning of this tournament.
Crazy players that could change the game at any moment.
And I want to take this moment to talk through, you know, the desk talked about it, but I want to mention again the global dominance that GenG has had this year. There was that graphic that was flown by the desk. They're 11-2 in their last 13 global matches.
That's
entry
obnoxious.
ball.
That's asinine. That level of dominance is just absurd.
बैक तो है जनजी का
But now they both find
बहुत
themselves
बाकी है
again in a position where one of these 2 teams goes home today. And it was in a way that nobody expected. You talked about this at the beginning of the match. We thought it might be Heretics that was down here, fighting against likely Sentinels, and GenG would be the ones kind of cruising all the way to the playoff stage, but I guess that's why you play the game.
Unbelievable stuff from both sides right now. Sentinels were up 5-1, Doug. GenG, they brought it all the way back.
Again, this fight for a main continues to go the way of GenG. There's just not a lot that Sentinels can do to fight back.
That's one way to do it. Latvia gets taken out, but the showstopper, it was short!
Nipping at his heels, but not enough to get the kill.
Oh my gosh.
John QT continues to dance with Taz, just looking for any sort of moment of respite to reload. Now back to full strength, continues to hit the spam, no targets found.
Sentinels don't want to let GenG come back into this round with a free pick. That's why they're grouping up. They're death balling right now.
And remember, Karen has had this aggressive angle many of the defensive rounds that they've played. Are they expecting it here?
Even if they are, I mean, it's so tough. He's ahead of this
He's
sniper
so
wall.
far
Oh
ahead,
my
you're
gosh.
right.
What was that
Hello.
peak from second though?
5 सेकंड का किल भाई ये राउंड तो जेंजी के नाम
Perpendicular walls, keeping these 2 teams apart as one of them goes
अभी भी
down.
नहीं
Munchkin
अभी भी
gets
नहीं
ahead
यहाँ
of
पे
it.
मर सकते हैं
Second on the jump spot, they understand the threat that's on the other side, and now they
I'll use
decide
that,
to
yeah.
wait it out. They're beckoning the fight to come to them. Either you wait out the lockdown,
तो तू
or you
सुना
fight
welcome
us.
to the stream brother
It got
Gets
spammed.
destroyed, and now Texture not able to hold the line, not
Fuck,
able to
got
keep
it.
up the resistance. The pit invested, Munchkin trying to trace over. Snaps
Nah,
back
nah,
on
nah, nah.
Munchkin.
It's so
Or
difficult.
Sasi, excuse me, but Meteor's left alone. Sentinels get to 7.
not flawless तो
They
नहीं है
needed that
लेकिन
one, but is 7
Yeah.
enough, Doug, on a map like Lotus that is
Switching
attack-sided?
I'm tempted to say when it comes to matchup between these 2 teams, conventional wisdom goes out the window, man.
You might be right.
Like,
It oftentimes comes down to those micro adjustments, pistol rounds even.
यहाँ पे जॉन क्यू के किल
Clutch plays.
यहाँ पे अल्ट में कैसे बचा जॉन क्यू
see that
यार
peek again from Zekin. All
Through
it
the
took,
one-way. Oh my gosh.
tiniest of glimpses.
Nice
was all
bullet!
it
Oh,
took.
John, wait, look!
Who knows?
I don't know what they were looking at. but-
Probably flashing the bundle.
उसे लगा
or
जीत
something.
गए
I
करके।
don't know. 7-5, the way of Sentinels. We've got an interview standing by with Rob Moore, the CEO of Sentinels, standing by right now. Take it away.
Hello everyone, it's the halftime
Suna,
interviews
kaise
with
ho?
Bella, and I'm joined by Sentinel CEO Mr. Rob Moore. Hi, nice to meet you, Rob.
Thank you so much.
네, 센티널 CEO 럽 모 씨와의 인터뷰 준비해봤습니다. 이제 서울 방문한 게 오늘 처음인지 좀 어떻게 이번 챔스 즐기고 계신지 한번 여쭤보겠습니다. Is this your first time in Seoul? How have you been enjoying the city?
This is my first time in Seoul. I think I've already added 5 pounds eating all the great food here.
이 서울 방문은 처음인데 아마 오고 나서 한 2-3kg는 금방 찐 것 같다고 얘기를 하십니다. 오늘 센티널 경기 초반에 화력이 아주 좋습니다. 좀 이렇게 성장을 잘 해봐서 오늘 멋진 경기 보여주고 있는 센티널 팀은 얼마나 좀 자랑스러운지 한번 여쭤보도록 하겠습니다. You must be proud of how the boys are doing. You know, they started off great. So, how proud are you?
You know, it's been an amazing year, and obviously now this is our 4th time playing GenG. I'm a little surprised. It's the first time I've ever been in a match where everyone is rooting for the other team.
2 minutes.
And nobody's wearing a Sentinels jersey today.
1 minute, 2 minutes
Tenz's
इसके
uncle.
इसमें चला जाएगा.
Except for Tenz's uncle.
이제
Protect
올해
uncle.
센티널의 성적이 너무 좋았고 그리고 이제 젠지랑 벌써 붙은 게 4번째인데 사실 경기장에 와서
19 second left.
센티널을 응원하는 팀보다 젠지의 관객들로 이렇게 가득 찬 건 또 색다르다고 합니다. 그리고 또 센티널을 응원하고 있는 텐즈의 삼촌분
क्या लगता है
빼고는
कौन
없다고
जीतेगा?
하네요. 이거는 이제 센티널의 번들 구매. A minute for you. 그럼 저희는 로터스로 돌아가 보겠습니다. Back to Lotus.
You know, for as much as that was lighthearted and you know, whatnot, and fun to listen to Rob for a second there, I think he makes a really good point. Sentinels are in a position that they rarely find themselves in.
अभी वो लोग का अटैक है, जेंजी का
but the
अटैक
stakes are
है.
notably higher
कह
here.
नहीं सकते.
This
लगता
is
है
enemy
ऐसे ही कहा
territory
होता.
that they're playing in front of. When they're often used to looking out to the crowd and seeing a sea of
Let's
red,
Yeah.
it's all black and gold now.
And it's been just blow for blow this entire way through. Everybody on both sides performing at the same amount. You see Texture and Zekin going head-to-head, same amount of kills. John and Munchkin, same amount of kills. It's poetic. Roll for roll. It's so equal.
GenG on the pistol, they're already farming the orbs into Laki's hands. Perhaps indicative of what's in store. Oh, a little bit of spam, Texture plucked.
Second got one. First blood.
You know, you keep wondering, and you know, maybe this is kind of the feeling
to
for
see.
most fans that are watching, is that I think there are a lot of questions around if and when Sentinels will crumble. When will they kind of fold under the pressure? Will that be the case? Doesn't seem like they're slowing down anytime soon. I will say they are taking a big step back on C this round. GenG have gotten out onto the site. But Sentinels have the numbers advantage. No paranoia to speak of, no smokes, nothing like that. But Tenz has a sheriff and light armor.
Oh. Zekin also has a sheriff to his name. Oh, but he's going to get taken out right here. The proactivity in the post plant. Munchkin getting two.
Not able to find safe passage, not able to get across. I cleared out, now without getting a tag. Tenz getting the best of Karan, and now Munchkin left alone, a 1v2. Difficult to win, but possible. Just not the case this time. Again, pistols were elusive to them. In their first matchup, that's now 2 for 2.
That was close as well. Munchkin, he did his damn best right there. He had to get an ace to win that pistol round, and I mean, he might as well could have. But the sheriffs are too strong. You could wall bang with them. 2 body shots is all you need. That's why Zekin gets that free kill in the beginning. But look at the shots. Look at the form that Munchkin is in right now. He wants it bad.
The option is नहीं था Zekin के
That
पास.
interview that Sue had with Munchkin and Zelsis. Zelsis said, no, these guys are nervous. Munchkin does not look nervous at all. He was shaking his head the entire way through. Yeah, these pistol rounds haven't been going their way, but all it takes is one Thrifty to get them back on the map. And that's why you see this Vandal. Yep, that's why you see the Vandal heavy armor buy from the side of Texture.
Such an abnormal purchase.
You also have a Marshal on the field for Meteor. It's a 5-man A.
On the attack side of Lotus, no less.
Sentinels are aware now that the Vandal is in full effect. That room of being shot from Texture. So that's why they're playing so cautious. They don't have the gun advantage when you have a Spectre and a Bulldog. Wow, Tether nade.
Second बच गया.
Achilles was talking about that on the desk and how it seemed like that needed to be a big part of their success on Lotus, and it hasn't really been much to speak of, to be honest.
And do you still opt to clear
Oh, by
out
the way,
that
don't forget to
very, very
like
close corner
और
on second
subscribe.
after you said, I guess somebody could've seen it.
Force by तो करना ही
Cross
पड़ेगा
is
ना, उनके
crazy,
पास
but
round
Saucy
बहुत
was
कम
the
है ना.
backup. He was the reinforcement. Some paranoia.
hate
That's
हो
going to
गए.
tag up second as well. It's just buying time. Wow. With the nade out, still manages to get one. But Karen on the equalizer. Zelsis now aggressive with the Spectre upgraded in the hands of Munchkin. Can he hold the line? Finding all three!
Down A.
Meteor's Marshall finally besting him.
30 seconds
But
left.
he's now left in a 1v2, upgrading to a Vandal. No armor. Challenged in the smoke. Challenged in the map. Sentinels get to 9.
It was a valiant effort from GenG
Sector
into that force buy.
छोड़ दिया
And it
उन्होंने.
was looking promising. But Zelsis, he stepped up huge in that moment. That little off angle here in the spray down, he knew he had to do this. If you give them the sight, if they are able to upgrade, all of a sudden your chances of winning are drastically lowered.
Hey,
I mean,
look
they'd
at them.
already
They
lost a
laughing
weapon.
now, buddy.
What a clutch play.
It's scratched up.
And he stands up on top of it, puffing his chest out.
It's a good sign for Sen City. Paranoia out, the spit goes through. Zekin has to take a step back. But with Zealous intense, fighting over his shoulder, it's all safe.
Enemy remaining.
Annihilated from the very beginning of the round.
ये तो बहुत
Body's
fast खत्म हो गया
littering
round.
A-main. And it's another song of success for Sen City.
It was so hard to make what was going to happen in that moment. Just util for util, shot for shot. It was chaos, pandemonium. But Celsius, you got to kill with the outlaw somehow. And it was just the firing squad set up ready here.
And honestly, this was where GenG did have success.
I
Reloaded
missed my
one of
beat
the
and we still won.
nice handle.
That was where GenG had success in the first half. They were the ones who dug their heels in. They drew the line in the sand A main. And now Sentinels are giving them a bit of their own medicine.
Block.
Alarm bot down.
Telsa still with that outlaw that you mentioned, has his ult to play around.
And just across the board, just very default stuff right now from Sentinels. Understanding they have the gun advantage. They don't want to give any picks. It's reminiscent of how they were approaching their attack sides. Playing very, very standard and safe.
Yeah, just tempered, I guess, a metered approach, if you will.
And maybe that's what the game plan was going into this matchup.
Sure.
Not giving that much away to GenG, not giving these 1v1
Rotate ही
exchanges,
करना पड़ेगा.
not giving the contact approaches, fighting as a unit, using utility. Maybe that's the key. Maybe that was the game plan, the adaptation this time around.
अगर वो push कर दे तो बात अलग है, लेकिन
If he does get
chances
threatened, he
SEN के
should be
ज़्यादा
able to
ही
get
हैं.
away. Unless he's completely overwhelmed.
This is going to be an A
But
reclear
he's
fight.
like almost 30
Honestly,
seconds.
Ken's out with that paranoia.
Yeah, I think it's just noise that Munchkin is making.
अभी
And it's
entry कर
just
देंगे
enough of
C
noise.
में.
It's just enough of a
30
distraction.
seconds left.
Very nicely done by GenG, but Zealous is still holding the line on the other side. That's now 2 bodies found. The swing of the classic will not betray him.
Spike
Back-to-back
down.
3Ks
Over
for the Vibe Merchant himself.
He played that to near perfection.
I mean, he really did.
And now tether nade. I mean, yeah, the spike
Dead,
gets planted.
dead.
Oh, it doesn't even get planted. Oh.
I mean, 10
Time
was
ही नहीं है
still really
rotate
far
के लिए.
away, and time was really short, but that was almost that was
10 तो
almost
वहाँ
a
पे रुका
Munchkin
हुआ था
clip.
ना. A पे था ही 10.
And remember, last time these two teams played on Lotus, it was a mirror matchup. It was Madrid. It was 13-7 for Sentinels.
Frustration दिख रहा है. इनके
GenG ended
कोबरे
up
पे.
banning that in the finals. Keeping it in this time around, thinking that maybe Sentinels are weaker than what they were, a shell of what they once were. But Sen, if they get confident, they can beat anybody in the world. That's why they're champions of their own right.
Some safe pathing out from Texture at the beginning, but Karn was the one who walks away worse for wear. The doors tap, the honk goes up, no target
देखा
found,
नहीं.
Saucy's dead.
Oh,
Tens,
he's playing this crazy.
he slipped the net.
Oh my gosh.
The Fox is in the den, and Meteor is
तो
dead.
देखे तेज को देखा ही नहीं है लोगों ने.
They've gotten the spike
smoke
down,
के
but
अंदर
they've
ना.
got to realize there's a threat behind him, and it's a considerable one. The Paranoia is going to attack both. Karn's now dead.
Karan
2 members
dead.
trapped in tree. Texture's the only one who's still playing backside. Nice shots out for Munchkin. Equalizing things at numbers. Alcis with the lockdown. Gonna try to flush him out as Texture's dead.
Texture dead.
What do they have to go off this? They have to respect this. They have to give up the space. Nobody on the spike yet. Oh, he's got the line. He can hold him back from there. Zekin's the first to fall. Munchkin dealing with the aggression. Celsius will have to clutch this out on his own. A 1v2, Locky and Munchkin both still have ults to play around. And time's got to be so short.
Time नहीं है.
Enemy remaining.
There's none left. Whew.
It wasn't looking too good for GenG in that moment, but they brought it back. Munchkin, he has no fear in these moments. He came here ready to play. He's the playmaker of their team right now. Yeah, Texture had that beautiful entry, but the impact that Munchkin is getting with some of these frags and trades, it's been crazy. And Lakia, who's been quiet, he stepped up big in his own right here. Picking the perfect timing to get Zekin
अबे
there.
Zekin वहाँ पे 10 मेरा वहाँ पे
Munchkin's
game गया.
position and his timing that you mentioned just a couple of moments ago. He had that
Enter
line
गया
from
ना
Broken
आपसे.
Door. He was able to drop the spit. And again, The double swing out from them was perfect. So GenG, stay alive, get to 6.
Ooh, get hit.
An op in the hands of Zekin, and an aggressive
Last
line take
57
with
held
Zelsis
only.
close by.
And GenG now have 4 ultimates of their own to work with. Meteor, he's creeping up slowly, 3 orbs until he gets his.
Sir के पास ult.
I think the question on my mind here is how far up do the rest of Sentinels go here? How far do they dare to challenge? How much space do they venture towards?
It's all a bait setup on C, but that deep alarm bot, that should be heard from Zelsis, I believe. But they're
But
not reading into
सुना
it.
नहीं देखा भी उसने लगाते हुए.
Last time around, we saw Sentinels use that same alarm bot. They ended B.
They're committing to this.
Showstopper committed.
The B side is empty, but they've popped the 2 ults and the paranoia out.
Oh. Zekin just stole
Nice
that one
shot
away,
from
opening the door
Zekin, yeah.
himself.
The spike does go down though. No
And that-
ults on the
This
side of
assist-
Sentinels.
And that does Meteor
Marke
falling.
marega
So that
dekna.
gives Zelsis this timing.
The smoke keeping them apart. 2 targets found, only
Ooh,
1
nice,
claimed.
nice.
Munchkin, who was so far up at the very
And-
beginning, still playing out towards stairs. 10's besting him. Numbers the way of the defense. And Ob still in the hands of Zekin. A difficult weapon to pull this off with.
He's got to be the one that gets on the spike, allow his teammates with the rifles.
I don't know if he has
The
the tools
stick.
for this.
He's got to hit the shot here.
Aaron's the first to fall. Texture's by himself. Zekin hits the shot. The defuse comes through. Sentinels get to map point.
Pro never do fake.
We said it against FPX. Zekin looked amazing with that operator. And he's continuing that
Then
onward
wo
here. He's
warm-up
sitting at
kar raha hai
20
abhi.
kills. He opens the door. Takes his own peek here. And it's against Meteor.
And
Ball players.
And you're right, you
Enemy
mentioned it. That's
remaining.
what allowed the timing for
Pain maar
Zelsis
raha
to
hai
crunch
yaar.
up
Pain.
mid.
Yeah.
Hitting
Zelsis
headshots
waiting on
most
that
of the
alarm bot
time.
the entire way through, hoping that somebody would pick off Meteor, allow him to get that timing, and Zekin did just that.
Zach!
Yeah, you know what he said.
I don't know if any of you are lip readers out there, but there were strong
Time out
words of
from
encouragement towards his
GenG.
teammate.
30 second
He
ka
said-
time out.
I love you so heckin' much for
Yeah, that's
taking out Meteor.
That's exactly what that was. GenG call a
Pasina chhut gaya.
timeout in the waning moments of this first map. A best of 3 with elimination.
हाँ
written
पिछले
all
वाला
over
जो
the
स्मोक
walls.
के अंदर से निकला था वो वाला
The
भी
end
हुआ
of the
था.
year for one of these 2 squads.
Well, 6
Hopes and
क्या
dreams
time out next
Lifting hardware.
match
End today.
जाने का और क्या.
And when you were looking at this map pool, you knew Sentinels had to win this Lotus map. If not, you're going against GenG on Icebox, Haven. Maps that Sentinels haven't really looked that great on.
No, I mean, Icebox was their perma for forever. It's
Yeah.
been a while since
They haven't played it since March.
Yeah, it's been a minute. So who knows what they have prepared there, but opting to ban out Ascent, which makes sense. GenG, the best team in the world on the map, so I get it.
Yeah.
But you're right, they had to win Lotus. And I mean, we're not done,
Not by any means.
but so far it seems like
Le-
Sentinels are
Leviathan or
managing to
Sentinel.
make good on the plan that they set out to accomplish.
Alright.
Still plenty to be found and figured out here, though. GenG with 2 ults.
Oh, so much info gathered from that fade.
Beautiful eye out from Saucy. Meteor getting a little bit
Oh, miss
proactive
kill.
here. The Prowler doesn't tag, Zekin doesn't either.
Yeah, and Zekin's gonna have to move now. Get off of that B site. We saw them do this last time around against FPX. He takes a pick front B, goes towards stairs. He has the alarm bot there for protection.
And remember, Munchkin was right up on this in the previous round.
हाँ पक्का
The
खाया.
turret, the first thing that's cleared, you saw the 2 mollies.
Such cool protocols right now from Sentinels. So many different layers to this approach.
Yeah, but I really like this from GenG, though. I mean, they're methodically removing all of the traps and all of the little passive information gathering tools that Sentinels have.
Very high level stuff right now. That's a free
ऐसे
B
को
site
पीछे
because of
जाना
all
पड़ेगा
that.
नहीं तो मर जाएगा.
And yeah, it costs him a paranoia, and yeah, it costs him a little bit of time, but they gladly give that up in exchange for the site.
और यहाँ पे
Viper's
Munchkin
being
का
invested as well.
With a
Texture's
molly
gonna,
on
yeah,
it.
yeah, exactly. Texture's gonna play ahead of it. It's looking pretty good right now for GenG. Sentinels. What kind of retake do they have cooked up?
Careful here on the crunch. Tens has a paranoia. Karen's going to be the first to fall. The first smoke comes through, the tap of the door, and there's the flash. Is there anything behind it? Texture, the only one who I believe didn't get tagged, and he's still up on the pit, like you mentioned. Concealed in the green goo. The spam comes through. Meteor's dead. How much much more can he find? Oh, no. Disaster
Why
again
Texture ko do
for
kill?
Sentinels as Texture obliterates
Tens bhi hai.
them. 4 found as GenG get to 7.
What in the hell was that from Texture? He was
I
sitting in that
ultimately
smoke, fearful of his life. He didn't move an inch. He was stone cold. Everybody whizzing past him. He didn't move the whole time. He was crouched here. The entire retake. And that last flick on his second, disgusting.
One enemy remaining.
Unbelievable play.
Spin के ult ने round निकाला भाई. Texture पे थोड़ा डाला.
Yeah. The problem is for GenG, they're going to have to do
अब
it again. The
ये
deficit that
map
they're
is
facing is so
जीतने वाला
great.
है. No doubt है.
But Valorant can be a silly game at times.
The calling of GenG has been really, really good so far on this attacking side.
Oh, they're
Very
investing
smart,
heavy
yeah.
into this without
Interesting.
real weaponry. Sheriffs and a judge.
Okay.
But they dropped the lockdown, or excuse me, the nightfall. Karen up close. The paranoia's out. Karen's dead. So is Lakia. Texture and Munchkin, the only two that are up. The pit's been planted, but the guns are not great on the other side. Texture's gonna have to clutch again, and he does!
Texture.
8 for GenG as they stay alive.
It's ridiculous. And a huge investment from Sentinels as well. Saucy using his ultimate. Oh my
पे मैंने और
goodness.
metro ने मारा.
Another showstopper online. He just had that 2 rounds ago.
와.
इको था क्या उनका?
The momentum is in full effect right now for GenG. They're within 4 rounds of tying this up.
इको था.
Last round is often the hardest. And when you're playing against a team of GenG's caliber, it makes sense.
A lot of Odin spam being done in tree. But
Oh,
Texture,
tense, yeah.
oh my gosh, he's not slowing down.
With ult popped, the tether keeps him back. Zekin's got one of his own, but he's gonna have to use it in the next
Hey,
round if we
Texture
get
क्या
that
खेल रहे हैं
far.
आत्मा घुसी
Doug,
गई.
I think they have-
Sentinels are crumbling.
I think they have to save here.
You have to.
Yeah.
But even the way these fights are going, it's so one-sided in the way of GenG. They're decimating Sentinels in these last couple of rounds.
I'll find you.
और गंदा push कर रहे हैं अंदर.
Texture just decided to just
दो
wake
खेल
up
रहे
and
थे
go
अभी.
absolutely
Push करके खेल
nuclear.
रहे.
GenG with full momentum here. I was a little hesitant to say it in the previous
अभी
round.
ढूंढना चालू करेंगे.
Because again,
अगर 6
there
हो
was
गया
a
तो
lot.
उनका भी.
They still were a lot of ults on the side of Sentinels. They're still at 12. There's still a pretty big gap here, but I think we're watching every single brick of that wall fall.
And Doug, this is why GenG are a championship level team. You can never count them out. They never give up. They're gonna fight till the very end. They're gonna push you like you've never been pushed before. And the way they've won these last 3 rounds, Texture, his performance, it's been off the charts. This is such high level play right now. Oh my goodness, 4 HP, and this kill as well. Unreal.
सीधा head लग रहा
Reckless
है लोग का अभी.
abandon on the swing.
सीधा head.
And it works. 23 and 14 for the duelist. And it looks like we're due for a Clash A main. Again,
It's a force.
this could be a mess. I mean, almost everyone is here. Both Paranoia's traded. Texture's down. Raid boss falls. And now the ult popped. But it looks like it's a little short. And so both teams refusing to relent on this area of the map.
Zekin.
But Zekin
Got the.
looking to take us high spots. And barring a miracle for Meteor, that's
Before-
exactly where we're headed. GenG decided to take the fight where Sentinels have succeeded this entire half. And it was
Sentinel ने
ill-advised.
push कर दिया. Oh, ball
13-9
bank.
as Lotus goes the way of Sen City.
Wow, what a map so far.
ZenG
If
ने
this is what we
tension
have
तो
in
दे दिया
store,
था
this is
Sentinel को.
insane.
GenG fought back with ferocious attempts, but it wasn't enough to get him over the finish line. It wasn't enough to close the gap. Texture had heroic moments. Munchkin did too. But the guys on Sen City, they're starting to shoot back as well. We're in for a good one, folks. Icebox on the other side of this break. We'll be right back.
കാർത്തികേ
Jiggy hella fly with no stylist. Yeah, ain't no middleman, I get it direct. Yeah, big wrist watch, but it's timeless. Ooh, she gon' work it like she got no time left. Yeah, say she love my style, love my dialect. I know she like it by the way your eyes dilate. Ooh, she a bad vibe, what a vibrate. Yeah, I'm back in my element, walking water with elegance. Put you in a predicament if you fuck with a boy. See my word, I'm a man, but every dime I be sent, but down, split for percentages, they ain't give me no choice. Specialized dope boy from the 213. Yeah, the kicks pot of blue like the UNC. All I need is one time and now she won't leave. Girl, this ain't no K-pop, ain't no G-O-D. I fly to Bahamas just so I get a 10. Mark on my back just like a letterman. Do the hoop, that's the aim one. Everybody swinging, let me know when you land one. Featherweight, now get your weight, see I don't take two, now this'll take one. They wanna run it back, I'll keep it laced up. Look, I ain't got time for your fake love. Roll up with the gang, we gon' violate. Jiggy hella fly with no stylist. Yeah, ain't no middleman, I get it direct. Yeah, big wrist watch, but it's timeless. Ooh, she gon' work it like she got no time left. Yeah, say she love my style, love my dialect. I know she like it by the way your eyes dilate. Ooh, she a bad vibe, what a vibrate.
What an exciting start to our elimination match here today. I'm now joined by Sentinels head coach Kaplan. Now, the map pool was so interesting. You know, the Icebox was left in there. You guys banned SEN and then Pig Lotus as well. Are you able to give me any insight as to what the game plan was coming into this map picks and bans?
Yeah, I mean, we just wanted to start on a map we were comfortable on. So while they have a great Lotus, we're really feeling it lately. It's just been a home ground for us, so we picked that. And then for the Icebox, instead of SEN, honestly, it's out of respect to them. Like, they're really good on both maps, and I think SEN is pretty deep strategically, and it's been a bumpy one for us. We'd rather go to Icebox, where I think it's a simpler, scrappier map. We have a chance to throw them off. They'll probably have prepared to play Ascent, so we'll see how it goes. Planning to win in 3 if we have to, but hopefully we can just close it out here. We've closed it out on Icebox before against them, so yeah.
I love the mind games. Thank you very much, and best of luck.
Thank you.
In the saga of Sentinels versus GenG, in this iteration, Sentinels strikes first on Lotus. They pick up the win, but man, let me tell you, GenG had us believing for a minute there that there was a possibility we could be going to overtime. I do want to get some quick thoughts, though, on that map, because, yeah, I mean, you heard Coach Kaplan saying, you know, they know they're good on that map, but it's one that they felt good, very comfortable with, and it showed in the server.
No, it really did, and, I mean, excellent prep work here for them. But I mean, we got to see the attempted run back there from the side of GenG, but I felt ultimately there was too much damage dealt early. That was the GenG, those last couple rounds that we were coming into this series kind of expecting to see. So it feels like they started to get locked in, but just not being able to make that a 6-6 half, having that fairly devastating start. Because I mean, you know, 7-5 overall not bad, but given how things had begun, it was a very poor showing.
I mean, to me, I really feel like Sentinels just got a lot more value out of their util usage. And so, yeah, there were some explosive plays on both sides, some hype moments, those things like that, but little things like, for example, GenG's round where they go to B and they use the showstopper and the nightfall. Nothing. And then they go into a post plant and they're not really prepared for the angles that and the timing that Sentinels are coming from. So you're going to use those big ults and you can't even convert the round. Things like that, and there was a lot more to it. Like Saucy in particular was doing a great job on the fade, really nailing some important util for the side of Sentinels. Those things really threw GenG off balance versus Sentinels. So that's
like he was singing the opera.
It really was but these two guys absolutely lit it up. You were seeing some highlights there from Zekken and what he was doing in that game. We were talking about when was Zekken going to be back in form. He definitely is here. It is showing, but Texture as well right there with him. I mean, you can't ask for much more from your aces in those situations, right? Like, Texture's hitting some wild shots. Zekken is opening up the map for his team. I mean, genuinely speaking, Achilleos, like this was a war between two titans on each side of the field.
No, it really was. And the parity between the players is actually kind of astounding to witness, because at the half, they're both there, 12-8, only one assist separating them. At the end of the game, they both have the pretty much the exact same scoreline. Same amount of kills there at 23, one fewer death, 3 less assists for Texture, and then both of them with 5 kills. They both went 5 and 3. These guys were operating on very similar levels. For Texture, though, it was a bit of a run back for him in that second half. Zekken had taken that lead. Texture comes in, overtakes him, and then Zekken's able to capitalize and catch up at the very end.
Yeah, well, you know what, though? Texture was just absolutely on fire in some of these rounds. That takes us to a HyperX Reflex moment of the day. This one, of course, you got Texture, who, you know, look, we're still hoping that Texture gets the ace, but I'll take a collat. I'll take a collat. And I got my 50. That flick. That flick was absurd. I mean, he first picks up the collat onto Zelsis Intense, but then he goes back for more. He's a little hungry. He wants a few more bites of the pie. Finds it there on Saucy and looks again, and he figures, you know what? Let me go ahead and disrespect this fool right here. John, your team had to take a seat. That is exactly what you want to see out of your star player on this team, Paper.
And he had a couple of those moments that could have been that HyperX replay. Hey, another 4K in there. And that could have been it too. I mean, he was frying. He was doing everything he could, but the backline behind him, Munchkin played pretty well in that map too. But, you know, surprisingly, Karan and Meteor in particular really were struggling on that. Karan getting called out a lot in moments that he typically doesn't. And this is kind of one of the things I was talking about, where sometimes you can pick on Karan when he's anchoring a site solo, and you can make him uncomfortable and get those easy first kills, kind of convert rounds off the back of that.
Yeah. Now, of course, this takes us to Icebox, and if you remember history, Icebox was the map that Sentinels closed out against GenG, but this is GenG's pick. We have not seen Sentinels, you know, play this, and when they did, it wasn't that great. You know, they had a few wins.
But that kind of is the same story for GenG internationally, globally rather, I should say, on Icebox. They're 2-4 across the year, and as Kaplan just mentioned in that interview, this is the map that they were able to close things out. They say, you know what, we have ended a series against GenG with this map before, and it was fairly dominant, 13-6. Regionally, GenG has been very, very good on Icebox throughout the entirety of the year, but it's still, they've never really had those big, you know, blow people out of the water type performances on that map.
Yeah, other than like towards the end where they kind of destroyed DRX on it, but that was like towards the end, and like DRX was looking really good for what it's worth. But yeah, okay, so basically similar comps here. It's just the Sova versus the Gecko, right? Your info gathering initiator is going to be the change up. So Sentinel's throwing a little bit of a difference in there. Saucy going back to his Sova, the classic agent he's so well known for, has such impeccable timings on this. So you never know, man. Sentinels look great right now.
No, they really do. And one of the things that my eyes are very much going to, and somebody that we didn't get to really talk about too much, is Lakia. Was not finding that much impact. Was able to put up a couple of assists yes, his util was there to try to escort players forward or force Sentinels back, but here with this Gecko, I'm looking for big impact from him, not just in the util usage, but also in his rifling, because he has proven on the global stage, proved it there in Shanghai. This guy still can shoot, but we were not seeing it on Lotus.
And this is a map where he generally thrives. He's really good in the mid to late round about using his util well and finding those clutches, finding those high impact moments when GenG needs him the most.
Well, the last time these two teams played, it was GenG with a 2-0 win. Can Sentinels now return the favor to GenG, or will we be forced to go to a map 3? Let's send it back over to your casters for this one. It's, of course, Doug and Baby Bay for the call.
Thank you so much, GB. Dre, I think one thing that stood out as we were listening to Kaplan talk was the immense amount of respect that he showed towards GenG. He didn't want to go towards Ascent. He felt like it was a little bit too strategically deep. Wanted to go towards Icebox instead. I think there's a lot that he's showing there. It's like, hey, we know where you're good. We don't want to take you there, bro.
And it also showed in the server of how Sen approached that entire map in the beginning, right? All the attack, it was, you know, the slow, methodical approach, not trying to give any kills, and the pistol rounds is what stuck out to me. In a 13-9 win, that's 4 rounds, that's 2 pistols that Sen won.
Yeah.
That's how evenly matched these teams are, that it comes down to who can hit these shots right here.
Icebox very well. It might be a different
I
story.
shot from second,
Couple
man.
Sheriff shots already traded and kills found. Texture slips all the way back. But John QT is trying to do a bit of the same, not able to set up shots on the last kill as GenG manages to get the spike down, manages to get away. Now it's on Sentinels to attempt to retake this. Have a little bit of util to play around. They have the drone, they have the Viper wall, and they have a weakened Texture, a weakened Munchkin. John QT is not much better off. Do they have any lineups? Do they have anything like that? No spits, nothing to speak of. John's not able to stick around. The one Molly that they had, Saucy with 2 big ones. Munchkin left alone. Had the knife, drops down, spots one. Saucy on the defuse. Gotta get it to half. Pauses for the fight as Saucy gets 3 and the defuse.
It was blow for blow the entire round, a 3v3, but Saucy just turned up.
And
those
honestly,
Sheriff shots were so clean.
And honestly, that was a guy we didn't talk about a ton on Lotus. It was relatively quiet. I mean, yeah, we talked a lot about Texture and Munchkin and Zelsis, and for good reason. But this Carol was quiet.
Oh my gosh, him and Lakia both.
Yeah.
This roll for roll, these teams are so evenly matched. But it's another pistol the way of Sentinels. Texture, he will get a Stinger purchased for him from one of his teammates and a light armor invested. Might be the only saving grace.
There is threat here. It's not all safe. Munchkin will fall.
I cannot use that.
But again, it's Texture who can bite back.
Good damage done on the 10s and Saucy. Texture might find the timing here, just like he did on Pistol, but second, he's so ready for it.
And if he continues to be able to get the best of Texture throughout the entire map, that's a really good sign again, but if it's not Texture, it's Meteor. If it's not Meteor, it's Munchkin. It's gonna have to be Karon this time. Saucy looking for the target. Karon's gonna find him. Celsius is on this late flank. As time continues to tick, you've got to have a decent understanding where he might be coming from. The one problem though is Karon is 10 HP. He's so weak, Dre.
But all he needs is one headshot. One dink of the Sheriff at the right range. Cannot be too far.
He's gonna flip the map?
I mean, he's got so much time. Taking the scenic route.
There's not gonna be anything to give this away.
Oh, at the perfect range as well, yeah. He got right out of dodge, but now I think Zelsis, he smells something as amok.
Well, the problem is he could be freezing back A main right now. There's no way to know where he's headed.
Yeah. The spike will inevitably be planted.
And now, Zelsis will understand
Spike planted.
that Karon's out. He's planted towards B, and now the gunfight begins. All of these minor pieces, all of these minor movements end here. Karon taking a step back. As Zelsis continues to push forward. He has a turret, he has an alarm bot. But no real way to utilize either of those.
He's got so much to clear as well.
And I think part of the problem is Karon has no idea where Zelsis is coming from either. So it's a guessing game for both, a 50-50. Karon's on the swing. Can't hit the shot, the 10 HP. Was what gives it away at the end.
Talk about a saving grace. Zelsis winning that 1v1. Meteor went nuclear on site, getting 3 kills with that Sheriff. making it extremely costly from the side of Sentinels. These shots were disgusting. Oh, what a flick. And how does he get this one? Okay.
Getting shot too. This was big from Zelsis.
Doesn't matter how we did it, it's that we did it, baby.
And the truth is, nobody remembers how things play out at the end, right? I mean, to a degree, he's absolutely right. It doesn't have to be pretty as long as it works.
Absolutely. Now GenG with clear gun advantage. Going into this round, it's another A default. A nice tag from Zekin. Gets a little too greedy, gets taken out by Locky.
Yeah, swings into way too many. So that weapon will sit up in heaven.
Bonus round for Saints.
GenG with no real intentions of the rest of the map. They're all here towards A. Tench trying to get back and stay alive as Locky is pushed so far already.
He's in a deep mix of things right now. Oh, Hunter's very invested.
But there are only sheriffs left. I don't know that it's going to be enough.
Oh, there's a lot of players low right now.
Yeah, they are. You're right.
And it's light armor.
Karen also low. Texture भी low है.
Can they settle this?
Munchkin is
GenG are playing so far up here. Munchkin has a knife too.
Tags. Oh, can't connect.
Texture 49 HP. As the wall goes down, John QT segmented off. Texture again found success from this very position. Sazi on the reposition. They've gotten it down to 1. Texture's weak. Can he find it? Down to a 1v1. 7 bullets left. Sazi with the sheriff.
He
gets up top and Sazi drops him. The 3K is Sentinels win the bonus. What was that?
Another big round from him. I was wondering why he was investing the Hunter's Fury with such a disadvantage. But they're so confident. At a level like this, it's those crazy plays that make the difference. Unexpected things that happen. And phenomenal execution. What great awareness.
Bro, I missed the easy one and I hit the hardest one.
Sazi showing up in a way that we haven't seen in a really long time to deliver the MasterCard Thrifty to get Sentinels to 3. GenG on this weird hobbled buy now. They've got a Vandal, a Guardian, light armor. But Sentinels did just show us it doesn't really matter the size of the gun in the fight. Second so far up, but he's been caught, he's been had, he's been found. A life donated here.
Very risky play from Zekin there with no real support.
Johnny didn't have an angle.
No, he had no way to help him.
Yeah. That's kind of uncharacteristic from Sentinels with the way they played the last map. They didn't really go for risks like that on the defensive side when they knew they had a clear advantage. So maybe a little bit too overconfident, a little too overeager, but a lot of info gathered from Tens.
Yeah, that little pixel angle, calling the rotate back A. Celsius will have a lot on his hands. And that knife tagging means the utility's not going to be a part of the equation for a little bit. But in and out behind the wall, finding lethality and getting away.
Nice game from Pelsen.
Even numbers it is.
Yeah, they've still gotten out towards the site. Spike should be able to go down. I don't know if there's anything that Sentinels have to deny this. And now the lockdown early.
Yeah, this is going to create chaos for Zelsis, but he's still going for it.
Seems like he's just going to try to get a parting gift. Even if he gets detained, he's got help. The problem is, what he doesn't have a ton of his time. Meteor's down. Crispy shot out from Tens, and now the rest of the defense starting to creep their way forward. The flash over the wall. GenG giving so much respect and giving so much space here. Again, all of the post-plant utility gone. 2 Vandals in the hands of GenG. Lakia 1 away from having his Thrash online. They're waiting for the swing, and there it is. Lakia down. Celsius will get it to half. Munchkin's by himself. Can he stop it? No. Sen City gets a 4.
These retakes from Sentinels are so good on A site so far. Complete control and patience in the approach. And then they're fighting together. I mean, it was a firing squad that everybody in that post plant had to deal with. Munchkin, had he taken a little bit more of a step out, that spray would have connected, but it just wasn't quite there.
Retake पे खेल रहे हैं, वो लोग push नहीं कर रहे, जैसे Zekan ने push किया, Zekan मर गया.
Big impact kill.
तो Zekan push नहीं करता.
A lone warrior on site. dipping out, making it even numbers after a great entry from Texture.
Thrash popped at the beginning of the round, clearing out a little bit of that belong space. And then the knife, too, confirming where Zekin is. It's actually a really nice combo of utility.
Just no follow-up
Come
from the side of GenG, so Zekin can hold his ground, keep all this info.
Yeah, but I don't think they wanted that. I think they wanted to find where Zekin was and then hit the other side of the map. The problem is that may be part of Sentinel's plan. They've got so much more utility out towards A, but it's all been cleared. It's all been recalled back. Oh. Texture finding high ground, but not finding a kill. And so they've gotten out onto A. They should be able to get the spike down. I thought it might go over to KRU because he was one away from the pit, but it's Munchkin who sinks the spike into the soil of the site. Knife out. Understanding there is a little bit of presence. Zelsis further up, but the rest of Sentinel's not far off behind him. Again, these post plants that you mentioned, they've been so effective for Sentinels, but they're at a numbers disadvantage here. Can they convert again?
Oh my goodness.
That's such an aggressive lockdown. They've got to fight it. I don't think they can hold this back. JunQT has already gotten it to half. Tens pushing forward. Just the threat. Just the distraction. Getting the kill too. Lockie and Karen left alone. And it's another round the way of Sentinels.
5-5-0.
The retakes of Sentinels. Need I say more?
Game on retake.
It's too good. That's 5 diffuses. 5 spikes being planted for GenG and no conversions. And they're trying to swing together, but that aggressive lockdown, it created too much chaos. It creates a disconnect.
My brain is completely off right now. Peak.
That's him with brain off. I mean, I guess
he doesn't really need it on when he's just playing aim labs.
Yeah, when he's
holding the diffuser.
Swinging out 410 like that, trying to take the fight into A main, sure.
And it's slipping away right now for GenG. Nightmares, flashbacks.
Yeah, but I still think, I'm very curious to see what things look like on the other side of this timeout for GenG. Because you think about how effective they've been on the other side of timeouts throughout really the entire year. I mean, this is not an area that they're unfamiliar with as far as trying to implement a plan in, as far as trying to change the tides in positions like this. I think the one problem is this might be the most important timeout. This might be the most important timeout of the year for them.
And on the last map, that timeout brought them back into things. It got them back in the mix, gave them a chance, brought it to 13-9. They need to convert around. They're doing a great job of getting the spike planted, but it's the post plants that have been faltered. A disconnect sometimes. You know, Meteor playing too far up. Ten's getting a free pick on him. Then the numbers advantage sways the way of Sentinels. Maybe they all need to fight back site together as a unit and be cohesive in the post plant.
Again, heavy presence towards A. Karen has his ult. Munchkin 2 away from his.
Another A hit. They understand that they've been getting the spike planted, like I said.
Yeah.
But this time, a change of pace, though. It's a flood. Oh my gosh, they're not ready for it, Doug.
Ten's ahead of the play. He really might be brain off, but it seems to be working. I mean, they just continue to crumble. It's just Texture and Munchkin left. You were just talking about how this has been successful for them. If you think about the equation for GenG, this part has been fine. They've been able to get into post-plant positions, but they lose the post-plants. This time, all of the resistance was met ahead of that.
It's not over yet, though. The wraparound from Texture, he's got 3 to the round.
He's going to have to run a B2, though. The ever-elusive Ace will have to deliver here if he wants to get GenG on the board. He's getting it down to 1, and there it is! An Ace at the best possible time! GenG are on the board!
And he's the guy you want stepping up in moments like this. The runner, the forefront. He's been getting entries all map long. But an ace from your star duelist, that can be what turns the tide. All of a sudden, the team has energy and life in them. But can you string more rounds together? Because you absolutely have to.
This time a bit of a different look for as much as they've been slamming their heads into the wall of A. A little bit more noise B here. And look at this lineup from Zekin. Far up, inserted, with op in hand.
An adaptation made. He was opping B the last 3 rounds. This time he wants in the mix. He wants in the action. He wants to take out Texture, who just got that ace. But he's going to have to deal with a lot here, and it looks like GenG have a...
He's had a hot hand, but he's going to get flashed off of this first line, holding the next, almost landing the shot. Sasi understanding Texture so far up already. As Zekin switches to the classic, tries to get away, and Texture hunts him down! 2 kills found. Tenzo trying to punch back, grabs the op. Can he wield it the same way?
This one's just too hard, Doug. Surely, with the Viper's Pit invested, one player tries to save the operator, but they have a lot of time to work with. Maybe Spam can get you a pick.
And they've got money.
Oh, a little bit of a chip damage right there.
Make a play. Traded right back though. Tens falls off once again, hits the ground. Truly, they just scoop that thing up and get away. GenG will get their second, and again, it wasn't an ace, but it was Texture setting the pace.
He's so explosive in these moments.
And in a lot of ways, Dre, this feels really reminiscent to what we saw in Lotus. Was the score not 5-1 before things turned?
Yeah, after a timeout.
We're following the same forecast. This is where GenG really put things together. And it seems like they're doing it again.
I mean, he dashed onto Zekin after Zekin whipped that off shot. He just ran him down. And then this time around, the Viper's Pit made it easy to isolate fights. Saw Zelsis dropping there. Texture has his second round of jet knives.
11-5 from the Star.
What a performance.
But the job's not finished.
Another AD fault.
But this time with a little bit of mid presence. We haven't seen them do this.
But it will be matched by a turret.
Remember, they've been throwing the Smolly over the top 2 to clear it. I'm surprised they didn't try that here. It doesn't matter. Zelsis is dead.
Yeah, everyone was isolated. There's 3 members of Sentinels towards B. This is a perfect call from GenG.
Yeah, you got to be careful here. These gunfights are hard to win. A little bit of damage was dealt, yes. But you still have some mid-presence, and Meteor beautifully escapes. He tries to get away. John QT has to clear this. And there was no safe space. That's a gorgeous call from GenG.
That was unreal. What a beautiful, beautiful set play. The walk through mid.
Nice.
They have to save again.
Yeah. Momentum now the way of GenG. At what point do Sentinels call their own timeout?
It's got to be soon.
Oh my goodness.
Spike will go off. GenG will get to 3. And again, I think it's a lot of the dynamic rounds that we've seen from the attack on the other side of Texture's ace have been splendid.
Yep. And now if you're Sentinels, you're worried about mid for the rest of the game. Is another split going to happen when they're doing their A default in the beginning? It opens up the map for the attacking side. You're able to be rent-free in the mind of Sentinels.
Yeah, and I realize now as Sentinels will call a timeout, give us a moment to discuss things. I was questioning in the moment. They've been dropping that molly to clear out the turret. You clear out that turret, and then the surprise is given away, right? Like, they tucked in the smoke. That was such a beautiful call.
Very high IQ play. Because you're 100% right. If that turret gets broken early on,
somebody has
Sentinels
to look.
has to pick it up.
Exactly.
You shift over a player at B. Them not breaking that turret at the timing they did as that A hit is coming through. There's still 3 players towards B. I mean, that's a wonderful call from Munchkin. He may be sitting at 1 kill, but his calling right now is phenomenal. And what a comeback into this half off the ace of Texture.
Very similar to what we saw in Lotus. 2 rounds now between these 2 Titans.
It's kind of insane, like Sentinels, with the way that they won all of those rounds in the retake scenarios and whatnot, their economy has lasted 4 rounds. It's the 4th round, they still have money. But right here, it will be broken if GenG can win this round. Finally put Sen on an eco, perhaps. Such an uphill battle that GenG had to climb. And they're just one step away.
It seems like they've crested the mountain, or close to it. Almost at the summit. Look at the respect mid.
Yeah.
Look at Sasi's positioning. You're absolutely right, Dre.
Rent-free. Absolutely rent-free.
Zekin holding B-line with the op. GenG a much slower approach to this round.
Yeah. And this is Munchkin's highlight of IGLing. His changes of pace. I mean, the pace in the first 5 rounds, it was A hit, A hit, A hit, A hit, A hit. Now a very, very slow approach. But there's 4 members of SEN here, and that Viper's Pit is infested as well. You kind of have to flip sight in this moment.
They're not committing to this.
Oh,
they are now. That's going to flush out the pit. Or at least attempt to. Meanwhile, that dart tagging a couple of people. A really good idea was waiting on the other side. 30 seconds left. The spike's still not down. They realize that, I mean, the vast majority of the defenses are here. If they decide that they're going to go up any bit further, it's going to be with a fight. Texture still alive. And still fragging. He's so far back. You're absolutely right. Lockie is tucked. Just waiting on the other side of the pit, waiting for his moment to strike. What is that? John finds him.
Knock it down.
That was the trap the entire time. They still have this pit up. They're still going to have to find a way around it. Zels is falling. Zekin 2. Can John 1v3? I don't know if there's enough time for this anyway. The tap, the spam.
Yes.
The 4th round for GenG.
Back-to-back 4th win.
That is an unbelievable round to win for GenG. Sentinels did so many things to make it hard on GenG to win that round.
Borderline impossible.
They pre-fired the Viper's Pit. Everything was leading the way of Sentinels, delaying that spike being planted. But Lakia, he may be sitting at 1 kill, but sneaking through there, getting the spike planted with Wingman was everything. Taking all that space back sight, it gives his team the information that John's not playing in the Viper's Pit. No one was there. And it's such a risky play, but you gotta make those in times like this. And look, it's been A, so many rounds from GenG. Now they throw a B hit in.
The dart from the defense already clearing out back A. They've got a lot of space too. The alarm bot's gonna give the position away. They've got to understand that the timing window to hit B is now. Texture's already dashed back sight. KRU not far off.
What?
It's traded 1 for 1. The fadeaway Molly finding value for Zelsis. But Lockie is still there.
Yeah, and so much space gathered as well on this A site.
I mean, they were just so decisive on the hit. But Texture down. Lockie is swinging backside, only finding 1. But a valuable one at that. It's now a 2v2. TenZ and Sasi. Sasi, who was heroic in these first couple of rounds, but has since gone quiet. Looking to deliver again against Munchkin and Meteor.
He's in such a good spot right now. He might get double swung, though.
There's no way anybody clears this, not in a position like that. Beautiful positioning for Meteor. Sasi tapping, down to 1, 6 bullets left. Munchkin's Molly's gonna buy some time, and that might be all he needs. As the clock continues to tick away, the spike continues to go off. It will expire.
Can't help.
As GenG has tied us up at 5. Unreal.
What was it that Zelsis said? Doesn't matter how you win, we won it. And their economy is flourishing, so they're chilling with that win. What a great timing to go B, though. Identifying that Sentinels have a bad economy. They finally broke it. They finally reached that summit, like you said. And they take fights, these long-range fights, towards B. They didn't expect the likes of the Vandal of Zekin in the beginning, and it being picked up from TenZ as well. But it makes a lot of sense, this approach from GenG.
Sentinels have bought into this again. Light armor and 5 rifles. The Thrash clears so much space.
They're able to pick that one up as well.
Yeah, but the defense is starting to attempt to bolster this site. No targets found. The spit out first. Texture being down is a big one. Sasi also striking. And they've thrown GenG into disarray. The 3 remaining members have to take a step back towards long. TenZ on the swing. And it's a threat, it's a tap, it's a bait. They've got to do something to try to dissuade and try to distract some of what Sentinels are trying to do here. But they've been pushed so far back. GenG cannot find an opening. They cannot find a way in. Sentinels punch back.
The B retake is something we haven't seen yet from Sentinels in this half. And they look damn good at it, just like they did today.
I mean, we sung the praises of the retake so much. I'm not really surprised.
And if you look at the timeline, it's only been retake wins from Sentinels.
Yeah.
Spike diffuses across the board. And it's because they're not giving those long-range fights right away. They're waiting for teammates to group up.
Let's get 7.
Waiting for GenG to fight. And Sentinels, they're wishing for a 7th round here. 2 big ultimates online for them. Lockdown, Hunter's Fury.
To close out the first half of Icebox, Texture popped his blades.
Second बहुत आ गया है.
And right now, GenG, all signs leading towards another B default. But Sen aren't buying it. They hear that jet smoke. Second, he's been kind of quiet since last map.
Yeah. They just set Munchkin up to go get the Orb B to have his ult online for this round.
Take flight. Ults don't matter when you have the KO ultimate available to you.
Sentinels should know that. That might be a free kill. It's just so tough to land that on the Jets. But he finds Lockheed.
Spike drop.
There's still a lot of threat from the attack here, though. They're not out of the woodworks yet. Oh, Meteor swinging into his death. I thought he had the timing on him, but he did not. Munchkin cannot do it on his own. Second asks for it. Sentinels get 7.
Not taking the bait, holding their ground at A that entire round, and taking the fight to GenG this time. What a change of pace at the very last round of the half.
But again, the exact same story that we saw on Lotus. It was Sentinels until it was GenG, and then it was 7-5 to take us to halftime. We'll see how Icebox closes out.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Off time 2 minutes. I'll get my food.
Cover me, cover me, cover me.
It's not defeat that defines you. It's how you bounce back. Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
Two rounds separating these two squads. Elimination on the line. We've talked about the stakes, and we're going to talk about them again. Because this is the year for both of these squads. This is where either you punch a ticket to playoffs to the big dance where you're in top 8 and you're still in pursuit of the hardware, or you go home empty-handed. And that's a long off season to think on.
And not only making the playoffs, but probably being a favorite going into playoffs as well. Both these teams champions of their own right this year. Sentinels, Madrid winners. GenG, Shanghai winners.
The only two teams to have tasted international glory in 2024.
It's poetic.
Sentinels have the lead, but we know GenG, they do not go down without a fight.
Doug, GenG desperately need a pistol round win in this series. It might be just what takes them over the edge. And what an entry from Texture.
What a beautiful setup, the flash, the dart, everything was there, and Celsius is dead.
He's going for more, Doug.
Sentinels deciding that they still want to try to hit this site with Zekin up close. Munchkin getting the best of 10s, but Texture only finding another. They're weak though. 22 HP on Zekin. Meteor and Karan still remain for GenG. There's a lot of time left in this round. They can slow things down. They can quietly instill all, well, that wasn't quiet. Instill all the doubt into the minds of GenG.
And look at how their approach is so similar from both sides. Just group up, play together, push together.
Not even really interested in the orb. They want to find the timing. They want to capitalize on it.
Revealing area.
Attempting to clear out any utility that might have been there, and there is none because Meteor went for Sheriff.
And
armor.
And that dart will be seen on the mini-map from the side of GenG, so now they have a good idea. They're able to get a little bit more ahead. And remember, Zekin sitting low.
Yeah, Sasi's got to be careful here. He's the healthy one. He finds his one. But can the rookie deliver for GenG? Oh, he spotted the cape, betraying him twice.
I think he saw him. I think Sasi also saw him. Zekin turned instantly around.
Karen's having to accelerate here in a 1v2. Again, both targets weak. A stiff breeze will drop him, but that's now 4 pistols in a row. The way of Sentinels.
And last time around, Doug, Sasi was on the Gecko. This time, he's on Sova. He's known for it. And he looks so comfortable. He's 14-7, and his pistol round impact has been impeccable.
Spike down A.
That trade, by the way, of Zekin onto Texture was unbelievable. That was so much impact right there. Zekin was sitting at 1 shot. To connect a headshot in a moment like that when you're doing a 180. Insane.
To go from winning 1 pistol to winning all 4. I mean, what a drastic change. Zekin's gonna get gooped, Texture's gonna get aggressive, but it's a Guardian shoved down his throat. The gun difference here for Sentinel, so nice. There's really no way for GenG to put up a resistance. They don't have the weaponry. They don't have the health. They don't have the personnel.
Spike planted.
Karen's gonna get his one, but again, Zekin closes the round as Sentinels get to 9.
Very decisive anti-eco from Sen. Just full sending it A. It was a great flash from Lakia. But Zekin dropping the smoke on himself. Everybody else, the supporting cast of Sentinels, just spamming away, understanding that there's only one way Zekin dies in that moment. And it's Texture walking into that smoke. It's a pretty healthy buy right now from Sen. They didn't drop any rifles or any Spectres that they bought into the round. And it will be the first full buy for GenG.
Pacey take across the middle of the map. Every single member with crosshairs trained there too. Look at that, a 1-for-1. Zelsis takes a step back. You see the pings on the minimap. He's spotted here. This is a dangerous fight.
4 members taking a fight against Zelsis. That's full information relayed.
Texture's so weak. But he somehow stays alive and somehow cleans up 10s before he even hits the ground. But of course, it's Sasi. Who else? He's been so steady. He's been so stalwart. He's been so successful here. And on the international stage again, trying to drag Sentinels across the finish line. Meteor's left in a 1v2, and Sasi gets another. Sentinels get to 10.
Sasi has been lights out this entire map. We keep praising his name.
17-7 is absurd.
And he almost has another Hunter's Fury. He did that all with a Bulldog. Texture, he just couldn't settle those shots on the Zelsis right away. It brought him low enough. But just cold.
Oh, the smirk and the wink. The guy knows what he's doing, man. 3 in a row for Sentinels. Another bonus converted. GenG, remember, they found success in this exact same play, but this time cautious now. 56 HP. He's got a rifle. One of only 2 that are standing up is Lakia. Gets aggressive, finds his one. They're dealing a lot of damage here, but as soon as there's a window for GenG, Sentinels slam it. How in the world does Meteor do this? Can he be a spark? Can he be magic? Both targets found, but neither of them claimed. Zekin gets 3 as Sentinels get to 11. And the light slowly starting to fade for GenG.
Doug, the pace that Sentinels have been putting on GenG in this attack half, it's been so quick. It's like they implemented GenG's own game plan of their attack onto them. But the difference is, Sentinels on their defense played a full retake style. GenG on their defense are trying to fight Sentinels, and it's just not going their way. When Sen are on point, when they're dialed in, they have some of the most cracked aimers in the world.
Different look early on. Sentinels again with a lean towards A. Texture has an op this time, and that's exactly where they're headed. That tag is going to get 2. Munchkin gets his 1, though. Lakia trying to stay alive, has to take a step back as John looks to settle the shots, and it's Meteor who wins it out. Can Texture claw them back into this? It's Zelsis left alone, a 1v3. Lakia's weak, yes, but so is Zelsis. And he's outnumbered here. Meteor gets to 3 as GenG gets 6.
It was a crazy ult from Saucy in the beginning of that round, getting a collat tag.
I thought he was going to get 2 there.
Yeah, right? But the movement, the finesse and backside. Texture finding a window of opportunity. Lakia seeing a barrel, a glimpse of something.
I didn't even think it was a barrel. It might have just been the effects of the gun.
Meteor going huge as well in screens.
And I think that's the question now, right? Is who's going to step up for GenG? In that round, it was Meteor. Texture still has the op.
Deploying drone.
And a different look from Sentinels. It's been all A, all day. Drone will get a tag. Saucy is truly in a flow state right now. He pre-fired that. Didn't even see him.
There's a lot of the defense here, including Texture and his op.
Yeah, Texture wants blood. He's hunting for it, but it looks like Sen have something cooked up. A little pop flash play, perhaps.
Will he find a target? He's taken the line. Nothing found yet.
Look at this from Sen.
This freeze is crazy, but the problem is they're on the clock. You can't stay in this state forever.
Look at the mini-map. Just biding their time. It's a free B site right now.
Second with a massive shot. The op is down. Lakia and Munchkin with 2 ults. Rotating back B, and there it is, the first popped. Saucy managing to get the spike down, though, as Tens. Back sight, plucking one down, trying to turn the flash, succeeds, but dies. Now numbers still the way of Sentinels. With the spike down, John QT looks to get away. A couple of parting shots, his threats as Lakia falls. Munchkin on his own, a 1v3. He's got it down to 1. A 1v1, can Munchkin deliver? Perhaps the biggest 1v1 of his career. The tap, there, the swing, but Zelsis walks out on top. Sentinels get to series point. He wasn't kidding. Sentinels said they were out for blood. That's exactly where they're at now.
Just gotta let it sit right now. Texture, too many targets to look at. Getting double swung in that moment. What a freeze, though, from the side of Sen. It made 2 members that were supporting Texture in that moment rotate all the way back into A site.
Replying with the trash.
No info was gathered towards B. The spots that Sentinels were hiding at. The operator doesn't get value in that moment. I don't blame GenG for rotating over. It's very common for teams to leave a solo operator posted on that B line, but it's a false sense of security that was their demise. And this might be the last time out that GenG will take at Champs 2024, Doug. Economy not looking too hot from the side of GenG. And the ultimate economy is off the charts right now for Sentinels. You guys will all see it when this timeout ends.
I mean, what do you say to your team in a moment like this? If you're GenG, what do you say if you're solo here?
You gotta pray.
All you can do is band together. It's exactly what you just saw the coaching staff do on the screen. There's the ults that you were just talking about. 4 of 5 the way of Sentinels. They've got everything they could possibly want. Remember, on Lotus, they got to the 1 yard line, and then GenG put together a ferocious comeback, but it wasn't enough. Can they do it again? And can they close out the map here?
Sentinels are wise to something.
Yeah, the Dizzy going up. They know.
And you can't recover that either, Doug.
Exactly, that's not a Dizzy. They're going to be able to scoop back up.
Sentinels understood that they're at match point right now. It's elimination for GenG. Players get desperate at a time like this. They want to force things, make things happen. That's why you see a red wall across the board. Nobody has really pushed past the barrier.
That desperation can be a fine line, though.
I mean, look at the mini-map. From the start of the game, it was 3 players towards A, a shift towards mid now. There was a dagger used.
Texture's going to be called upon to deliver. The hour has struck. Can he arrive? No! Saucy overwhelms him. With the rest of Sentinels behind him, they push forward, looking to take A. Can Karen hold the line? The flash in his face. He will crumble too. Now just 1 rifle up for GenG. Hopes and dreams of a year. Potentially falling short right now. Yes, they raised the trophy in Shanghai. But it would have been so much sweeter to do so in front of a home crowd. But now, Lockie and Munchkin doing their best to keep this thing up, to keep it competitive. They're gonna have to navigate the pit. Every single member crumbling. Tonight, Seoul burns red. Sentinels survive.
It feels like Sen always take the hard route, Doug. And this one was really, really tough. What a fight from GenG. But it was Sen besting GenG on the maps that they bested them in the final the last time around. Closing it out on Icebox.
Heartbreak for GenG. The weight of the year. The expectations, the hopes, the aspirations. Coming up short. And so GenG bow for the last time in 2024. Bested by Sentinels. Again, the only 2 teams that have tasted international glory this year. But it's Sentinels who come out on top. Nothing but love between the 2 players, between the 2 squads, as you can see on your screens.
A lot of respect.
Oh, a ton. From the coaching staff to the players, from top to bottom. Well, you can always count on Zelsis Tad. Let me give you a moment. What a performance, man.
It was ridiculous. We said it in the last match against FPX. Once this team gets momentum, they're full steam forward, full train ahead. They're an unbelievably rehearsed squad.
Well, and the thing is, I think for Sentinels, as you think about stage 2 and you think about playoffs, for most of stage 2, we thought, okay, Sentinels are peaking at the right time.
Yeah.
They're going to head into champs, and they're going to head into champs strong, confident. They have a chance to make a run, but they hit a couple of stumbling blocks along the way, and we thought, okay, what team is showing up in Seoul? Is it going to be the stage 2 team, or is it going to be the playoffs team that struggled, that stumbled, that in a lot of ways failed to meet the expectations? But this is the Sentinels from Madrid. This is the Sentinels from stage 2.
And it's all going back to comfortability, going back to their old composition, playing what they know, the tried and true. They look phenomenal in these moments. That was such a big moment from Texture. That ace, it almost brought them all back. Definitely brought back the half.
But it just wasn't enough. No. They got pushed. The score does not tell the whole story, man.
And it's just tough as well for GenG, not winning a single pistol round. That first map truly came down to that, a 13-9.
You don't win against the best in the world when you struggle on pistols that much. Sentinels saw that the first time they played. They made the adjustments that they needed, and you mentioned it was the difference maker on the first, and that closes out the series for them. We're going to throw it down to Zekin, who's standing by on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
Hello everyone, I'm joined by Sentinel Zekin. Congratulations on your win, Zekin.
Thank you.
센티넬의 제켄 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. 젠지와의 두 번째 경기였는데 이번에 센티넬이 승리를 하게 됐습니다. 오늘 경기 승리 소감부터 들어보도록 하겠습니다. This was your second game against GenG and you took it home this time. How was it the second time around?
It was amazing. Thankfully, we got it pretty clean, 2-0 instead of a 5-map series, but we're just really happy to get the win.
오늘 아주 깔끔한 2대0 경기를 가져가게 돼서 너무 좋고요. 사실 5번째 맵까지 뭔가 5게임을 하게 될 거라고 예상했지만 생각보다 빨리 끝나서 기분이 좋다고 하네요. 중요한 순간마다 만나는 젠지, 그리고 젠지의 아이스박스 이전에 만난 적이 있지만 그때보다 계속해서 촘촘해지고 있었던 아이스박스였는데 오늘 맵픽 보고 좀 어떤 식으로 접근을 해서 승리를 가져가게 된 건지 물어보도록 하겠습니다. You know, you've met GenG on Icebox and they've been improving, like their Icebox is known to be flawless, but so when you saw the map pick today, what was your game plan?
I'm back.
Our game plan was just to hopefully shoot better, win on the aim duels. Icebox is such a aim duel heavy map, so usually whoever is feeling it more tends to win. So we just came in with a lot of energy and tried to win all our fights.
You've done it before. Doing it again, right? 자, 아이스박스가 워낙 듀얼 뭔가 에임적으로 중요하기 때문에 오늘도 이전에 해봤던 듯이 다시 뭔가 에임 집중해서 오늘 경기를 치렀다고 하네요. 그리고 다음 상대 플레이오프 진출하고 나서 내일 드로우를 통해서 만나게 되는데 가장 만나고 싶은 팀과 그리고 가장 피하고 싶은 팀 한번 물어보고 싶네요. You're off to the playoffs, but you'll find out your opponent at the draw tomorrow. So I want to ask, who do you want to meet the most and who do you want to avoid the most?
I don't really have anyone I want to play or don't want to play. I'm just excited to play whatever the strongest team is possible. I just want to play the best.
Oh, the strongest, whatever comes your way? 누굴 만나는지 사실 그렇게 뭔가 선호하거나 그런 건 없고 그냥 강한 팀을 만나서 이기고 싶다고 합니다. 센티넬의 제켄 선수 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. That was Sentinel Zekin, and we'll be back after the break to see Fanatics and KRU.
Cost of it there किया अस्सी 30,000 से शुरू है 80 चाहिए फीचर ले लेंगे एम लैब चालू कर दो दोस्तों फिर फेडेड लगेगा फिर
Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Versus Fnatic. 2 minutes. 10 minutes पकड़ लो guys. Start next. Game 2.
got the same mind.
Welcome back, everyone, to day 9 of Champion Seoul, and what a result we just witnessed after losing in the opening game of Champion Seoul 2-0 on what seemed like an easy clap from GenG. Sentinels bounced back and sent the home team, well, home. They're eliminated. GenG's out of the competition. This whole bad boy is wide open, and the winner of the train to playoffs, it's SEN City. They stand tall today, of course, here back at the desk with Achilleos and Paper Thin, who, you know, molding a little bit, but it's completely understandable. That was honestly an incredible showing from Sentinels, but man, I did not see that coming at all. Not like that.
I think unfortunately around the half is when we saw it coming. Yeah. It was looking all right. We had that ace from Texture. It's like, okay, there's some good moments happening here. That's when Texture's gonna get fired up. Expecting, you know, that run back, like when he got that ace on Lotus versus Paper X all the way back and, you know, the beginning of stage 2, like, okay, this is where he's activated. They're gonna come online, and then we got to the second half, and I'm just like, it's not coming together. No pistol wins, no bonuses.
Yeah,
picked up.
Miserable.
Yeah, I mean, you're giving 6 rounds off the break there. I mean, it's kind of hard, you know, to like bounce back over that. GenG were at a deficit.
This was GenG just not looking like the GenG that we had come to expect coming into this tournament. It's not the GenG that we saw when they were able to take down Sentinels 2-0 at the start of this group. This was a completely different look, and it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. You know, they still had an incredible year as the first year coming together as a team, but for Sentinels, they are looking red hot.
Yeah, and credit to Sentinels here. They played really, really well.
They did.
They did a lot of good things. They did a lot of things way better than GenG. I mean, yeah, you could look at that game and say, okay, GenG made a lot of mistakes or didn't do the X, Y, Z, and they did, and players didn't step up behind Texture. Texture was having a tremendous performance throughout both maps, but no one was consistently there to really give GenG that normal second layer that they have. And a lot of that was, you know, Sentinels is doing a great job picking apart the retakes, doing all these great things, using their own retakes extremely well to completely dismantle GenG. I mean, top to bottom, Sentinels just outplayed them today.
Zero retakes.
Yeah.
That's not a GenG.
Well, I do want to say real fast, so it doesn't take anything away from the incredible season that GenG has had. So, regardless, I mean, what a run they've had, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they could do next season. Now, let's go ahead and move on to the match at hand here. We have Fnatic taking on KRU, and, just like with our previous matchup, there is some history between these two teams. This time around, it goes, I'm going to take you back to the Wayback Machine, 2021, when KRU went on a run at Champions and eliminated Fnatic. Now, granted, both teams looked a little different back then. Some looked way different than others, but KRU, they've been undersold time and time again. Fnatic have been hyped up I would say oversold, but hyped up time and time again.
Ooh,
feels
like on landmine.
It's perfectly fine. I don't pay attention to social media anyway. So, that being said, kind of feels like we're back in an interesting position here, Achilleos.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a time capsule, I think, and man, would it be wild if KRU could do it again, because then the stage is set, and I have to beg the question, could KRU, do they face off against Sentinels again?
Oh, yeah.
Eliminate
Things
them
have been wild this tournament.
once more? There's been some craziness that has happened.
There really has been, but Boaster was there on the fateful day back in 2021. So let's actually see what he had to say earlier on.
It's time to check in with Boaster from Fnatic. Now, you've spoken about this in the past, losing to KRU at Champs 2021. Keeps you up at night, so I've heard, the nightmares that it gave you. So talk me through what that was like, how much you've grown as a player since then, and how much of today's, rematch is about redemption.
Yeah, when it comes to the big losses in these big international tournaments, it's a tough one to bite, especially, at nighttime. I can't sleep. But today, I'm full trust in my boys, full confidence. Win or lose, we're just going to go out there and we're going to give it our all. I believe that we can win. I'm very confident in that, and that's what we have to just keep going by and just playing together. We know how good we can be. It's just, let's show up today and show everyone else how good we can be too.
What about facing Kesnet again?
Yeah, Kesnet, I remember him on Haven. That's why I picked Haven this time, because we got Alfia now. And I think Alfia will be a nice challenge for him, for sure, especially on whatever Asian Alfia plays.
All right, thank you very much, Boaster. Good luck today.
We got a little bit of a spoiler on that one for the map draft, but we'll talk about that in a little bit. Now, let's actually reflect on that DRX Fnatic game, because in a similar well, not necessarily in a similar fashion to what we saw with GenG and Heretics, this time around DRX were absolutely in control. Once they won that Abyss game, Lotus just seemed to be their bread and butter, and Paperthin, DRX looked great in that. Fnatic, definitely, you were starting to see the cracks in the armor a little bit there.
And Fnatic said it was one of the worst games they've ever had. So take from that what you will. I think you can say that DRX just came in with a really, really good game plan on Lotus, kind of changing up their comp a little bit with some players swapping roles. Foxy9 came out hot on the chamber. Yeah, he didn't have a ton of impact as the map went on, but DRX just read the map really, really well, shut Fnatic down in one of their best maps, at least historically.
Yeah.
And now you kind of got to wonder, well, Lotus no longer maybe that tried and true kind of map that they can go to when things are going sideways for them. What's going to be the backup plan? Is it going to be Haven, like Boaster just said in the interview? I think we got a little bit of a spoiler there.
Yeah.
But is that going to be good enough?
I really don't know. And I think that one of the things that we need to see is a hot start from the side of Fnatic. That Abyss, it was very contentious, but then things just really fell apart from them after dropping that map to the likes of DRX, because we talked about it on the broadcast. Every single time that those two teams had played against each other previously, it had always gone to 3. It was never easy. But this time, Fnatic very quickly ran out of steam, and they couldn't really do much. It was another 13-6 scoreline there on that second map.
But one player that Boaster did big up in that interview was Alfier, who, regardless, was putting up great numbers against DRX. And, this team, in the past, right, Alfier was that impact duelist. He was this young player that was shocking everyone, really elevated Fnatic to another level. But it seems like here now, Fnatic are kind of living or dying based on how well this guy is performing. So it makes you wonder, right? Like, if Alfier shows up today, it could be trouble for KRU.
Absolutely, and it's kind of like, but the concern is it could be kind of like what we just saw with GenG, right? Yeah. Where one player is stepping up and nobody else is there with him. I mean, he had almost 20 kills more than anyone else on his team in that DRX match, Alfier. I mean, he was absolutely frying, but nobody else was backing him up. The kind of contact play behind him just wasn't there.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, for Alpha in that series in particular did have a little bit of a vendetta. It was talked about, you know, he got sent home by DRX while he was on home soil. So I think that there was certainly that drive behind him, but he is just so damn consistent. And Fnatic really need him to have a strong performance coming into this. But again, you know, like you said, comparing to GenG, you need to see that support system around him.
Yeah, indeed. You want to see it build around him, and they have in, you know, matches prior, events prior, so no shocker if it happens again here today. And that is going to be a new player that this crew lineup is going to have to deal with. So let's jump over to the other side, send it back over to Yinsu, standing by with Shy.
I've got Shy from KRU here with me and Dan to do some translations as well. Now, when it comes to the map pool between you and Fnatic, it is very similar. You guys like Haven, you like Lotus as well. So what do you think, in your opinion, would be the difference between the two teams? What is it that KRU is better than Fnatic on?
Siento que lo que vamos a destacar más va a ser la hora de la presión. Siento que nuestro equipo se maneja mejor. Hemos estado en muchas situaciones de presión al borde de quedar eliminado y siento que eso nos va a dar como ese plus. Y también el hecho de que ambos equipos juguemos nuestros mejores mapas va a ser un espectáculo para la gente. Así que nada, quedar el mejor.
I think where we're going to be shining the most is the pressure situations. We've been in a lot of situations where we're about to get eliminated and we need to come through. So also the fact that we have a similar map pool is going to be like just a show, just an amazing show for everybody.
See who was better today. Thank you very much, Dan, and Shai, good luck.
Ooh, boy. All right. Well, look, to quote the poet of our time, Nelly, it's getting hot in here. I crack myself up. And here's the thing. I'm not talking about the weather because I'm dying. Okay, real talk.
Yeah, you are dying up here.
I'm sweating my butt off all over the place. But real talk, though, you know, cringe aside, Heat was genuinely that guy this week. He has been on fire for this team. And again, his story this year has been so incredible. Coming in as a substitute for the team, you know, having been in a Brazilian team last year, not really finding much success in that regard, changing up the role, not playing the duelist anymore, being more of an impact player. I mean, guys, this dude has been an X factor for this team, but can he do it here today against Fnatic?
I mean, I think he absolutely could. I mean, this is another one of those names that is very storied and has been around the block, has been in international competition, global competition in the past. And I mean, if he can get heated up, not to make the dad joke here with the dads, then it is going to be a scary thing because this is somebody who can go toe-to-toe with the likes of Alpha here on the opposite side.
Neither one of us are fathers, by the way. Just wanted to stress that, unless I don't know anything about it. You know? Unless I found something out and my wife didn't tell me. But in case, now here's the thing. For more on that win over BLG, here's Keznit with our Omen player moment. You're okay, Seth?
Yeah, I'm doing all right.
Yeah?
Buenas, soy Kenny Deus, duelista de KRU. Obviamente se siente demasiado bien y demostrarle al mundo que tenemos nivel. Me siento extremadamente confiante y creo que nunca me había sentido tan confiante de mis compañeros que tengo al lado, que cualquiera se puede sacar una ronda y puede dar vuelta a todo y nos da ese como momentum de esa partida y creo que nunca había sentido algo así, como que todos mis compañeros pueden carrear o hacer una ronda demasiado buena. Teníamos que jugar bien, no extremadamente bien para ganarle y es bueno igual porque te da este partido, creo que nos va a dar un poco más de momentum y seguir disfrutando igual un poco más de Corea. Está bonito.
Isolates the players further back. Heat called upon, does well with one. Keston and Heat in unison, somehow outdoing them here. I thought Billy got everything right, and K-Knight, sadly the one who took all that damage early on, the one who suffered from that outlaw, can't handle them all.
Hoy día tuvimos un mental demasiado bueno, así que creo que deberíamos llegar con esa misma mentalidad y si es que se pierde un mapa, no debería bajar. Para probar nuestro nivel tenemos que jugar contra los mejores equipos del mundo. Obviamente uno se siente bien porque está demostrando que nosotros también tenemos el nivel y podemos lograrlo. Entonces obviamente se te viene todo encima y es como un montón de emociones buenas que nos da.
Now this KRU lineup, they are genuinely the ultimate underdogs. They've been the underdogs since inception, it feels like, but I feel like coming into this one, Paper Thin, you know, they have to have a lot of confidence because the pressure is on Fnatic here, right? If anything, this is, you know, one of the best teams coming out of EMEA, a team that could very reasonably win this event. So you got to wonder if you're crew here, you're like, hey, I'm playing with house money. Let's see what we could do here.
I mean, in some ways, I think that's true. But I think for crew, there's a lot to prove, right? Like, they had a really rough go of it in the middle of the year, right? They lost, what was it, 6-7 matches in a row? Or,
yeah, 6 in a row, or 5 in a row.
And I think that ties to what we just heard in the interview, right? Like, you really want to bounce back. Like, have that mentality that no matter how bad it's going, we have that ability to come back and play good. And they have shown that this year. And it's just, this could be a real test of that. Fnatic's a very good team. And even though it's been a lot of 2-0s in this tournament, which is kind of crazy, but look, today may be a little bit different. I expect this to be 2-1. I think Crew's really going to push Fnatic today. I really like what I'm seeing out of this team in terms of their fundamentals, the coordination. They just need players to step up a little bit. Yeah, and of course, when we talk about both squads, you got to highlight the impact players on each side of the field. We just heard from Kesnet just a second ago, but also let's not forget about Durka, because he always in the conversation, you know, such a talented player, has always brought his A game, but these two have squared off against one another before, Achilleo, so this is going to be a little bit of a rematch here as well.
Yeah, I mean, Kesnet, the last time out, that 2-1 victory for the side of Crew, he was able to outdo Durka. It wasn't by a significant margin, 4 kills separating them, I believe, at the end of that set, but it was Kesnet coming out on top, having played Raze and Reyna in that series. Do I think that's going to happen here today? No, probably not, but it could still come through. Every now and then you get that stray Reyna thrown into the mix. But Kesnet, both of these players are players that when they are on, they are absolutely on. They look like world beaters. They look like some of the best duelists in the world. And I would just love to see that peak be hit here in this matchup. It's elimination. Leave nothing on the table. Let's not have another 2-0 series to determine a team's fate. Let's just watch this clash go all the way to 3 and have these two leading the charge.
Yeah, I'd really prefer that, to be completely honest. I mean, it's been a while.
It would help me forget.
Yeah, let's wipe clean my memory from what just happened a few
doing that later tonight
ago.
as well, so.
A little Men in Black, you know, you got the device.
Please, if you have one in your pocket, I'll
look for it. I think I left it in the back. Sorry about that. We'll get it later.
No, but seriously, I mean, I really think these are really good teams. I think Kesnet can take over matches, so can Durka. Heat can take over matches, Alfier can. There's a lot of players on both sides, but it needs to be a team effort for both of these teams. When they've lost, sometimes it's been relying on one player to kind of just try to carry them over the line, but nobody else can really step up with them.
Yeah, well, you saw the fan poll there. The fans are saying Fnatic could walk away with this win, but Crew have proven time and time again to be the ultimate underdogs. It's Fnatic and Crew Visa. They're ready to fight on the stage for their lives. Let's send it over and make this bad boy happen.
Crew.
Fnatic. Hot है क्या?
Back in 2021, we saw a barn burner between these two teams. Crew managed to come out on top that time, and Fnatic since then have only grown stronger. So, the question is, can Crew repeat history, or will Fnatic stop them here and now? We take a look at the series layout. You got Sunset, Haven, and Lotus if we go the distance. How are we feeling about this one, Achilleos?
I think that this one's actually quite intriguing for the side of Crew. I think that this is actually a pretty decent shout for them to be able to potentially get this victory here. I mean, we heard it from Boaster, kind of spoiling things ahead of time with that Haven coming through, wanting to go back to that map pick and get a little bit of revenge, rewrite that history. But will that revenge mindset
I mean, sometimes you could be chasing ghosts here, you know what I mean? And that's where things get a little concerning, because you really want to try and, you know, get back at them. But honestly, you let Kesnet go wild on Haven, I don't know what would happen there, Paper Thin. That could be problematic for them.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think at the other side of the coin, Fnatic's comp with that Yoru on Haven is really tough to deal with. They're really smart, really cagey.
That's true.
They maneuver around the map so well. The calling's phenomenal from Boaster. I mean, I know Crew likes this map veto. I think that in general, a lot of fans are going to look at that and lean tightly Crew, but I don't know, man. I have this feeling about Fnatic right now where they've been so good on Lotus. They were 6-0 on it coming into this stage. 5-0 on Haven coming into this stage. So for some reason, I feel like that might just be it.
It could be, but again, I look back, I think about what we just saw in the last series.
I know, now
Lotus was another good one, right?
My brain is telling me one thing, and my heart is telling me something completely different.
It's just something about these boys, these crew guys, and the thing is out in that Billy matchup, what I was really paying attention for was, does crew beat them down?
They did.
And they did. That's what you needed to see. That tells me that this is a team that is punching at the weight class that they need to be at, and I think there could be a strong possibility here that Fnatic might not be ready for the smoke. Now we take a look here at the agents and what we get, nothing all that crazy, but you're gonna let Kesnet fly around and zip across that map on Neon could be dangerous for the boys over from EMEA.
Yeah, and trying to contain that Neon is going to be the biggest thing here for Fnatic to really shut down this comp. I mean, obviously, you know, map win percentage not the greatest here for them, but there's still an immense amount of firepower, so he is gonna be on point as well. That is such a dynamic duo that allows crew to go ahead and get these site entries opened up for themselves.
It's something that DRX really struggled with against crew on Haven, was the way Kesnet was just kicking doors in, sliding past angles. They weren't able to keep track of him at all. I think he was 5-0 on first kills to first deaths. He really was problematic on that agent.
I think the biggest thing here for crew coming into this one, they have something major to prove. They've always been that underdog. They want to prove that that is not the case anymore. They want to be considered one of the best teams in the world, and if they can take down Fnatic, they'll be one step closer to that.
We got a high stakes matchup here, and we got just the casters for the gig. It's Pansy and Steel for the call.
Thank you, GB in the desk. And genuinely, you know, the phrase chasing ghosts really stood out to me there that GB was discussing. And the fact Fnatic are haunted by the history of this matchup, a messed up veto previously in 2021, still so present in their minds. But Josh, now we've got a totally different veto, very different maps coming through here. I mean, Haven's still lingering, but let's start on the first. Where's your mind going to? We've seen so much of this in EMEA through playoffs, but only playoffs.
We might have a fast opening here, so I might have to hold that thought for a second as crew does their, you know, that contact walk in on pistols. They love it. I think the last match they might have gone A side with this. Now they're towards B, just here on the defense. Fnatic comfortable with these retakes.
Yeah, I'm looking at the positioning as well from Fnatic too. Early post towards middle, a very passive hold from Hero, who's been very, very solid for them. Of course, that newer addition. And he's already being tested, a little bit of a pressure, but they were willing to give up the site. That was an intended approach, but Keston, it's a problem! Still a problem! A stark reminder of this man's danger. Oh, and they're now going to have to try and walk their way back in. This is so good from crew. A little bit of damage, yes, but we need more. Not going to get it. Hero now left in a 1v3. Clutch as he can be. They already have a nice post-plant setup. And Kesnet just toying with him, but that's what you get. There's still two more to find, Josh. That's almost too much, surely.
I've seen this before from Hero.
I don't think we're going to be seeing it again this time. Trying as he can.
Not with that dart in his body.
So little to be done. Damn good try. Didn't get it to halfway. Crew get away with round one. Very nicely done.
Fnatic only started to introduce their Sunset into Stage 2 playoffs. Not the normal stage, the playoffs. Correct. We've seen them only run it a few times. They've run the same composition here. So we kind of know what to expect a little bit, but they shied away from this basically since the and now they brought it in. It's going to be taken here at Champs. What I look for Fnatic here, though, is defense side, Hero, the Cypher, and then also Chronicle back on that Sova role where he plays his best.
Keep your eyes on him going forward on the other side. Of course, Kesnet even said earlier in those interviews that he is one of the players that caused them so many problems, and maybe on Haven we'll expand on it further in regard to what they intend to do, but a little trap set up here. Clearly been working, cooking some bits up, but Shy's not going to fall for this. He has no need to over-explore on his own. He doesn't want to give up any of these weapons. So playing very, very considered here, crew. Bulldogs coming out, Stinger, and of course Shy does only have that Ghost, so willing to lose one. The rest, you wouldn't want to see anything drop beyond that, really. Maybe the Stinger. But Shy will be the one to receive the vast majority, and he sees pretty much everything.
The important thing to look at is, I guess, the silver lining of Alpha dying, getting one tap last round. He had full abilities, so now he keeps them, and this could be just, if they can do a lot of damage with these classics, that's huge. Right now, crew, understanding that the flank's coming in.
Yeah, the flash going to force one of the players off the angle. Stun comes in, he going to calm the approach. Yeah, this is lovely from crew, very clean, as Chronicle the last one alive. And this is great so far from them, kind of setting the standard. And when we talk about KRU, it's always such a curious team. You see highs and lows from them, such a danger to come across in these specific matchups on those knockout stages, getting to the kind of quick of things. They are deadly and easily underestimated, and they really shouldn't be. So far, tick in the box. They lost out on Shy, but that was a loss they were willing to come in with.
Going into that first gun round here, this is going to be a big test. KRU so far has been going pretty slow, contacting their way in. And Fnatic hasn't guessed the right site. They did an A stack on first round, B stack on second round, and KRU went the opposite direction. If Fnatic's able to find out and get ahead of where KRU's going next, we could see a completely different result here. And I think they're going to be even comfortable playing those retakes anyways. We saw that constantly, how they employed those flanks consistently and knowing exactly how they want to play depending on what abilities and what ultimates they had in play here. KRU starting with maybe a little bit of a fake towards B pressure.
Both sides with a very early start, and Kesnet is happy to pressure. It's a little risk on the line, but he gets away and they remove that initial trap.
Or required, trip broken, information. They know Hero's towards B now, and Hero's gonna have to think about how he wants to use his trips in the future. You can already see one of the kill trips is on B site for that extension. They did this extension on pistol round, but the grouping towards B, know that Hero likes to play here a lot by himself. What the entrance trip is gone as well, dealt with. But Hero is usually so good to get a couple of kills and back away with his life.
Kesnet, the first man to step forward here, committed.
Oh, almost,
Easy.
almost.
Yeah, you can see them trying for it, but Hero not going to get the reward he wanted, and once again, KRU contain the site. Fnatic playing quite deep off-site, though. They've really only had Hero taking a couple of steps and easy to slip back towards CT. Still going to maintain some control towards market, but KRU already in that deep post-plant position, sitting happily towards B main. We've got to see what the pressure looks like here. What do they have to disrupt this? What do they have to push it out of position? Hero going to find Kesnet, but the trade's there, and the spam through the smoke begins. Just a messy battle now to start with, and Hero is claiming bodies. Halfway not achieved, though. Ult going to come through. Information is free-flowing, and Shy is doing some serious damage. This is the bonus, and it looks like it's going to be converted. Boaster can't do a thing about this. This post-plant is so devastating. Great shots, but it matters not. KRU going to get that third, and the bonus goes in the bag. They will be chuffed to bits with this.
It's a good start from KRU. Now, can they build on this momentum? That would be big. They cannot let Fnatic start getting into the game mentally. They can't let them get into the game with their ultimates. The first one going to come online is probably from Boaster. That's going to help with some of these retakes, deny the ability for KRU to be able to play the spam battle from B main on another second round. Getting close to some ultimates of their own for the side of KRU, but the first ones to come online are Cypher, Omen. They don't really help that much.
So we're looking at that one remaining rifle in Boaster's hands, Sheriffs to supplement, but KRU looking to extend their lead now.
Big damage. Nope.
There's an early note of where that rifle resides. Going to find that top middle. They now know where that is going to be positioned. And KRU taking their time, playing out this default, maybe looking for any of these stacks, any aggressive plays coming through from Fnatic. And KRU with the right read so far. Could be some danger over towards tiles, though. Once again, Shy. So much weight on his shoulders here, and he's found Boaster. The rifle going to be filtered back through towards Alpha, but still information's there. They've got the whole game plan. Red almost dealt with, but Hero does deliver a shot. Can't do much more. KRU are in control here. Now, Durka and Chronicle, the last two to collect, and they just shift back towards B. Lovely from Kesnet. This is nice from KRU. And again, this is when we start asking those questions, maybe a little further into this. This wasn't a map, as you highlighted, that Fnatic lent to throughout regular play in EMEA. This came out purely in playoffs when Abyss started to hit the rotation. We were questioning, is this just them sandbagging to make it look like they have a full map pool? But they willingly walked into this, Josh, and so far, I mean, KRU's looked substantially better.
Only one gun round has been played so far. Fnatic don't have to start stressing yet. KRU looking to be really confident with how they're moving around the map, taking the sites, going for those duels, winning a lot of them. Seems like Fnatic might be a little bit asleep at the moment. KRU changing their opening, taking middle first here. Smoke top mid, dart, clear it all out. Shy inching up in B main, finding out that they got the Cypher versus Cypher battle here. Kind of just deny this camera, baits out the stun as well. That's a good read on the setup. KRU might shift over towards A off the back of that, knowing that it might be a little bit less defended, but also...
Oh, nice shot from
Mr.
Melzer.
Durka, you can't be having that. Melzer is going to be so happy. Done great deals. Can just back away now. They've got a man advantage above a minute. These are all ticks in the box. Still got full utility as well. Smoke's there, Paranoia's there. MTA just got his util back off cooldown TP.
Just for info, finding out what the setup is here. If KRU commits to B, they cannot forget about this Astro Wall. They need to understand how it's going to be played, but without the paint shells there from Durka.
Oh, a little bit of a stall on the way in though. And now I'm going to know that Alpha is at least present here. Chronicle now considering middle in case there's another layer to this, but it is through
30 seconds left.
Boaster just cleared out all of A as well.
Big.
He sees this trip, he's trying to get past it.
I don't know if he's going to be able to without it being noted, but for now,
There he
it's
goes.
already looking like the
Oh,
site's
Marco.
falling. Kesnick going to crack it open. Alpha's gone down, and he's looking to follow it up. The pressure is outrageous, but Chronicle standing tall. 13 seconds. Oh,
3 kills
that's
for Chronicle.
the man wants the ace. Melzer got things started well, but it might end with a pretty big flourish here. But the time just has to live. Boaster just has to live. Chronicle, give him the crown in this one. This is what we're talking about, Josh. This man's capability activates in a map and a role like this.
When we talk about Fnatic, it's always Durka this, Alpha that, but the unsung heroes of the team, Hero and Chronicle, especially when they're on Cypher and Sova respectively, it's just, they're so good at locking down these positions. The way that they play the game means that Chronicle gets to play in the mid-rounds a lot more, he likes to play in the clutches, he gets to bait his teammates, but when he's able to just put his back against the wall and stutter step left, right, and then just tap them out, that's when I've seen so many clips of him in those situations, and we get another one for the real.
But that's an individual round of impact from a player, not the team. And a very aggressive start on attack to be had. Melzer's in trouble. Kesnick does at least trying to levy it back with one, so keeps it at least at a 4v4. And Kesnick is doing some serious lifting here. He's been taking space. He's been doing brilliantly on the entries. But now that's the first time we've seen an aggressive start from Fnatic that's rewarded at least.
Cosmic Divide still available. I wonder if Fnatic's going to pivot to defend that A site, play that retake on B. Middle completely cleared. Boaster going very aggressive here. The trip, I think, broken from either the shock or the ultimate for the Hunter's Fury. That cage is info. The sprint is info.
They cleared sight. Alpha just trying to control towards CT because, again, Kesnick is just doing wonders, taking all of this space, securing it perfectly. Plant is in. He's got his ult. He has his ult as well. Some big ultimates on the board now. MTA's in a bit of danger here.
Eyes on the Chronicle flank as well. As soon as Boaster shows himself at A link here, I think that's go time for Chronicle.
Oh, but Shy's been on the money. And an absolute heater. Looked like he was a little asleep at the wheel, and now he's seen a whole lot. He's in trouble. Gonna get pinched here. Pressure starting, Chronicle on the way. Not gonna have the same sort of reign as the last round. Falls away from this crew though, starting to feel the pressure on the site. The flood coming in from Fnatic, but Hero's fallen. Crew still standing, still holding. MTA denying any steps towards that spike. And it's just Alpha, and it feels like a formality. There's nothing more he can really achieve here. The double swing, Crew in full control.
I would not be in the slightest bit shocked to see a timeout coming in the favor of Fnatic right now, because what's been happening is Crew's able to get into the sites, get these post plants, and they've been converting it really well. The only time they got really locked out was when Chronicle sat at the back of the site, one by one, eliminated all of the players. So right now, Fnatic, your game plan right now is go for the retakes. They're not working for you. What else do you have in store? They tried a little bit of aggression there. Durka went down early after they got the pick with that Hunter's Fury. So the one-for-one trade, maybe not good enough. Are they going to have to find something else to stop Crew from getting into the site to begin with?
Furthermore, again, I don't like highlighting performances, but you've got to say Alpha and Durka being absent thus far. 0 to 6 for Alpha, Durka 1 to 6. They're not having the impact. And again, we don't necessarily look to them to have the highest impact. That's why we're looking at Hero and Chronicle, as we were discussing. But they are currently shying away from the light. They are really not finding their kills. They're not getting their 1v1s. I mean, we've seen Durka fall plenty of times on those extremities, not winning out on the other side. It's a pretty clear-cut performance between Shy and Kesnit. They're doing monstrous things. The amount of space Kesnit is getting them, their entry work is exceptional.
Yes.
It's all looking good for them. I don't know what Fnatic's options are.
Fnatic are laying out a red carpet and inviting crew. Hey, you get to come here. We got the cameras and everything. Just come walk in. You know, make yourselves look pretty. Right now, Durka's been not hitting any duels, and yeah, Alpha's sitting at 0-6, but he's on breach. He can't really activate until he stun splashes and has his teammates get the first kill. He comes in and starts trading it out. If that first opening's not even there, how is he supposed to get involved in the game here? And that's not really on him. That's about the positioning that Fnatic has and how they're always on the back foot.
I must wait a moment.
Camera dealt with early. Durka trying to slip into the space that they've carved away towards B main, but KRU's been very diligent in their clears. They've not been leaving many stuns unturned.
Durka actually had the Vandal purchased. He sold it in favor of the Bulldog here. Probably looking to get a kill before popping that showstopper. And a lot of effort into stopping KRU from getting into B main here. The aggression, though. They're going to get caught.
Yeah, Shy's seen it. There goes the ult, but how much of reward does he get? Not much at all. It's Hero Sheriff the only one to really sing for them so far. And now you're looking at that Bulldog, and it's just petering away. There's nothing to this. There's no punch to it. KRU are fully aware, fully prepared for what's being thrown at them. And those small silver linings, a pick here or there, are not enough for Fnatic. This is a great show of strength from KRU. This is why we were surprised by this veto a touch. Maybe seeing some cracks in the possibility, the worry. How well fleshed out is this for Fnatic? Was that just a sandbag pick throughout the playoffs? And at 1-6 probably here, it might just be one of those that they're gonna hopefully sooner forget. But it's not over yet as Durka's starting to warm up now. 2 kills and a 2v2. Hero with the Sheriff and it's down to pick, hold on! And now the ult on top, so they're gonna know where MTA is, but it's a 1v1. He's popped it, Durka, you're gonna do the dance, you're gonna dive in, he gets tagged! And now the spam, he's buying so much time here. He's got his dart up, that goes out, Durka's having his work cut out for him. He's trying to sit this to at least half. Again, the spam's perfect, MTA! Ice cold in the clutch. Looking unmoved by any of those dangers and threats. Fnatic really being held here on this one singular round.
Fnatic unable to endure in action there at B main, getting antsy, moving up, and getting caught out in the open. I think their idea of getting into B main, getting into the extremity, and getting in front of where KRU's going is the right idea. But they thought maybe KRU's going somewhere else, let's start moving up, let's start taking that space. They didn't need it. Had they kept that setup, I think maybe KRU falls into that trap. But instead, 6-1, they built the lead. But Fnatic back on another gun round here. We look at this veto, we're thinking, is this the perfect concoction for an upset?
It's gonna be Chronicle, stunner, oh, going on a third!
Chronicle.
Out of everyone to turn up, it is him. Still showing dominance, but they need more than this. It's just him giving them these rounds right now, that's it. We talk about individual impact, he's got them 3 this time. Surely they can get the rest, and they do. Durka just signs it and seals it, a flawless round, but we talk about repeatable success. How many times are we going to ask Chronicle to be the one to bail them out?
Sometimes it's not about having him bail them out over and over again. Sometimes it's a matter of just get it once or twice, and it instills inspiration, confidence, all this for the rest of the team. The round builds back up, and now everyone else is like, if he can do it, nice, that's a big round. Oh, we have a chance. Hang on, my turn to step up, and now maybe we're seeing other people chiming in. Durka up to 5 kills after he was down at, like, what, 0 kills a couple of rounds ago?
Yeah, there's hope, but it is slim. Well, look at KRU here, still leading. 6 rounds to their name.
Oh, nice shot.
An early test again on the extremity, but this time a higher priority from KRU to take that space in middle, take some of that map control. Shy already testing the waters.
Normally he's been towards B main, denying that camera from Hero, denying that control, but now perfectly inserted to listen for everything.
I'm out of here. Here comes the push though, Kesnet, we've been complimenting him time and time again. Couldn't quite shut down on Durka there. Great damage in the paranoia is perfect. The trade's still there for Durka. Gets another though! Hold on, are they starting to warm up a little bit here? We're looking at that lurk coming into effect though. Shy gonna hear all of these rotations. They might start reading this. They seem a little cognizant of the chance that someone's there. Hero, yeah, definitely caught a glimpse, and that's pressure in the backlines. Chronicle does take away heat. So they're losing out on numbers, and Hero waited for his man. Finds Shy, and now Melzer in a 1v3. He's got 40 seconds. That's plenty of time to play with.
Lots of time to play with. Hero hears it into the trip.
Oh, that's a problem. Hero.
30 seconds left.
Gotta be careful. You don't want to give Melzer those chances. This guy, sharp as attack. Smoke just about back up now. Gonna opt to commit it towards, just behind him over towards Market, maybe focus towards CT.
Boaster closing the gap. Hero, Chronicle waiting for this moment. The camera.
It's so possible though, it's Melzer.
Yep.
Does he get a fair fight? Oh, he absolutely does!
1v1.
Cuts them down a size! But he's just, oh my god, he's missed each other. Like ships in the night passing beside Boaster. Have you read it right? Though he has, but it doesn't matter! Melzer, so perfect, a 1v3, a Red Bull clutch, and KRU are crushing Fnatic under their heel.
That was an integral round for a Fnatic to be able to close out. They needed Boaster to go and find out where Melzer was. He was alone. He is the one that can get the information. These guys can double peek, get that trade. But right here, the disjointed double peek. Melzer isolating kill after kill. And now that lead gets built upon and built upon. KRU definitely feeling it. Keeping that momentum under their side.
Yeah, but that's a tilter. That sort of round can be an
Durka,
absolute
down mid.
heartbreaker. Yeah, he's going for this one right off the rip. Straight through tiles, but does he find a target? Oh, that's right place. Couldn't quite get it in time. Kesnet gets a little bit of flak damage, but he gets to keep his life and instantly clearing that question mark through middle. Another smoke towards top middle, and Kesnet trying to clear through.
The drone reclear in middle right now. Hunter's Fury also, if he gets a drone tag.
Ooh, this is dangerous. Got to be careful. Kesnet trying to do any sort of dodge he can, and I think he's done just enough. Looking like Foon out here, 3 HP.
Dodge 2 ultimates, 147.
That's nuts! And they're going towards A, and it's just Boaster here. He's had that divide what feels like a lifetime. No opportunity to really use it maybe, but still. Has to fall off this angle. Not finding the impact he wanted at the beginning, and it's all 5 for KRU.
45 seconds left in the round. KRU almost committed here. They do have Melzer's ultimate to pivot back. Hero not moving from B. The first kill for Boaster.
The shot in the dark, but here comes that next layer of pressure with that owl drone, just starting to get them closer towards the site. Dart goes in, shock dart on the way back. A little bit of a standoff here. 20 seconds, we're running low, but another shot in the dark that works out. Giving us the remix real quick. Divide gonna go through, but
Hero.
It's on Hero.
It's all on Hero to be a hero.
This guy has had these rounds though. He has stood tall in the face of adversity, and can he do it again? That's one. The second is needed. Oh, that's not good enough. The plant's now in. A 3v3, the smoke towards CT, but Boaster finds a body. Takes down MTA, leaving Melzer and Shy to dig in deep. And Melzer trying to be a little audacious, play through the smoke. But Shy now in a 1v3, and it ain't looking all that likely. Nah, not gonna happen now. A very small window of chance here for Fnatic, making it up to a third.
I think his first hit.
Alpha looking like he's starting to warm up ever so slightly. Yep. That was a nice couple of one taps that he got there. And remember, if we're going into Haven and he's on ISO duty.
I was going to bring this up because if you're looking at this performance, that's his second kill of the whole series.
Yes.
And even in the interview, they wanted to give Alpha that fight up against Kesnet back in there, man.
One
enemy remaining. Absolute nightmare of a map. One, you're not backing yourself. You're not confident. You're not feeling you're going to win that 50-50. So hopefully he can mentally reset. But yeah, seeing him warm up here might put him in better stead, but still, that does worry you.
Only 4 rounds separate them, and keeping in mind KRU got the pistol and they converted that bonus round. That is the difference here. Fnatic still has time to catch up. Rolling Thunder in play, and an eco round from KRU. Guardian, Stinger, a couple of pistols and another Stinger, and looking like they want to take through middle here. Maybe with that Neon splitting on A, getting in that backline area.
Oh, it could work really well.
Paranoia down the lane potentially as well. Here comes the smoke, but they're going to go through it. Here comes the Paranoia in the back as well.
Yeah,
perfectly timed.
Boaster, the timing on this swing is sublime from Fnatic. Dealing with those threats, I kind of liked it from KRU. I could see the space they were trying to take for themselves, but as it stands, Melzer and Heat kind of surrounded. Nowhere to go from this one. Durka looking to just try and clean this up. Melzer, yeah, comfortable in the end. 4 now. Fnatic starting to find their feet here, starting to get back in the game a bit.
I like the idea from KRU. Wasn't bad. They had an eco round. They wanted to get a little bit tricky with it. You know, use a little bit of subterfuge, go through their own Omen smoke. Paranoia in the backline. Alpha, great timing with that breach ultimate to deny it. Boaster coming through market at the same time with it, and really shut that down from KRU. KRU maybe trying to do something a little bit different now. They've been going slow all game. They've been using middle a lot at the opening and then pivoting to the extremity. Here, 5 gathered towards B main. Hero, you gotta be really careful. Only Alpha to back you up if you get caught and run down by this Neon after the stun.
I don't think he knows the trouble he is in. Kesnit so close by, and here comes the danger, here comes the stun, and there's the body drop. Kesnit again set into motion, set up for success. He takes that with both hands. Plant's going to be down. I don't think much is denying that here. And the early man advantage is just glorious for KRU. Kesnit. You can see the confidence, and you can see why. Still going, that's
another
a
one.
Maybe hunting for some more. Yeah, he fancies it. Why not? Go Adam. Absolutely let them know this is your map. Oh, he tried it. Hold on. Chronicle. Are we... Time?
Hunter's Fury, no, that's
Yeah,
and then
there we
stuns
go.
up as well. As soon as he taps it, stun, Hunter's Fury, dead.
So there's stun. And there's the Hunter's Fury. Oh, yeah, welcome to Sunset. It ain't so nice out here.
Sadly,
KRU gonna
Chronicle
just
का
sign,
Chronicle
seal, and
बोल रहा हूँ.
deliver. So
Season
far,
का
this has
ace
been an
था.
exceptional display from them. 8 rounds to their name. Fnatic clawing back 4. But I mean, this has been shaky, Josh, from start to end. We have to wait and see how this looks on the other side of the break.
Okay, 2-minute break में P करके आया. P.
Oh, come on.
Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Cover me, cover me, cover me.
It's not defeat that defines you. It's how you bounce back. Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
There is that infamous saying of all the best laid plans often go astray. And walking in eyes wide open to Sunset, Josh, is 4 rounds enough in your mind? Has Fnatic maybe sold themselves down the river here by walking into this veto?
It's definitely looking like Fnatic are dormant at the moment. They need to wake up. It is only 4 rounds difference. That is a pistol round. This is going to be super important, vital for Fnatic to be able to close it out. KRU looking really good. Kesnit fearless. And what they like to do is they're going to probably move around a lot, stay ahead of where Fnatic's going. But Fnatic is a really good team at slowing down the game on their attack side, finding out where they want to go, disabling and disarming these traps. But it's time to see Durka and Alpha start to show up now. It can't be all on Hero. Hold on. And Kron. Poster slipped by. Kesnit doesn't want it though.
They're backing away. Oh, that didn't go as we planned.
Looks like this is a retake camera at B. It's at the top of the entrance, so they could look down and find out whoever's in. Breach stun is going to come off cooldown in about 18 seconds from now for Alpha. Getting a little bit close in this. The setup from the defense. Gravity wall. I thought for sure he was going to pull them in. Fnatic, minute left on the round here.
Boaster barking out the commands there, you can see it. Go, go, go. There's Kesnit once again checking, clearing tiles pretty well. Cameras there just to be taken back, but they're still looking to readdress this A side of the map. Melza feeling compelled to finally fall away. Durka taking a couple of very tentative steps forward, but they've got to make a go of this. 40 seconds now, he slipped ahead. That's not bad, but Melza still stands his ground. And they get overwhelmed. Fnatic win out towards elbow, but Kesnet has slipped the net. Do they expect him here? Well, the Owl Drone should reveal it regardless. So I don't think he's going to get away with too much. Hold on, maybe there's still an opportunity and a real mess of things on the site here. And we're down to a 2v2. They've got 20 seconds and they're running low on options. Kesnet being the thorn in the side. They're smelling like roses as they come out on top of this. 14 seconds stunned up and slowed down. Fnatic are just faltering here. Again, oh, Kesnet.
Nice shot for Kesnet.
So perfectly done. A Chronicle in a 1v2 with 5 seconds. He's got to fight both. Hold on.
He has to go for a kill. Chron has to push him.
You got to push. No time, no chance. It's just at the very end then.
Oh, so close. I wonder if
too late.
Chronicle had to push immediately.
Yeah.
He had to have thought, oh yeah, I got it with just enough time to be able to get that spike planted, but he had to push, and if he had pushed instantly instead of hesitating for that half a second,
that's the difference.
There's a difference. This game's all about those milliseconds.
Fnatic,
yeah. Himself.
That's it.
Definitely not happy about that one. Fnatic need to kind of figure out here what they want to do with the rest of this map. Are they going to just expend all their energy trying to get back into this game? Or are they going to try to go for the long play, the marathon? That Haven will be the next map here. And KRU already showed how strong they are against DRX earlier. 13-2 win. It's not going to be easy for Fnatic. Not unless they wake up.
Right. All asleep at the wheel here, and KRU just running them down. Easy work for them. They wanted this one out of the way.
Just a flawless round.
From me.
Cleaning it up, 4-10. And Fnatic need to convert around sometime this year. 2-11 for Alpha. He is not finding any sort of impact at the moment. He can't, it's not really necessarily on him, but they need to find a way to get him involved a little bit more if they want to have a chance at getting him. Like, look how just distraught.
Yeah,
he's
he doesn't look
sad. There's nothing he can do. He's at the behest of his teammates to be able to get him into the game, and that's not going to be looking good if you're going to the second map and you're feeling this bad.
Yeah, you're right. If he's left catatonic after this performance, it could all be over. It looks like Shy wants it to be, feeling a little aggressive, and why not? You're in a bonus round. Try and get aggressive, try and be a nuisance. Melza gonna kind of body check Alpha, who's gonna be falling all the way back to spawn. His confidence clearly waning, but he does have that spike, so you don't want to see him go down there.
Kesnet's rotation, though, they're so good at this type of rotation. We're gonna see this on Haven as well. On that Neon, he gets to sprint across the map and stay a step ahead. It's on Fnatic. Who's the mid-round caller right now? Who's gonna make the decision about, hey, we got the kill on A, they might over-rotate to B. Are we going to go into this potentially? Can we sniff this out before we commit? Oh, that's info. That's on Kesnet as well. Hey, wait. Kesnet's over towards B. Do we want to go A now?
I mean, with 50 seconds, though, they're still going to power
Poster
forward.
Mid. Just kidding.
Lingering. This is so dangerous. If Kesnet's here, Heat's here. And again, you look where Melza is as well. This side of the map, right place, right time, Heat. Eviscerates Darker, can't get the follow-up, but now the cross is being watching. Kesnet slips the net and gets away with it. Doesn't get noted by the reveal there. Oh, this is huge. Oh, he's found Chronicle. Goes in for more. And he gets from Kesnet! It's Fnatic's downfall. Keeping KRU correct and moving forward. This is a perfect moment for KRU. 11 rounds. Doubling down, getting that bonus. Confidence is going to be through the roof now.
Kesnet is doing a tremendous job at the moment. Not even necessarily getting set up for half the plays that he's doing. Just coming in with full confidence to keep swinging and swinging and swinging. But these are isolated fights. I'm surprised that Fnatic just decided to continue to go into B there. Didn't really properly support each other to get that spike planted. It was kind of like walking around. They must not have expected him.
This is cutthroat now. 4 rounds feels impossible for his KRU sky high after this.
Dart, flash, recall the star. Try to get into the faces of Melzer here on the timing.
They're not sticking around for it.
It's fine, they broke past that one way. That's more utility used from the side of KRU. Pivot from Fnatic back into middle. But KRU, flexible, pivoting as well.
Matching them almost step for step here. 2 players now going to keep note towards that top side. Make it 3. Kesnet, you can't avoid him. He's omnipresent. Everywhere you go, he's not too far. MTA, the one to probably get the first contact. And he falls. There's the swing. Perfect. Fnatic finally find a way in. Felt like a drought there. Noting Shy at the back of the boombot. They don't know quite about Melza yet. They decide to go towards A, they certainly will. But now there's going to be a problem. Backline going to be pressured by Melza, but Shy is in danger. He's got players coming through market. He's still got the test towards that CT side. Shy going to find Chronicle, bring this back to something a bit more bite-sized. Dirk has just missed the cross here.
It's fine.
Is it?
Not fine.
It's not fine. You're getting nervous. You're getting the old going. You're starting to see it all go wrong, all fall down, and Shy and Melza, as said, their confidence is going to be... It's on Spike. That's an interesting choice here. Have the stun just to make sure. Second tap, and they wait. Shy biding his time, and then he strikes so perfectly. Just look at these guys, so confident. They finally fall. I think they're running out of time here. Alpha. Easy, Tiger. Time is fine.
That was
5 rounds of Fnatic.
awesome from Shy and Melza.
Go on then.
When the hell did EMEA become good with stingers? What's going on here?
I don't know. I think this, I mean, what else have they got going right?
Oh, true. Actually, true.
No, they gotta have something.
Factual.
यहाँ पे मटर से 2 जट को मारा.
Lots of ultimates coming online for Fnatic here.
Don't let even Zen though, like Shy is hit. One enemy remaining.
Good job, bro. Nice round. Nice.
It does feel like a bit of a death rattle, that sort of round, right? You're facing 11. Look, maybe I'm being the cynic. Maybe those ults will hit. Suddenly it all starts making sense. They can get back to it. But you're looking at the fundamentals Crew are playing with. It's an outclass. This is a very good side. And Crew, they're easy to underestimate at times. But this, again, should be a very clear reminder why you don't.
Strategically, I think Crew has a little bit of an edge this game so far over Fnatic. But when it comes down to the players, Kesnet and Shy have been just instrumental in this performance at the moment. And without them being as good as they are, and with Fnatic sleeping on their side, I'm not sure if it's this one-sided. You go again with this. Hero denying that camera at B main. Durka finds the opening, smokes her down. It's going to help with those post-plant situations. Rotation coming in from Crew. Kesnet.
Steady.
Gonna have to deal with him, but the showstopper for Durka, he's gonna pop this. They need these rounds. He needs to get something going.
I mean, that was a dangerous cross even towards CT. It's the Hunter's Fury they opt for first. And
okay.
I don't like it.
This is an opening for Crew.
He's gonna do the counter. Hero trying to save the day with Chronicle. You saw Crew then trying to work back into it, almost on that pre-take there. But Heat now gonna be left a little out in the cold. Divide goes up. Shy does claim but it is only Shy now in a 1v. Shy's got much to say about this.
नहीं अभी मैं बोला अभी है नहीं आवाज में
gonna do the save.
म्यूट करके रखा है रे कोई नहीं था
Discord पे buffer space.
ना कल का साला मैच ही नहीं देख पाया.
Crew needs to close this out as early as possible. One, it's their map.
अबे 25 तारीख तक चलने वाला है. मतलब अभी समझा नहीं ये मैच होगा 25 किसकी मैच है अभी.
Find his footing and get back.
मैं तो 15, 16, 17 नहीं हूँ. मैं बाहर जा रहा हूँ 3 दिन के लिए.
Physically,
वो मेरा मिस होने वाला है.
Spiritually.
और तो मतलब बीच में देख सकते हैं. मैं भी कल देखा ही नहीं. मैं भी खाली बाद में थोड़ा स्कोर देख लिया था. कौन जीता कौन. मैं कल की मैच ही नहीं देख पाया.
कल मैं तो मेरा नेट आया 2 बजे के बाद कुछ मतलब 3:30 बजे कुछ. तब तक तो एक गेम हो चुका था तो नेक्स्ट से मैंने चालू कर दिया. फिर सोचा 6:30 बजे अपना वेलो का स्ट्रीम चालू करूंगा. फिर से चला गया तो वो आ गया 7:30, 8 बजे.
So if you're looking at it in that regard, this does eventually even out. So if you are a Crew
आज पता
fan,
नहीं क्या लेकिन दोनों सेंटिनल और जेंजी के लिए सेंटिनल डोमिनेट कर रही थी. अभी यहाँ पे क्रू डोमिनेट कर रही है इनको.
इसका तो पता नहीं. अभी क्रू अच्छा कर दिया वैसे.
next round, but still Guardians,
मैच भी वो अच्छा खेली
Phantom
थी
Vandal in play, a Sheriff as well.
सेंटिनल का तो देखो कुछ भरोसा
Definitely
नहीं
a
वो
good enough buy.
कभी अच्छा
Alpha has
खेलती कभी
Rolling
नहीं
Thunder
खेलती
Durka
इस
with
बार
the
खेल लिया
Showstopper and Fnatic. Another
लेकिन इस
slow
बार मुझे
opening,
लगा जेंजी अच्छा नहीं
making
है
sure that they deal with what. Yeah, we saw this yesterday actually, right?
जेंजी ने बहुत जगह पे गलतियां
और एजेंट भी मेरे को समझ में नहीं आया मैंने बीच में देखा आइसबॉक्स में साला उनका कॉम्स 2 इनिशिएटर लिए दोनों इनिशिएटर ऐसे है कि कोई इंफो वाला नहीं है मतलब गेको और वो सोवा सामने सोवा है सोवा बहुत काम आता है भाई रिवील वगैरह में हर बार अल्ट पे उसका
केजे का अल्ट कितने बार उसने तोड़ा सासी ने अल्ट कितनी बार तोड़ा केजे
drone to clear.
और उन्होंने दो इनिशिएटर ऐसे लिए एटलीस्ट एक सोवा और एक और होता ना तो भी उनके लिए एडवांटेज होता रिवील हो गया ब्लाइंड हो गया अब दोनों ब्लाइंड वाले हैं भाई एंट्री के टाइम एंट्री नहीं हो पाएगी तो क्या करोगे
एंट्री नहीं हो पा रही थी ना वो लोग डिफेंडिंग बहुत अच्छे से कर रहे थे सेंस
उनके पास यूटिल इतने थे ना इनके पास
यूटिलिटी पे वो यूटिलिटी यूज कर रहे थे कायो था हुआ था
भाई कुछ मैप ऐसे होते हैं वहाँ पे कुछ चीजें चाहिए ही चाहिए मतलब ऐसा हो गया है जैसे आइस बॉक्स पे मुझे लगता है सुबह चाहिए ही चाहिए अगर जीतना है तो मेरे हिसाब से क्योंकि आइस बॉक्स पे कॉर्नर इतने सारे हैं ना तुम सब चेक ही नहीं कर पाओगे तुमको रिपीट होगा तो बहुत इजी हो जाता है
और सेन क्या कर रही थी रिटेक कर रही थी प्लान होने दे रही थी
क्योंकि सोवा था ना सोवा से रिटेक इजी है तुम साइड रिवील डालो साइड क्लियर चेक हो जाएगा अब तुम ब्रीच से या गेको से जाओगे गेको ज्यादा गेको का फ्लैश तो डॉज भी कर सकते हैं तोड़ के और वो भी तुमको पता नहीं चलेगा अबे ये सब वही रहता है इन लोगों का आई थिंक मतलब जेंजी तो निकल गया ना बाहर
निकल गया
but now you know only trailing by 4 rounds and
मुझे भी वही समझ आया 25 तक क्या है
probably seeing one of those
अभी तो एक ऑलमोस्ट तो एंड है
crew starting to get a little
जब हारी उनकी फिर से फाइट होने वाले है जेंजी घर पे बैठ
पता नहीं लोअर ब्रैकेट वगैरह कुछ हो सकता है
लोअर ब्रैकेट का तो अभी चल रहा है
पता नहीं क्या है
नॉकआउट मैच है
समझ में
क्लियरली बोला है कि घर चले जाएंगे करके
Valorant Champion
scoreline suddenly doesn't look as egregious. You're at 7-11. That's a very closable gap. You didn't even win the pistol, so that's something that's certainly going to be heavy in the
mind. कुछ मेल वगैरह है इसका तेरे हेडसेट के बारे में
नहीं अभी आई थिंक पहुंचा नहीं है मैंने वो ट्रैक किया तो आज सुबह ही दिल्ली मतलब दिल्ली एयरपोर्ट से निकला है वो की फैसिलिटी पे तो मे भी शायद आज डिलीवर होगा शायद
कल तो संडे है तो
हाँ अभी मतलब शायद आज हो या मंडे हो पता नहीं मैं भी इसीलिए तो ज्यादा वो
लोग स्क्रीनशॉट वगैरह भेजेंगे ऐसा ऐसा है करके ये
पता नहीं क्या करेंगे देख रहा हूँ मैं सोच रहा हूँ अभी अगर वो रिप्लेस हो जाता है तो चीज लेनी है वो ले लूँगा नहीं होता तो नहीं माइक लेने का सोच रहा था मैं
KRU maybe losing their steam a little bit here.
Need
to find some sort of way to revitalize themselves in this round, in this game. They want to be able to close this out.
माउस भी इसका ब्लूटूथ वाला है ना? कौन सा है? ब्लूटूथ वाला मतलब कैसे है? उसके साथ ब्लूटूथ का ये डोंगल आया था क्या?
I'm 2.4 GHz वाला था। मेरा तो ये है रेजर का वाइपर प्रो वाइपर V2
One thing I noticed from Fnatic a lot, especially on maps like here, we'll see it next map, is that when they lose space, they love to go back and re-clear it. And if Melzer sits close up,
G Pro 2 लेने वाला था मैं।
things can be
वो
really tricky for him.
इससे 2000 ज़्यादा था, but
trust right now on Shy over on that.
मैंने थोड़े वीडियोस देखे तो
got that info. He's gonna spot Durka here.
उसमें कुछ वीडियो में मतलब बोला कि वो थोड़ा ओवर हाइप बना दिया है मतलब वो जितना उसका हाइप है उतना अच्छा रिजल्ट नहीं है हाँ पता है वो मे बी शायद स्पॉन्सर्स की वजह से लोग
मार्केटिंग है ना मार्केटिंग
इवन टेंस का वीडियो देखा था टेंस कुछ बोल रहा था कि वर्स्ट माउस मतलब जितना उसको हाइप दिया है उतना खास नहीं है फिर मैंने इसलिए वो वीडियो देख के माइंड चेंज किया ना मैं पहले वही लेने वाला
हाँ इलेक्ट्रॉनिक चीज में वो सब चेक करना जरूरी है
और अपने को ऐसा भी कोई अपने नॉर्मल खेलनी है
नहीं ना अपना नॉर्मल खेलने में रफ यूज होता है ना सादे मॉइस तो अपने के टिकेंगे नहीं
It feels like
इस हिसाब से
I'm gonna say,
वगैरह सब चलता है
I am shocked that the only ultimate used in that round was
लेकिन
Hero,
बढ़िया है
kills the
ये
B pusher,
मतलब मैं
gets that
पहले
hat off, becomes a pinhead in
वो
the
जो
round.
स्क्रॉल
Showstopper,
व्हील है ना
Rolling Thunder still in play.
पहले वाले में क्या
winning these rounds without it. And it's
तो मेरा गलती से क्या
yes,
होता
they're
था
hitting the
नाइफ
shots
निकल
now.
जाता था
Yes, like Bo's
ऐसे
getting
चेंज
involved.
करते थे जो मैं
Alpha's getting a couple
स्क्रॉल
kills
व्हील
here
से
or
चेंज
there,
करता हूँ
slowly catching back up to the rest of his team.
इसमें नहीं होता
Like one small
मेरा
slip,
स्क्रॉल व्हील ये
and
वाला
they
जो
might be kicking themselves for not using them.
वो फीडबैक वाला है
Another
जो
eco 4 sheriffs in a stinger in the hands of KRU.
होता है ना
अच्छा हाँ हाँ
Letting this game potentially
तो
slip
उसकी
away.
वजह से वो गलती से ज्यादा स्क्रॉल मतलब ज्यादा वो घूम नहीं जाता
मेरा डस्ट की वजह से खराब हो गया उसला डस्ट मेरे पुराने घर में डस्ट बहुत गिरता था ना बाहर था ना कंप्यूटर
मैं बहुत डस्ट आता
looking down and out, Alpha barely fragging. It was all looking wondrous. Speaking of looking, camera. Yeah, look
Stun
at that.
ready as well. They're going to catch these guys.
Yeah, that's a trap set and a half. Durka going to get away, and no one able to close down on those kills.
Still over a minute. Fnatic has time. They can decide to pivot if they want to, or they can come back, or they can fake pivot and re-hit A. The full rotation from KRU, trying to stay a step ahead of Fnatic here. Gonna guess on that B site. Fnatic gonna use middle here though.
I like that. I like the KRU are trying to be proactive here.
अगर वो हो जाएगा
A little bit of an alarm bell ringing though.
मंगा
Because they're up middle. They're up the guts.
मतलब
here.
वो
What on earth is going on?
वारंटी में हो जाएगा तो
Going to go in. That's going to spot out at least two
ऐसा
players. They
बच
now know
जाएगा ना
there's two different
वारंटी
players
हो
up here.
जाएगा
This should be a back away. Nice read from Fnatic to not
नहीं तो
overdo
फिर
this, but they're still going
मारो
into the
गोली
stack. This is where the dangers could begin. Kesney now in the
नहीं
right
तो
place,
फिर
but Boaster can remove
तो
shot.
रेड गेयर का हेडफोन यूज
holding
करता
up towards B
हूँ
main.
चल रहा माइक
The
भी
only
उसी
one
का
connect
यूज
so
कर रहा
far
है
for KRU. And Fnatic again.
अबे
starting to lift
चलता है वो नहीं है
methodically.
दिक्कत वो नहीं है बस
Is this the
क्या
slow
होता ना
march back in?
मैं
It
भी पहले
might just be 9
सबसे
rounds
पहले
down
मैं
for Fnatic. And KRU
ये
watching this game
कहा
get
था आई
far too
थिंक
close.
9-11 हो गया
I can't pinpoint exactly which round it was, but
वही आता है तो 2000 वाला यूज
the
करता
genesis
था
of Fnatic's comeback.
एक सर्टेन टाइम का डिफरेंस फील होता है
Bringing the
मतलब
score
अभी मैं
9
नॉर्मल
to 11 right now.
जैसे अभी मेरा क्या होता है ना मेरे को आदत हो गई वायर वाली खड़ा होता है तो मेरे को हेडफोन निकालने हैं फिर वो वायर निकालना भूल जाओ तो वो गलती कितनी बार हो जाता है मॉनिटर पूरा मतलब और भी बहुत सारी दिक्कत और साउंड में खास साउंड मतलब
लेकिन डोंगल अगर अच्छा नहीं रहा तो भी प्रॉब्लम आता है ना टेक्निकल फॉल्ट
ये तो प्रो लेवल का है ना इसमें तो दिक्कत नहीं है बहुत बढ़िया चल रहा है और बैटरी बैकअप भी अच्छा है एक हफ्ता चल जाता है मेरे को
अरे बहुत अच्छा है फिर हफ्ता मतलब बहुत हुआ
वही ना मैं ज्यादा से ज्यादा 4 दिन पे चार्ज करता हूँ मेरी बैटरी 30% के नीचे नहीं जाती 30% के ऊपर जाती है तब लगा देता हूँ
और put yourself in KRU shoes here. You know, you're facing a Fnatic who's slowly building back in. What do you do? What's your
अपने को मेन तो हेडफोन ही चाहिए ना हेडफोन और माउस
The rounds that KRU won, where they got both pistols, converted round 2s where Fnatic ran 5 classics, won the bonus. That's 6 rounds right there. Then in there, 6 rounds, and then 7 and 8 because Fnatic has the eco right after. They only really have 3 gun rounds. Maybe if you want to include the bonus rounds on top of that, they have 5 gun rounds. So right now, it's very one-sided in the favor of Fnatic. So what happened on those rounds that KRU was able to pick up? Well, partially it was that Durka, Alpha weren't really shooting back a little bit. That's a big problem. But also, KRU got to set the pace, set the tone of everything. On their attack, they got into the sites, they forced the retakes, and they shut it down. They were constantly jamming up Fnatic, not letting them have any space into the game. And on defense as well, they started pretty aggressively, taking that space down middle, taking some early fights. But right now, they're kind of shook. They're playing back. Yes, they had that trap setup. Cheeky setup. I like it. Weren't able to capitalize on it. Get over to B. They guess the right site. Fnatic goes into it. Not able to get the kills because they have the right weapons for it. But now,
नियो बोल रहा है मेरे को
stay ahead of where Fnatic's going.
अभी कोई बोल नहीं सकता मैं बूस्ट होकर प्लेटफॉर्म जाऊँ मैं बोला साले एक तो तू मेन आईडी से खेलता नहीं है फिर इतना तेरे को टॉन्ट किया
पुलकित को
ठीक है वो खेला वो सब में वो कल इतना टॉन्ट किया तब जाके उसके आईडी से भी पुलकित आया तब जाके वो जीत के फ्लैट पहुंचा है और वो भी उसका तो स्मर्फ आईडी बोला जाएगा वो उसके आईडी से पुलकित खेल रहा है भले वो एमवीपी लिया लेकिन आईडी से छोटा ही ना मैं बोला अभी फ्लैट पहुंचा है तो फिर चलो आईडी रख देगा
फिर अगले एक्ट में निकालेगा
मेरा सीन क्या है मेरे को कभी-कभी मेरे को मेन आईडी से कब खेलने का मन नहीं करता पता है जब कुछ सिलेक्टेड लोग होते हैं लॉबी में क्योंकि पता है कि यार वो
निकलने नहीं वाला
वो नहीं गेम हारे उसका प्रॉब्लम नहीं है बट इतना अजीब तरह से खेलेंगे ना कि वो मैं ट्रिगर हो जाता हूँ मेरा दिमाग वहाँ पे चला जाता है अरे हारे उसका दिक्कत नहीं है मुझे
Kesnet, if he gets a 1, he could definitely sprint away. He's got that character with that sprint. Loves to go fast.
तू नरक का ले ले नरक होगा तो लिख के ले ले वो कभी मार भी लेगा ना वो भी उसका गेम प्ले ऐसा है ना
warning message, feeling okay, there's no pressure on B, they've got to be maybe shifting back towards A, and he's got the right read. But he's got to hit the shot.
Fnatic love contacting up into the line. Durka going first. The jump spot this time. Fakes it out. How do they know?
Oh, but he's still going to get his man. Takes down Durka, and look at him. He's going back for more. Outrageous.
अगर ये करंट कंटिन्यू ये Fnatic निकाल लिया तो
being a sin trying to go
back almost है किया अभी तक ना 3v3 है अभी.
Fnatic's banner. You're looking at what they're going to get done here. You're looking at maybe a pre-take. Where's that pressure? Nothing so far. They wait. They play a patient.
और delay भी नहीं रहेगा.
If anybody gets a kill here, Shai can pop his hat, get the info, and close out the round. Good flash.
The Chronicle's been so good at this. They try and swing together, but now the site is
under scrutiny already.
You're right. Boaster backing away, but it's Alpha. The babyface killer holding this still. Looks for another, can't get him. A Chronicle on the readjust. Good positioning from him. And they have no idea about Boaster, who's slowly creeping back. Fnatic are at the door. And KRU are crumbling.
भाई वैसे भी ये मैं
पटेंगे के लिए smile off your face. You're gonna get accused of a little bit of a bias. Chronicle sitting at 24 kills.
He's had an absolute belter of a series.
He's been hitting everything. His darts have been on point. He's been getting the kills with the Hunter's Fury. And then on that defense to keep enough life in Fnatic to keep them alive, to be able to even get to this point. Off the back of 2 mega rounds from him as well. 10-11. And an eco again for KRU. That B main control again. Spot Melzer in there. It seems like KRU doesn't really have that much depth right now. They're scared of going down middle. Alpha's been setting up that tile stun. They've been taking B main every round, but it gets them nothing. It's all these rounds towards A. They need to get that first kill. They need to shut Durka down. And they need to have people to follow it up. Stun ready.
No one to swing on it.
Cypher.
Go around.
They do have the Cypher cam spotting it for info at the very least. That would be the trigger.
And now Kesnet back in a place where they could capitalize on it, but it looks like a late clear towards middle, a late round adjustment.
Last time Fnatic did this, they did go through middle a little bit. Durka trying to kind of feel it out. But here, is it just going to be a straight up market split?
Looks like it could be. Already though, KRU trying to hit that rotation at the right time. This got dangerous before. Already.
45 seconds.
You can have MTA here. They've got a couple of ults to play with. Delay over towards main. Melzer having to evacuate as quick as he can because they are starting to be feeling that pinch, feeling that pressure. Fnatic now starting to come forward, but KRU, right place, right time. Melzer and MTA with back-to-back shots, keeping control of the site. And now 25 seconds, it's a mad dash. Where do they go on this one? Smoke up towards CT to try and facilitate the cross, but it's Boaster to try and divide and conquer. Takes away heat, but KRU still in this round. Yeah, the double.
12 seconds.
There's no way, 10 seconds now. And MTA has no idea. Oh my god, no! Boaster so swift
Plant हो जाएगा, plant हो जाएगा.
Center, this is ridiculous. How is this in a 2v2? But you've got Alpha up against Kesnet, Melzer against Boaster. But he's there so early, and he gets a jump!
भाई बहुत मार रहा है. भाई बहुत मार रहा है. बहुत
at least.
भाई ये तो बहुत
At least OT.
At least OT. And Kesnet was sleeping the last, I don't even know, like 7 rounds almost.
वो power nap लेता है और मारना शुरू कर देता है.
I think 15 or so. Yeah. Now he's on 20 kills after he just got a 2K in this round.
दोनों लोग
Back and
ये
forth,
ये bridge
huge
भी
opening
यूटिल के
kills.
टाइम मारा और
Shy's
उनका
Sheriff
bridge
there on
यूटिल के टाइम
site.
मारा.
Stinger follow it up. Fnatic.
मतलब 3 लोग ऐसे ही मारे.
Gotta dig deep here. They have that cosmic divide, but they're going
Bhai,
against
तो
the
one
ultimates.
tap
And now maybe Resurgence, Kesnet feeling confident
Boster
again.
had the
He's
actually.
got his ultimates, the jazz hands, the finger blasters. So is he going to go and sprint around now with that confidence that, you know, I just got a 2K?
Maybe.
Close out this game, potentially, crew.
भाई फ्यूचर तो है मतलब गेमिंग में मतलब अभी इतना है 5-10 साल के बाद क्या होगा?
Fnatic trying to keep their cool. Heard the operator rattle off a shot.
इंडिया में तो अभी आया है ये 2 साल में लॉकडाउन के बाद.
I wonder when they're going to swap
लॉकडाउन
it
के
out,
बाद तो
give it to the hands
पता
of
चला
the
गेमिंग क्या है
most confident opera on the team. Boaster.
That's true. It's weird he's not picking it up here. That's strange.
This is different from Fnatic. They haven't done this before, where they're walking out middle at the same time as they're taking this A main space. They're going to go and push this
अगर मेरे
back.
पास कंप्यूटर
At the
होता
same
मेरे भी
time,
1
they
मिलियन
have
सब्सक्राइबर 200% होते ही होते.
Just ready. In the back lines here.
100%.
Hero tanking that drone, shrouding Boaster's presence. A main control is coming silently, but it's here.
Here comes the pressure. Kesnet actually hindered a little in that. Can't shut it down, can't close the space.
50
Now,
seconds.
Yeah, there's the time starting to tick.
Boaster's got that ultimate. I do wonder if he's going to pop this. They can commit right back into B with it, but already KRU staying a step ahead of this. Fnatic need to figure out where has KRU gone, how do they use this ultimate. They use it across A link and spawn before.
30 seconds left.
They might do it again here. Get onto that site. Smokes up first.
24 seconds, though, it's getting late in the day, and Shy could be devious about this. Right place, right time, and the perfect kill. Still going to stand his ground, but that spike cross is a problem. 13 seconds, they've got to try and make this one count. Can they get through? Hero! Living up to the moniker, finding 2. But now KRU down to the last 2. Kesner's still alive, so there's still a threat. Still danger. Alpha doesn't want any of that. He wants to make sure this one's secure. They answer back again. KRU now held at 12, and Fnatic with the opportunity to get to OT.
It all led to this 1 point right here. KRU gonna call a timeout. They have to. They need this round to take this map in relegation. I mean, this is the last chance to use this timeout. You have to. Might as well. Closing this game out 13-11 is going to be way easier than going the distance in overtime. Getting Fnatic the chance to be able to close out this first map. Steal out the map pick from KRU after KRU had such a big dominating lead. Going into Haven after losing this, that's going to be all in favor of Fnatic. Oh boy.
This changes everything, right? This next round, even if it goes to OT and KRU still win, the mental impact alone is going to be monumental. So as we stand, we look at the buy for KRU coming into this. It's not perfect. They've got a couple of they've got Kesnet's ult there, and they do have the hat for Shy. But you're looking at maybe 1 rifle, it looks like.
आजकल भाई मेरा रात को खेलना हो ही नहीं पा रहा है. एक तो मैच से ज़्यादा खेल ही नहीं पा रहा.
The last time they conjured up a round, it was off the back of the Sheriffs and the Stingers. If there's any round that they're going to win, this is the type of round. We've been seeing it today. We've been seeing it yesterday. We see these rounds. The times when you're like, well, you know, just buy whatever, make something happen. That's when the miracles happen. That's when the magic happens. So will it be another magical round from KRU? Be able to close out 13-11, or is it going to be Fnatic?
कॉलेज टाइम पे देख लिया था मेरे तो फ्रेंड लोग कहीं से उठा लिए थे मस्त प्रिंट पे तो पे देख लिया था.
What's the starting line? Maybe to almost kind of feign that it could be Durka, and then he closes the gap. I'm curious what the plan is.
सारे एपिसोड पड़े थे.
Just allows Durka to be able to move up with it.
Yeah.
They need to hit the shot on Melzer. It does push up this angle right now. That's info. That's the setup spotted again.
18-19 को क्या 18-19 के भी पहले.
होगा उससे पहले होगा क्योंकि
they just don't know what's behind it.
Yeah. And Melzer's been good at this. He, as we highlighted, he's consistently
10वां सीजन जो लास्ट सीजन था ना.
He's generally held his ground incredibly well.
वो देखना कब आएगा.
As you said, would you risk it here? You're probably questioning parking that for now. As Fnatic drifting away from it.
He does a good job. Yeah, he does a good job of just stalling out Fnatic. Because he uses the one-ways, then he backs up, uses paranoia, backs up, teleports out, he can get away from all these abilities. So wasting time and abilities for Fnatic. They inch up towards A here. Shock a trip. Found out that's, you know what? That's going to be the cypher on A. That's going to be pressure. They're pivoting. Are they going to get caught here, though? The 4-man mid-walk from KRU.
This is what it comes down to.
जियो पे है लेकिन मैं टीवी पे नहीं देख सकता रे अडल
Play two.
वह मार दिया ड्रैग को
And now do they just force?
में
They have no idea on the other side. The smoke could be there.
को बोलो ना ये
No, Hero gonna keep it moving, but still number advantage.
बाहर का ये है युद्ध क्या बोलते
हैं बाहर का युद्ध पर कार्तिक क्या बोलूं इंग्लिश है
हाँ इंग्लिश महाभारत है
Stalled out and slowed down.
अपने यहाँ मर्यादा में होता है वहाँ पे सब
मर्यादा के बाहर होता है
The cross being watched. Problems start now. 12 seconds. It's too little.
पैकेज क्या ये क्या फालतू कर रही है
तो बंदी के लिए फाइट हुई
And a glimpse of glory. The crew snatch back their game. Map 1 is theirs.
अरे भाई निकाला था फैनेटिक ने ये भी
A little bit of resurgence there as well.
अच्छा मैं तो चाहता हूँ क्रू जीते
But oh, I don't know if that big
भाई
comeback is going to
गंदे
bite them with their endurance
से
for the rest
जीतने
of
वाले
the
थे
series.
अच्छे से
And that's the
जीते
question we'll
अरे
find
मतलब
out after the break.
संजू लाइव हुआ मैं पता ना नहीं वो नहीं बोल रहा था अरे नोटिफिकेशन नहीं जाता रे मेरा पता नहीं क्यों यूट्यूब क्यों नफरत करता है
और मेहनत करवाएगा बच्चे
और कितना मेहनत कर तो रहा हूँ और करते रहेंगे मेहनत का ही खाएंगे
अब अचानक से जब स्टार्ट हो जाएगा ना फिर देखो स्टार्ट ही हो जाएगा फिर कैसा ऊपर जाएगा पता भी नहीं चलेगा क्या हुआ क्या है
मैं भी यार बहुत हूँ भाई सही में तेरा वो YouTube पे क्वालिटी कम करके उसका स्ट्रीम देखे जा रहा हूँ मैं तो साला ऐसा क्वालिटी क्यों दिख रहा है यहाँ पे अलग स्ट्रीम चल रहा है नहीं इसका इस पे स्ट्रीम चल रहा है ना डिस्कॉर्ड पे वो उसका साउंड वो ऑन है और
अच्छा डिस्कॉर्ड
पे इसलिए किया क्योंकि
मैं डिस्कॉर्ड पे चालू करके देख रहा था और बैकग्राउंड में वो म्यूट करके रखा हुआ था ताकि वहाँ पे भी चलता रहे लेकिन फिर वो कुछ सर्च करने के लिए वो ब्राउजर पे गया ना तो वहीं पे देखना चालू कर दिया साउंड तो करेक्ट ही आ रहा है क्योंकि इसका आ रहा है डिस्कॉर्ड से
लेकिन आगे पीछे रहेगा
हाँ उस पे चल रहा है उस पे और वो भी कम क्वालिटी से बॉस्टर को उछल मत चले हार गया
मैं उसका क्वालिटी कम कर दिया 1080p कर देता हूँ और अल्ट्रा लो लेटेंसी कर दूंगा फिर 0 डिले रहेगा फिर 0 डिले 2K स्ट्रीम चालू है VCT का 2K से कुछ लेना देना नहीं है 1080p रहेगा क्वालिटी तो अगर तो 2K देखेगा तो तेरे को क्वालिटी ड्रॉप दिखेगा लेकिन 1080p करेगा ना तो एकदम
कम ऑन बेनेडिक्ट गिव माय बिकम
YouTube का वो है ना कंप्यूटर ही वैसा है
My heart can't take another upset today.
मतलब वो बंदा वो गेम इसलिए ना जीते क्योंकि उनको ट्रॉफी चाहिए वो इसलिए जीते क्योंकि तुम्हारा पिकअप से वाह
ये Nvidia के इससे हाई बीट रेट पर रिकॉर्ड करते हैं कितना साफ सुथरा दिखता है
ये लेकिन तेरा OBS वन ऑफ द बेस्ट Nvidia से भी तो ऑप्शंस ज़्यादा मिलते हैं तेरा नेट भी अगर जाता है ना तेरे पास 5 मिनट रहता है कवर अप करने के लिए अगर 5 मिनट में भी नेट नहीं आया तो स्ट्रीम डिस्कनेक्ट होती है लेकिन तब तक स्ट्रीम डिस्कनेक्ट नहीं होती
किस पे
OBS पे लेकिन वही Nvidia पे तेरा नेट गया ना तो फट करके डिस्कनेक्ट हो जाती है
What an exciting start that was for KRU. They take map 1. I'm now joined by their coach Adam. Now, Fnatic, they're known as a comeback team. They've done this many times against other teams before. But what did you guys talk about in that last timeout? How did you make sure to close this out and make sure they don't make that comeback onto your team?
We noticed that Fnatic was playing extremely slow. That is something that we are not used to. So we noticed that we were giving so much space and they were taking it easily or by contact. So in that pause, we called that mid-round push that we didn't meet, and obviously we got Dirk just contacting, and that's it. They get out with no entry, and it was just understanding where we're going, and we stacked B and we won the round.
Beautiful counter. Best of luck on map 2.
And KRU managed to pick up the win. At first, we were vamosing, then we weren't vamosing as much, but then we vamos at the end. And KRU managed to pick up the win. And a few, I mean, honestly, a large reason why, especially in the early part of the game, those post plans from KRU were immaculate. I mean, KRU were doing a lot of great things, paper thin, early on in that game, and it really felt like Fnatic were struggling for ideas at the beginning part of that matchup.
Yeah, no, it was a lot of the things that you kind of come to expect from KRU. You know, kicking indoors, they're doing a great job in these post plans, setting it up, winning a lot of clutches. I mean, that Mets look 1v3 was huge for them. Yeah, all those things are to turn things around, but both teams really showcase that they have a great attacker side on this map. The biggest difference, same thing we saw with Sentinels and GenG.
तो उसने पूरा का पूरा पैसा रिफंड कर दिया.
I mean, came back to bite him in the butt again. It's very hard to be able to win these games when you're not picking up those bonuses, when you're not picking up those pistols.
ये रखने के लिए क्या बोलते हैं उसको?
Of course, I mean, you can't have a bonus without having a pistol before.
अरे मेरे order रहते हैं ना, काफी order
those pistols go the way of KRU and then not being able to convert. That is pretty damn rough, and not being able to stop the conversion, rather, I should say, from the side of KRU. It's just brutality here. And it does end up making the difference with how close we were going into overtime. It's just one of those little things that gets corrected. You have a completely different story.
Yeah, no, for sure. Now, of course, one player that was certainly standing out in that one, Kesnet on the Neon. We said it was going to be a problem for Fnatic to deal with. My guy was trying to break some ankles out in the streets there, man. It was impressive to see him really get going on this stage. When he has that agency to move around the map so freely, Achilles, it's really difficult to stop this man, especially when he has that cracked out aim. But then, of course, you had someone that was causing a lot of problems for guys like Kesnet, which was Chronicle, who also had an absolutely phenomenal game too.
Yeah, I mean, we can't not highlight Chronicle just because of the performance that we saw there. Yes, but Chronicle was looking like the raid boss. This guy was absolutely insane. I mean, 2 of the rounds that they were able to get in the first half basically only obtained off the back of Chronicle's efforts, the multiple 4Ks that he was able to clutch to get them on the board in the first place. Chronicle, he's shown up to play. We started seeing the warm-up there from the rest of the Fnatic players, so if they're going to be able to continue to heat up like that, and Chronicle can have another performance like that going into map number 2, Fnatic absolutely could extend this to 3.
I mean, for me, he was the player to watch out for Fnatic. He was playing so good in EMEA, the #1 rated player in their region. He can do it all. He's got multi-kill potential. He has unbelievable utility. He's playing on his comfort pick of Sova. I mean, he is absolutely the real deal. As we know, right? Multiple trophy winner. The guy continues to perform at such an unbelievably high level. Yeah, they're not able to get the win, but he's a big part of why they came so close to coming back and setting a GenG.
Yeah, he had incredible plays, just like this one for a Horizon high-speed moment. Chronicle hitting a wild 4K. I mean, this guy, again, you heard Paper Thin, really giving him his flowers here. Plays like this, where he just has such a calm and steady hand, and he's taking these fights, you know, he does have a little bit of help there briefly, but then after that, it's one after another, and good luck trying to take a 1v1 battle against Chronicle. 9 times out of 10 Achilles, he's going to come out on top.
As you can see right here, doesn't really matter how many people throw at him. Managed to isolate all of these into those 1v1s, be able to get the individual pick-off. But he's just such a steady hand for Fnatic. I mean, again, one of the biggest things that we've seen with the teams that have had success in this year and in years past, it's that there are those multiple layers. It's not just that one guy you have to worry about. It's melzer,
होल्ड करो ना, नहीं फिर से पुश करो, फिर से पुश करो, ऐसे 4 राउंड गला देंगे। और अगर अटैक में तुम लोग का ए नहीं हो रहा ना तो बी ट्राई नहीं करेंगे, ए ट्राई करेंगे, ए ट्राई करेंगे।
नहीं, इनका एक्चुअली स्ट्रेटजीज भी रहता है अपना, तो ठीक है बिना स्ट्रेटजी बट फिर भी कई बार अपने कॉमन जैसे हम नॉर्मल जो गेम खेलते हैं ना एकदम कभी-कभी लगता है साला ये इतना दिमाग लगाया उसकी जगह सीधा सीधा ट्राई कर लेता। वो लोग भी सामने नॉर्मल बंदों के सामने नहीं खेल रहे हैं ना यार, वो लोग भी तो प्रो प्लेयर्स के सामने खेल रहे हैं, तो वही सोच के खेलना पड़ेगा। वहाँ पे कोई गोल्ड वाला प्लेयर है नहीं इन
लोग का जो पोजीशनिंग होता है ना नीरा भाई, वो ट्रेड बेस पे बहुत ज्यादा रहता है।
हाँ, एक बंदा मारा दूसरा लेगा,
और पता रहता है कहाँ पे मार रहा है, किधर से कौन मार रहा है।
हमारे में भी तो ट्रेड होता है ना, एक बंदा 4 को मार देता है सामने वाले, फिर 5वां बंदा उसको मारता है और फिर 1v3 होता है,
फिर उसके वो अकेला बंदा जो है वो सबको
मार देता है, एक जाके मर जाता है।
Alright, we'll see how it goes on map 2. Good luck.
नियो का कल का
तब के जब प्लेंटर अकेला बचेगा तो क्लच कर देगा, बाकी तो फिर खेला जाएगा।
नहीं कल का नहीं, क्या नियो का वो अल्टीमेट लिया था, ओडिन से एडीएस करके घुमा घूम ही नहीं रहा
भाई। वो तो कुछ नहीं, वो बंदा था वो वाला था, तो उससे भी भाई अब मजा आएगा। आईसो है भाई,
ये लोग तो क्या करते हैं कि मतलब हर एक
बहुत देर के बाद आईसो किसी ने लिया ही नहीं था रे, फर्स्ट टाइम आईसो।
Yeah, and both of these teams that come into this map with some win streaks behind them, Fnatic throughout this year over in EMEA have all, you know,
first day का वो जो मैंने नहीं किया
4 times I believe over in America's into that series versus DRX, but they look incredibly strong. That was a 13-2 scoreline. Fnatic though, they still are going to be sticking here with this ISO out here. We know how cracked he can be, but he's going to have to deliver.
Yeah, the aura is really good. My eyes are on Shy for Crew. He played really
मेरी
well
बात
there
जरा तो
on
बता,
Sunset.
नियो का जैसे
with first kills for them, did a great job on the defender's side, but he's going to have a tough task going against this
सब
group.
चेंज होता है, सब चेंज, मूड चेंज होता है।
अरे मुझे प्रॉब्लम मैं कहाँ खेलता हूँ, मस्ती मजाक मेन आईडी से करना कोई दिक्कत नहीं, बस वो दूसरी आईडी से आता है तब पूरा एकदम चिल रहता है, कुछ नहीं, कुछ भी करता है, कोई भी मस्ती मजाक करता हूँ उसको कोई दिक्कत नहीं, हम प्रो करें तब भी दिक्कत नहीं होती। जैसे उसका मेन आईडी आएगा ना, तुम कितना बोलते रहते हो क्लच के टाइम पे, वो फिर
चुप रहो ना,
फिर वो भी बोलना बंद कर देता है, वो फोकस खेलता है, फिर वो एजेंट के लिए भी पूछता है ये ले वो ले, मतलब 1000 चीजें वो ध्यान रखता है। तो मतलब या तो तुम ऐसा दोनों आईडी पे खेलो या तो फिर दोनों आईडी पे चिल कर रहा। मैं कभी ऐसा थोड़ी है दूसरा आईडी पे तो चलो स्मोक कर मत भाई, कल मेन आईडी पे स्मोक नहीं लिया, पता भी नहीं था, फिर भी खेला, जीते ना यार। लेकिन वही वाला सीन है,
मर गया इधर।
ये भाई गुरु का ये मारो निकल लो। और क्या भाई बस भाई इनके दोनों डुअलिस्ट ऐसे है ना, फर्स्ट पिक के लिए बहुत ही एडवांटेज वाले हैं, मतलब तुम मारो निकल लो और सीख लो और आगे जाओ।
Waiting this and holding these extremities.
अभी भी निकाल कर गया,
बच गया यार।
Blood Melzer maybe next on the chopping block, but Fnatic step by step.
भाई दोनों डुअलिस्ट ही मार रहे हैं भाई।
एक बार तो मेरे को मालूम था नीरा भाई कि आईसो अल्ट करने वाला था, मैं अपना वो क्या बोलते हैं ना, उसको आपको लेकर रखा था।
मेरे भी हुआ है, मैं तो उसका क्लिप भी किया।
जैसे उसने बोला ना डोंट डिस्ट्रैक्ट छोड़ दिया उसको ले गया
भाई। मेरे साथ हुआ वो, लेकिन मेरे को पहली बार हुआ ना, मुझे रियलाइज नहीं हुआ था, उसको जाके उसकी बॉडी पे मारता था, वापस आ गया। अगर 1v1 मेरे
They have ISO and Maru. That means that they're going to go for more fights. That means that they're going to move around way more proactivity, more in the face. And Crew, are they going to be able to deal with this right now?
This could be a blender as well.
उसको तो समझेगा नहीं ना, उसको तो लगेगा अल्ट पे मेरे सामने भाग
get what they wanted necessarily, but they have to respect it enough. The Durka can then start working towards his own, get the ult back away. A shot on the start reward.
यार ये वाली शेप मेरे को बहुत अच्छी लगी।
He has to drone to reclear this.
बहुत पुरानी है लेकिन
सिंगुलैरिटी।
Oh, careful. Durka only going to get to go to the back of the side, but both duelists are here. Still got Alpha on this side. They're still feeling very pressured. Crew chomping in the
bit.
Close the gap, and it ain't pretty for Alpha. That's a good trade. Just the classic doing the damage.
नहीं तोड़ दिया था
Lovingly picked up. If they can.
अब तो पुश करेंगे लोग.
Kesnet still breathing. That's where the Royals really lay here. I mean, it was a casual glance from Heat, but he gets punished, and now Fnatic shut down the threat. 2 rounds.
यूरो जब starting में आया था ना VCT में बिल्कुल नहीं चल
same
पाता
thing that
था
KRU did to them in the previous.
Team support नहीं है ना.
About how KRU's been strong on Haven, how they destroyed 13-2 against DRX. But Fnatic, they hit this map all the time for good reasons. They've been dominating on it. They've been using this as like their go-to map in EMEA, and it's not even been close. They just destroy everyone that's in their paths. So right now, Fnatic
Sentinel में कोई रहना खेल लेता है.
narrowly losing that first map 11-13. They want to win this. They want to win this.
Sentinel में रहना खेलते थे ना.
Proactive plays.
कोई है अभी कोई
John Q खेलता था. John Q खेलता था.
Into the bonus, they want to be relentless.
तो यूरो एक quick feed करवा दे.
But almost low.
Gonna get MTA a little low, but how do KRU one of them face this? Do they try and keep almost bullishly approaching this, or do they rescind a little? Maybe just gonna prop up Melza and hope he can get a punish on this over-aggression potential.
अभी एक इसमें जानबूझ के टैग होएगा. ताकि वो
मारे. That is the question. Melza got away with it. This is huge. This could be the game changer. It's just a 1-for-1 trade out here. On top. Off those jewels, at least for now. And you look at the recalls from Boaster in sewers.
फिर भी 3v3 है यार.
मेरा बॉलिटर का क्रॉसहेयर इन लोग से पैच हो रहा है.
He's all alone in here though.
At the top. Did MTA consider? Yeah, really heads up work from MTA to recheck
this is the spot that Chronicle shines in though. Oh, he
By
moves away
timing
from that position though. He doesn't know about the walk up.
But yeah, and he gets punished on that. Nice work from KRU. That slow creep forward. Hero. He's on top. He's so far away. So one got what they need. 3 still standing.
नहीं मेन से आ रहा है.
Do this.
नहीं बोला चुपके से आ रहा है. चुपके से.
If there's anyone else, it's Hero.
मुश्किल है भाई अभी तो क्योंकि ब्रीच का भी सारा यूपी है.
Much, right? You're gonna have the Aldrone to re-clear over
पता चल गया
the
Heaven
city,
गया
telling that maybe it's towards Heaven, but he caught him sleeping.
ओ भाई
तो ड्रोन पे ही था वो.
And now a glimmer of hope and a chance.
वो शिफ्ट वॉक करके स्पेस दबा के गया ना.
Heat keeps control. KRU making a good stand in that round, but that was on knife's edge sort of situations.
Just keeping an eye on Boaster's economy here.
यार SSD कौन सी
He's definitely able to get purchased. Light
Crucial
shield on Boaster. Passes that off over to Durka. Now that's in play. Alpha.
Company
got his ultimate.
WD Crucial इनका ये कैसा है?
Some people in the gulag.
WD क्या? कुछ खराब होएगा तो करके जाएगा ना फिर वो?
His success rate on it has been so good. He's been winning
WD
constantly. But Hero's gonna get his first test of the map right here.
99% खराब नहीं
over on C. Fnatic give him so much faith in his just ability to lock it down. So many times I've seen him top the cage, peek out, get a 3K spray down. But KRU was just doing it to apply some pressure, maybe shock or break it and then shock it.
और वो रिपेलेबल भी
Get the feel of what it's like to play. Get that tempo down.
We haven't seen them explore garage yet. We've only seen them go B on that pistol round. We haven't seen them go
इसका है ना सर्विस सेंटर वगैरह WD का इधर.
Obviously WD बड़ा कंपनी.
Durka.
सर्विसेज अभी है WD तो प्रमाण है.
I think they were toying with the idea of a full purchase beyond, I'm pretty sure.
They were chopping and changing right until the round started. But there's not that many light shielded, just one in the end. I think that's with MTA.
मरा.
Withstand.
Boy.
सैमसंग ही ले लूं. गीगाबाइट का कैसा रहेगा?
गीगाबाइट अच्छा है, WD अच्छा है, सैमसंग महंगा है पर
सबसे अच्छा मुझे नहीं सैमसंग ही है बट
really reading into it, dealing
बेस्ट
with
वही
Durka,
आता है
getting watched for that
क्योंकि मेमोरी तो वही बनाता
There are trends to it, there are tones
मैं
to
वही
it.
तो बोल रहा हूँ महंगा रहेगा वो
I think
वो बजट में
clean
सही
enough
चीज है.
approach. Whoa, hold on.
Nice.
Say
Chronicle.
that. There's still threat here. Chronicle going to be able to do some real chip damage on this one. Yeah, look at that penalty and the punish, but it's still Kesnet keeping this safe. They're the walking wounded, but they're still alive. The plant's in play. And Alpha with that rifle is the danger man. He always has been from the start.
देखना.
तो Gen 4 लूंगा तो वो नहीं लगेगी क्या Gen 3 में रिवर्स कंपैटिबल नहीं होता?
In, but the 4 men on the other side not really wanting any of what he's selling.
This is still doable.
Alpha still
तू
has
ज़्यादा की लगाएगा ना, कम की
well.
थोड़ी लगाएगा, लगा
हाँ तो अगर मैं PCI 4 का लूँ तो 3 में नहीं चलेगा वो रिवर्स।
नहीं चलेगा। तेरे को जो पावर चाहिए वो नहीं मिलेगा, बेस्ट ऑफ मनी है वो।
Fnatic has two things they have to keep in mind right here. The first is that KRU has gone A every single round. One round towards B, that was pistol contact.
बेचने वाला बोलेगा हार क्यों नहीं लगेगा करके, लेकिन
needs to start bolstering that in those
जो
late rounds.
स्पीड चाहिए ना तुझे, जो Gen 4 देगा ना,
has that ultimate.
तो तेरा PC नहीं है।
When he's going to start
compatible सीरीज में जो भी हो ना, वो Amazon से अभी ऐसे भी ऑफर चल रहा है,
freedom to be able to go and take these
उससे मंगा ले। हाँ अभी चल ही रहा है ना।
मेरे इधर Amazon के डिलीवरी वाले से चोर है।
First time we really you saw it toyed with earlier on, but
हमारे यहाँ तो नहीं होता ऐसा।
And then a switch up from KRU, I like this, testing other areas.
मेरा तो कल ये हेडफोन का वो
Boaster who'd be on the chopping block, and so we're very careful how he plays this. Kesnit
मेरे इधर पे तो और भी आ रहा भी है, मालूम है क्या बोलता है? हाँ सर आ रहा हूँ, और उसके बाद ना एक बार मिस कॉल देगा और बोलेगा कि कस्टमर ने फोन नहीं उठाया और जो एड्रेस है वो डिलीवरेबल नहीं है।
Paranoids have been great from Boaster, to be fair. He has picked up a lot of this action. There's that 1v1. Melza in the domain expansion. Oh, he's got it! Big punish there. Melza doing wonders. Does get traded, but the trade comes back. B is not safe nor secure just yet. That reinvestment of the smoke, and Fnatic try and hold on to this. Where does KRU go? Heavily towards A. That's been their final destination more often than not. Adjustment now in 40 seconds. They got options.
Those are reaggressing here.
And with Hero going down, this feels like the right choice.
इसकी अल्टीमेट में ना ये की दिक्कत है कि तुम अगर उसको वन टैप नहीं मारे ना तो तुम मारे
तुमको वन टैप पड़ेगा।
नहीं स्प्रे कर देंगे।
But no.
यार इधर इंटरनेट पर लिखा है कि सपोर्ट कर सकता है, वो करेगा मतलब सपोर्ट, ऐसा लिख रहा है।
अरे वो चालू होगा, चालू नहीं होगा ऐसे, लेकिन जो कंपैटिबल रहेगा ना वही यूज करना बेहतर रहता है किसी के लिए, किसी की हेल्थ के लिए।
The stun is going to come up from heat at the tail end of the
spikes.
But it doesn't matter. Fnatic's going to save here. They have that off. It's way too important for them to go for a round here and not get it. Alpha.
लेकिन वो बहुत ही
I wonder if that's going to deter him from using his ultimate later on in the game, because
तो वो कौन सी है? Gen 3 है क्या?
Doesn't get it.
Side वो तो सेटा है ना?
Not looking good for him.
अच्छा सेटा अलग है।
He is a player who can bound back.
अलग आता है ना जो
पुराना है वो SSD 2016 में लिया था। 16-17।
I doubt it's going to fully affect him, but again it is that confidence when we talk about it in regular season, especially on ISO, even after the nerf when it stopped.
Gen 3 के लिए ridiculous agent. He
was still statistically outrageous in those 1v1s. Maybe there is going to be that little bit of doubt beginning, but we wait and see. We have to look how this goes forward. But for now, since we got into the bigger gun round, since we started to see that buy come in place for KRU, they've had a fantastic read on this game. They have been working for Fnatic here. This has been a strong hold for Fnatic. It's going to be a fast way.
company कौन सी है?
Crucial sprint at their faces.
Crucial अबे
ready to stun. Hunter's Fury as well, but looks like maybe just a normal default opening.
नहीं SSD ना कितने देखो
Mid space being taken bomb jerk at the same time. Bowser tried toying with this last round.
500 रुपया लेगा।
1 TV.
Keeping in mind from the
अरे
last
किधर
game.
के इधर WD इधर था, किधर के दिखाई दे
ये तो 60 है बे 500
bonuses. Not many gun rounds now. 3 gun rounds already posted up on the board. Fnatic needing to find the footing.
क्या बोलते हैं उसको SSD
NVMe
drone
ये है NVMe Gen 4 है 4.5 और Gen 3 है
Gap close if he
WD
can.
मैं सोच रहा था कि Gen 4 ले लेता हूँ, अभी मैं लैपटॉप लेने ही वाला हूँ, तो उसमें स्लॉट में आएगा, अगर एक्स्ट्रा स्लॉट वाला ही लैपटॉप लूँगा तो उसमें मैं डाल दूँगा फिर।
Of course, Kesnit would love to do a bit of damage, keep that ult going, but
सही है
stands. Still got the rifle to fall back towards.
तो Gen 4 तो आएगा ही ना लैपटॉप में भी, ऐसा तो नहीं है ना कि नहीं आएगा।
तो नया लैपटॉप ले रहा है क्या?
तो उसमें साले उसमें अपग्रेड क्यों करना, पहले से ही ज्यादा है वैसा लैपटॉप लेना।
To be the ones that are
सोच रहा हूँ कि इसी का ही उसमें डाल दूँगा और एक्स्ट्रा।
अरे नहीं
और भी ज़्यादा
नहीं लगता वो किसी का लैपटॉप में थोड़ी लगेगा।
And they've been punished on this corner before, so they've got to check it with diligence. They do this time. They're learning their lessons. They're learning on the fly, and they are flooding the site. KRU looking perfect until now, but it's cleared. Chronicle can only do so much, only gets one, and it's save time for Durka. As it stands, KRU have the read on this game. I think a lot of people seeing this veto thought it would end heavily towards Fnatic. That first map would have been Crew's favor. But so far, so good.
So far, so good. No impact yet with the op. He hasn't even been able to take a shot with it yet. So Crew doing a really good job of avoiding it, trying to hunt him down now as well. Shy coming in. He's going to go down. Still, the hunt is on.
ऑफिस के काम के लिए तो लोग लैपटॉप में मेरे पास
है ना बाप रे को मालूम है
3 in a row, yeah.
8 GB का गेम था
A lot of people.
8 GB
This is the prize possession that Fnatic can really look to try and retain, but Bowser will probably give it a last second go
फिर भी Valorant एक बार के लिए 100 भी जाएगा तो भी क्यों उठना बट और कोई गेम नहीं लगा नहीं
So a thin chance.
अभी कैसा है ना नीरव भाई कि मेरे पास तो ऐसे दो ही है मुझे एक फास्ट है बस 8000 आरपीएम वाला वो थोड़ा मोड़ा वेलरेंट को चला देता है मतलब लोडिंग वोडिंग हो जाता है थोड़ा लेकिन कभी-कभी अगर लैग हुआ ना तो अटक ही जाता है
अंदर से वो पूरा बंद गया होगा ना
बहुत पुराना है यार वो 2013 का
भाई सोने की चेन पहना हुआ है क्या ये
right now Crew's not even testing C
320 GB की 2013 या 14 में ली थी
WD key to be able to get his 2 or 3 kills, lock down that site, and then play the retake after that, and then wait and expect Crew to keep going A, because that's all Crew has in their game plan right now is go A, go A, go A, and it's working right now. And you know, maybe part of that is how Fnatic played that. Alpha going into the corner, you're not Reyna, buddy. They're going to clear you. They're going to stun you with that.
Only SSD.com पे Crucial का 2 TV दिखा रहा है 6630.
Be better. They can crossfire, pivot, bait and switch off of each other. It's not there right now. So a little bit of individual decision-making mistakes from the side of Fnatic, but Crew kind of just sticking to their guns. 5 man contact, go walk up. If you're giving us the space, we'll take it. If you're
mostly workstation type
we'll wait, and then we'll try again. We'll wait, we'll try it again.
High-end वाला ही लेना पड़ेगा.
Right now, it's working.
High-end ही जाएगा. वो काम ही ऐसा ना तो.
You know you got him on the road to calling the timeout as well.
Yep.
A lot of teams would have
wanted to walk into the death trap that's Chronicle Alpha Durka traditionally over towards that A side.
नहीं bro, मेरा ये
as we've seen, Crew have looked so diligent in approach. They've really got everything wrapped up. But a change here, Josh. They brought Hero over with his utility. This is a big change, even if it's just by round.
They're kind of faking the setup here. They're showing the op, they're showing Chronicle's Dart, they're showing it they're probably going to leave him alone. Not expecting the kill trips on the site here. But now, the change up from Crew after that timeout. Hey, you know what? We're going to fake this. We're going to go over. We're going to explore Garage for the first time when it's not even being defended.
अरे एक बार उधर के कंप्यूटर से चलाया था मैंने रेड बस उधर मजा आया था उसमें तो बहुत ज्यादा कोर है 56 कोर वगैरह कुछ है 2 TB रैम वगैरह कुछ है
वो पीसी गेमिंग के नहीं रहते एक्चुअली
गेमिंग के
rotations are in.
वो उसके कूड़ा कोर रहता है
they're going straight on in. Kesnet leading the charge.
जो Nvidia का ग्राफिक कार्ड भी लगाया है वो दूसरा क्वाड्रो वाला लगा
कूड़ा कोर वाला रहता है ग्राफिक कार्ड और वो 64 GB ऐसा रहता है मैं मार दिया सब
2 TB रैम है भाई उसमें
finally controlling the site. It was hectic and chaotic, but it's theirs.
लेकिन वो इतना फास्ट रहता है ना पीसी कूड़ा कोर वाला नेक्स्ट लेवल
अरे वेलोरेंट में मतलब आज तक मैंने मालूम है कहीं पे भी किसी के पास भी इतना FPS नहीं देखे मतलब
1000
उसमें 600 नहीं उसमें 600 आता था
मैं यूज कर चुका हूं मैं मेरा जब ये पीसी लेने के पहले ना मेरे फ्रेंड है जो कई काम करते हैं उसके पास कूड़ा कोर वाले ऑफिस जो रहते हैं ना सर्वर के पीसी वो आते हैं उसमें 32 GB प्लस 64 GB के 2 ग्राफिक कूड़ा कोर 4 लाख वाले 2 ग्राफिक कार्ड 1000 ऊपर FPS देता है इन गेम डेथ मैच वगैरह में इन गेम
Valorant का ग्राफिक कार्ड से लेने देना नहीं है जितना CPU से लेना
trying to pivot, stay a step ahead of Fnatic, and right here they do it again. You guys are going to take a timeout. Okay, right now you're talking about what we've been doing to you. We're going into round 7 of the game at that point. Okay, time to switch up what we're doing. Now you're just what we were doing, now we do something else. You're going to heavy pivot on A site, cool. We're going to go into Garage. Right now, Fnatic hitting any of those op shots. He missed 3 on the opening there. Alpha wasn't getting anything done either. Both at the back of the site. There were 4 defenders from Fnatic, and they couldn't get like, more than 1 kill between them. Back to the normal standard for Fnatic. Crew Looking just farm this orb, put a little bit of pressure.
मेरे को स्पेशली बोला गया था ऑफिस में कि इसमें गेम नहीं चलाना है। Valorant install करके
This is the first time we've seen him this aggressive on A. He's got this up all the way up, inserted. And a pick off on an Omen would be huge.
They are making mistakes. KRU are on the money, Josh. They're reading it so well. They're diligent. They're heads up about their work. They're not letting it go unpunished. Durka has to fall back. A minute still to play with, and they've already sent him scurrying.
He's actually lurking towards Garage this game. Everything's been 5-man hits from KRU.
That's nice, but chip damage ain't gonna get you around here. Starting to explore the map. You're right, Shy, that lurk is the first time we're seeing it. The follow-up could have been an issue. Shy can cause a little bit of a problem. Keep players present towards garage, towards B, towards C. They're actually going back this way.
They broke the trip. It pulls the rotate potentially. Shy
चलो मैं सोचा मैं टैबलेट से आता हूँ बेट के लिए देखूंगा और एक काम आ गया मेरे को वापस पीसी पे आना पड़ा
Smoked right side, so maybe they push left side with it. Or they can save it.
मेरे पास वो है Micah
finding nothing here. They can't close down on it again. A nice post-plant setup sitting deep here.
मेरे पास पहला iPad था but वो यार वो मेरे एक बार मैंने गुस्से में से गाड़ी चला के मैंने गुस्से में से फेंका तो जो गियर नॉब सीधा उसका डिस्प्ले टूट गया उसका अभी वो डिस्प्ले मैंने करवाया बट ओरिजिनल तो ओरिजिनल वो करते ही नहीं है तो फिर वो करके फिर बहन को दे दिया
यही रहता नहीं था भाई वो 10-10 इंच का बड़ा रहता ना ये थोड़ा सा भी गिरेगा
नहीं मिनी था मेरे iPad मिनी था वो तो रेगुलर से भी महंगा था मिनी तो 35,000 आता था
Less money, more problems right now. Problem
वो नहीं है भाई
KRU in full control.
पता है iPad का रिपेयरिंग का कुछ भी नहीं होता उसमें
नहीं iPad गया तो क्या मेरा अभी 7 है मेरा
We saw this on Sunset. We saw how what Fnatic needed to do to get back into the game, kind of take it round by round.
भाई कुछ नहीं
iPad iPhone के ना मतलब बेस्ट थिंग है कि खराब नहीं होते
iPhone 11 मेरे मतलब वो होता भी रैली है हुआ तो गए
वो तो कुछ नहीं प्रो कर देने का सीधा कुछ
बहन का 11 मेरा तू मानेगा वारंटी के 4 दिन के बाद उसका 3 दिन के बाद खराब हुआ
वही फटा होता है
और वो भी वो ट्रैवल कर रही थी उसका नेटवर्क आईसी उड़ गया नेटवर्क आना बंद हो गया उसको सिम कार्ड का और धीरे-धीरे करके फिर उसका वाईफाई सब काम करना बंद कर दिया भाई लिटरली वो फोन 60,000 का फोन 1 साल के अंदर 1 साल और 4-5 दिन के बाद खत्म होने के बाद हमको 10,000 में बेचना पड़ा
पर मतलब हमेशा नहीं
रिपेयर करने के लिए जाएगा ना रेयर बहुत
बहुत ज्यादा रेयर है ये एमआई में तो बहुत कॉमन रहेगा ये
भाई इसीलिए तो मैंने एंड्रॉइड टैबलेट लिया भाई क्योंकि एक तो बेटी क्या इधर-उधर फेंकती रहती है भाई टैबलेट में आईपैड में कुछ बात ये तो क्या एंड्रॉइड तो कहीं से भी कुछ भी तुम 2-3 हजार का डिस्प्ले भी डलवा सकते हो 4,000 भी
कुछ भी कर सकते हो
हां टेंपरेरी चीज
वो लिया क्या नीरा भाई आपने पेंसिल भी लिया क्या उसमें
हां पेन भी लिया है वारंट भी लिया है उसका
मैंने भी पेन लिया है आईपैड का मेरा आरती को ड्राइंग वगैरह करनी है
इसका भाई क्या कॉपी किया हुआ है
पेन बढ़िया है
पूरा कॉपी करके रखा
है लेकिन पैड मेरे को बहुत बढ़िया लगा यार उसका बिल्कुल अच्छा मस्त है
उसका मेरा भाई उसका आवाज कितना सही है मतलब
बहुत लाउड है भाई
बहुत मजा आ जाता है आवाज सुनने
वो देखना होना तो ईयरफोन की जरूरत ना पड़े
नहीं है
बहुत मजा
और फास्ट भी है
ना
मैं तो पता है मेरा मैं पेन ले लिया सोच के चलो मैं थोड़ा शॉक नोट्स बनाने ऑर्डर बॉर्डर आते हैं तो लिखने के लिए 6,000 या 6,500
निकाल लिया
6,000 का 6,000
नहीं होगा
भाई प्लान नहीं किया
टाइम नहीं था ना 3 सेकंड
अरे टाइम था वो ढूंढने के लिए गया वो उसे लगा नजदीक है करके
नहीं 3 सेकंड ही था मैं ऊपर देखा उसको अबे भाई उसके बाद क्या पता है समझो उसके हफ्ते आई थिंक मैंने पेन लिया उसके 10-15 दिन के बाद मैंने नोट सॉरी पैस 24 अल्ट्रा वो इसमें भी पेन है अभी लिटरली वो पेन मैंने पहले क्या था ना वो उसके कवर में लगा के रखा था बेटी क्या करती है ना वो पेन लेके वॉल पे ऐसे घिसती है और भाई पूरा खराब हो जाएगा फिर मैंने पैड छुपा दिया मैं
बहुत महंगा है
6000 का पड़ता है महंगा तो है
Back
वो
for
एप्पल को
years, and the
देख देख
man
के ये लोग
Joel
चलाएंगे
Blood. The smoke's there as well. Do they
लेकिन
get
उसको
it?
4,500 है ना
But look at the mid walk as well. So time to be right. It is Fnatic
अरे
getting a
एप्पल
good
के
read
एप्पल
now
का
into
क्या है
this
ना
round.
सस्ता मिल जाता है वो जनरेशन पुराना है ना वो फर्स्ट जनरेशन का पैन रहेगा तेरा
Of an eco round win.
सेकंड के
Is this
फर्स्ट
gonna
हाँ
give
वैसे रहेगा कुछ
नहीं
second
फर्स्ट
sign
रहेगा
of
मुझे
life
पता
for
वो
Fnatic?
सेकंड इसमें आता
Booster
है
with the op
तो
on the
अभी
box.
10
Normally
जनरेशन
Durka
आया
has
ना
that op. He doesn't have that
और उसमें
verticality.
काम आता
The
है
smoke still
अच्छा
blooms up top to protect
आई
against
एप्पल में
it.
एक चीज
But
ऐसा है
doesn't
उसके
matter.
एक्सेसरीज बहुत मस्त
Has
मस्त
it
मिल
down to
जाती है
24
कुछ
HP.
फोन टैबलेट या कवर्स वगैरह सब
The full retake on C. Hero just spotting it
Android
from
में
CT
वही है
spawn.
बाकी
Trip still up in garage. They can listen for any shenanigans with an Omen TP
बाकी
across
नोट्स
it.
वोट्स के लिए लिया हो
Feels like
बहुत
the first
बढ़िया
time
बढ़िया
in quite some time that Fnatic have
मेरा तो
a
नोट्स
man to
बनता
the
नहीं
good, if
उससे
not
भाई
two.
मैंने छुपा दी मेरी
Oh
बेटी
my
उसको
God,
ना घिसती है ना
It's a big kill.
एक उसके ऊपर
And
तो
there's no
मानेगा
answer
पेन
back.
और
Look at
वो
the space
पेन और
he's
वो
taking.
टेबलेट के ऊपर
This
से
is
पानी
perfect. Chronicles
कॉफी
read it well, but he's outnumbered here. There is Kesnet falling, but he
ketchup,
isolates the fight on
क्या-क्या गिरा
him. Takes a glimpse, and he gets his... Oh,
Hightailing it to A with that spike. 3 on 2 in
24
favor
health
of Fnatic, but Fnatic Alpha has his ultimate. He can isolate definitely here. And Hero, if he walks out middle, throws his hat on a body, he can get all the info that they need.
मैं तो बोलता है
why do I still feel like this is true? I don't know why. It's just there's so much danger in the players still alive.
Because Melzer 1v3 last game,
उसके
perhaps.
जैसा है वो जो एम आता है
Maybe.
They pinged the body, but they didn't go for it.
जो इसका कैमरा लेआउट है वो चेंज कर दिया है
And he's
बाकी
got
तो
भाई इसको उड़ा लिया
Melzer, the healthier of the two players, and they aren't going to spring
भाई
forward towards
दूसरी
the
बार
side.
इसको
In the
उड़ा
meantime,
दिया।
it's
मेल्सर ने
1v1,
पैनिक
but
में मार
Kesnet
लिया।
in a 1v3. If it was anyone else, I might doubt it. It
या
would need
आइसो
an
कार्ड का
ace
ऐसा ही
and
रहता है
nothing
कोई
less.
पैनिक करके चला गया रहता
This is difficult.
घाटा क्या आएगा
But this man is god tier.
Why
But
is
he's
अरे
it
got
उसमें
this round.
आइसो अल्ट में कई बार होता है कि तुम
Good
हक
for
दिए
him.
ना तो साला क्लासिक से भी मर
Fnatic
जाओगे
make it up to 4.
हाँ
And that's revenge for
क्योंकि
Alpha on the first
सामने
ultimate
वाला
usage. He
साला-
was on Melzer and he lost that duel. Now he does it again. Gets the better of him. Fnatic closing that gap. 4
मैं
to
तो
6.
अपने एक वॉल की इधर पे बैठ जाता हूँ भाई
6-6
आइसो
half would be anyone's
जब
game.
जाएगा तब
through.
क्लिक मारने के देखा जाएगा
Last game they
ये
were in the
मैं
lead.
इसका
They
देखा
closed it out
ये
cleanly.
जो
Can
अपना
they do it
होमसिक
this
अल्ट
game?
मारता है ना
Or
इशू
they're
से
gonna
वो
let
क्या
Fnatic
गलती
get
करता है
back into the
सेंटर में
game?
खड़ा रहता है सेंटर में कभी
I
मत
know.
खड़ा रहो थोड़ा सा लेफ्ट या राइट
I mean,
क्योंकि
still
सेंटर में क्या होगा
pretty
जैसे ही वो
healthy.
पिछलेगा तुम
Handles up.
सीधा दिखोगे पहले सेंटर में ही देखेगा वो तुमको सीधा पहला गोली मारेगा लेफ्ट
वही
या
तो
राइट में
एडवांटेज उसका
Was he
कि
imitating there?
मतलब तुम उसको देख सकते हो कि वो कहाँ पीक लेगा ये उसका एडवांटेज है लेकिन एक और
Not
दूसरा
sure.
एडवांटेज है कि
नहीं,
तुम
Sure. Usually I'm pretty good with that pop culture.
ज्यादातर
you know,
लोग
media
आज
references,
यूट्यूब
but
देख
here,
के क्या
not
करते हैं
sure.
ना कि वॉल के आगे आके हल्का सा आगे आ जाते हैं ठीक है तुम्हें ज्यादा लोग आगे आ जाते हैं कि अभी तो साला नया चल रहा है स्टिंगर रात में होती है ना तो साला भाग के आ जाते एकदम क्लोज
चला
एक
देते
दो
हैं।
बार मैं ऑलमोस्ट मरते मरते बचा हूँ इसको वॉल के एकदम बाहर आके खड़ा होगा भागते भागते भाई मैं अगर मिस कर दिया तो वो तुम गए
hard to pin down. It really starts to snowball a little if you're seeing Alpha do well or Durka. But scoreline wise,
ये मैच क्लोज आएगा
it's
बे
still
हाँ ये क्लोज
really
जाने
looking
वाला है
solid here. It's 2 rounds
For-
back to back. Do you think there's more in the tank here though for Fnatic?
अगर क्रू ने ये दो राउंड नहीं निकाले ना तो
and
उनके
now
लिए
they're getting a little bit
ये
stability.
अटैकिंग
But part of
साइड
it
मैप
is
है
also
भाई
Crew
अटैकिंग में
did
तो ये लोग निकाल ही
kind
ले
of choose the wrong thing, and Fnatic finally got ahead of it.
दो
in the
round
correct
फिर,
place. So the first few rounds wasn't in the right
Fnatic
place.
attack
Here,
ले जाएगी।
Boaster gets on top of that default box on C, is able to put Crew down with that op. The other rounds where it was at A, Durka wasn't able to really do anything with it. But now it's all on Crew. You have those two main
साला
openings.
जेट बेट भी
Your
कोई
A
नहीं
default
खेलता
into
मतलब
like
कम
walk
खेलता है
contact
पहले
A,
जितना
or
नहीं
let's
था।
see smoke at the orb and then go back to
सेंटिनल
A.
में लिया था
Is Crew
आइस
going to show us
बॉक्स के
something
मैप
else?
में
They've been
बहुत
winning
ज़्यादा
with
दर्द
some of these
करती है।
C splits, but they try to go back to their tried and tested A hit. Here, they take the control.
I mean, it was working. But we are
पहले
seeing
तो
that mid
कितना
walk.
लंबा
Durka,
शॉट
that's a
चलता
little
था रीरा
different.
भाई
Gonna have to
उसका
eventually fall away from
जेट
it, looks like.
हाँ
Probably checking on it, but a
उसके
walk from the
उसके
smoke.
पास
Michael isolating the
अपड्रप भी
first.
दो होते थे ना पहले तो
Fighting and
दो
conquering
updraft
towards
होते
Kesnet, who's now just going to be trying to take
भाई
that
जेट
first.
मेन लोग
This is good, another man
इंस्टेंट डैश
advantage.
होता मतलब
There's no
कुछ
smokes.
भी
I'm
कहीं भी
wondering why they
दो
didn't go heaven, but here, Kesnet
दो किल के बाद रिटर्न भी आए
moving his way up, sees that trip. Maybe that's a good indicator that, hey, we can do something with B or C at this point.
पावर
As they're backing away slowly.
मैंने सुना नाइट मार्केट आ रहे हैं फिर से नाइट मार्केट और
15 तारीख
ये
का सुना है मैंने भी 15
हाँ
तारीख
Still
15
has a
तारीख
setup
को
here as as well. You still have Boaster with that operator.
आने दो भाई मैं तो स्टिंगर ऐसा कुछ अलग क्या है तो लूंगा भाई
जेट का बस एक ही मस्त चीज रहता है रीपोजिशनिंग बहुत अच्छा कर सकते हैं बहुत इजी ऊपर भी नीचे कहीं भी कर सकता है रीपोजिशन कर सकता है
Clear the rotating off. Boaster is in B. Yep.
go. This
Shy
is
walking through the smoke. Are they going to clear the close left? This is huge. If Shy is able to get two, trigger to supplant.
He's gone for the first. That's fair enough, but the hat investment is massive. Alpha's on the other side, but they're going to get the read here. They now know the hero's on this side, as is Chronicle. It doesn't work out now, but it works so well. Gets on the sweat for the site. Hero's been good at this. He's been a monster at holding these down, but under such scrutiny. Pressure! Pressure! Hero up to the death. Another for the young gun. Looking to shut down on Shy. The last one alive. No more points. Doesn't need it. He's got backup. A Fnatic of 5.
KRU hasn't been trying Hero at C basically all game. This is the first real test, and he shows up, and he doesn't let KRU into the map, into the ground, into the site.
That's why you don't go C.
That's why you don't go C.
मुझे तो लगता है कि accuracy बढ़ जाती है. They learn that eventually in EMEA.
हाँ, क्योंकि वो chance ज़्यादा मिलता है ना, दिखता है ना easily.
Outrageously good, and seeing it back here. I mean, again, to say this guy came into this hero vitalized by Fnatic. Seeing that sort of impact is just unbelievable. But not out of the woods yet. A lot of ults to play with here, Josh, though. Fnatic have a lot to bring through, but Kesnit still looking to be dangerous, trying to be the instigator. The wall, they're trying to pressure them from the offset. Oh, so much damage as well. Chronicle's connection on towards Heat is divine. And yeah, look at the HP.
Yep.
Ouch.
एक बार वो fake वाला fake करते हैं बता.
Solo HP, so many players reach down.
ये pro level पे
पकड़ लेते हो लोग.
करना बहुत मुश्किल है भाई.
Put pressure on multiple angles at the same time. Shy almost going down here. Alpha. He wants it.
Oh yeah.
I didn't line to this.
But here, Derka sitting by the short position. Boaster with the op. Normally you'd see the opposite, the inverse.
And they're trying to feign this pressure again, right? Towards B, towards C. They're trying to keep that there, that pause on the A-long approach. But
हम लोग भी तो मैच खेल के आए थे नीरज
still got 3 players here.
Wait, this drone reclear. It's not going to see them at long A. They're going to bite and over-rotate.
Oh, but they spot them in sewer, though.
That was way too early, Kesnit.
If you'd waited a couple more seconds, you could imagine the impact that would have had.
2v5.
But they're still going to let people play on.
Closer up.
Yeah, most works out. MG's gone down now. You're going to be committing to this one. Nice shot from Melzer, but would need more than that. They can fall back, play a little safer, 20 seconds. It's really in KRU's court to make the next move. TP, that's not bad. That could get them...
To B? With the spike? Okay. Just to pull them away.
I mean, but the man won't be moved. We thought it was a bit of a joke when we saw it before, but there's no laughing matter now. 6-6. We are tied all even, and again, KRU going to be getting flashbacks from map.
मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि एक काम कर, एक टूर्नामेंट ऑर्गेनाइज करते हैं गिवअवे से अच्छा.
This ridiculous
गिवअवे टूर्नामेंट.
हाँ, सबसे बढ़िया रहेगा मतलब.
अब बेचारा हेडफोन के लिए सोच रहा है इतने टाइम से लू ना लू और टूर्नामेंट का करवा ले.
और ऑनलाइन देखना है मतलब मैच देखना है तो वो इधर ही देखने मिलेगा YouTube पे. नीरज भाई हम लोग गए नहीं थे वहाँ पे.
इसके कमेंट सेक्शन पढ़ता हूँ मैं. कोई ना कोई आके लेगा टूर्नामी का गिवअवे. फिर मेरा एक बार तो मन किया मैं लिखने का. सारे तो पहले डोनेट कर. बोला सारा गिवअवे करवा लो.
टूर्नामेंट करेगा तो डोनेट करेंगे ना. फिर क्या दिक्कत है. डोनेट भी कर.
अरे लेकिन वो रैंडम आता है. कुरना भी देखता है कि वो भी कर दे. यार तू जो जानता नहीं, अभी तो आया है, अभी तो मिला है. लाइक
जाने ना जाने लेकिन अभी साला अभी
सब्सक्राइब किया नहीं. मतलब कंटिन्यू आ रहा है तो समझ में आता है भाई. हर रोज आता है, कंटिन्यू है, बातें करता है, गिवअवे के लिए पूछ रहा है, तो मैं सोच भी सकता हूँ अरे हाँ भाई इतने लोग हैं, इतने लोगों के लिए मैं गिवअवे कर भी दूँ. रैंडम कोई आएगा ऐसे गिवअवे के लिए, बोलेगा मैं क्या जवाब दूंगा.
मैं जीता था कि गोबर
जीता था ना तू.
रैंडम किया था, लेकिन उसने रैंडमली सबको दे दिया था. उसमें स्पिन द व्हील किया था, उसमें मेरा ही नाम आ गया.
मैं फेसबुक पे बहुत गिव अवे करता था. स्पिन द व्हील, फिर पिक द नेम, फिर डाइस का भी करता था, कलर डाइस.
एक बार नीरज भाई ये भी जीता था ना. चैम भी जीता था शायद.
Game
और उसके बाद हम लोग खेलने गए थे, टूर्नामेंट खेलने गए थे, तो चैम को उसने फिर से एक गोल गिव दिया था.
Incredibly close map 1. Map 2 is delivering. Josh, now on that side switch, where is your mind going?
it's very difficult to predict how this is going to play out. I would say, based on how we've seen Fnatic playing in the NBA, they're so good on their attack sides with baiting out all the traps that are happening. You're on the side of Durka, just being able to go towards Garage, find out where the setup is, disarm the Cypher trips, bait out the stuns, pivot, pivot, pivot. Constantly pivoting away from everything. And right now, the way they put their Sunset attack, I think that they have it in them to be able to close out this map and take us to a third one. KRU, they were doing a really good job early on, but lose steam. Can they find the steam again? Increase that temperature early enough for them to be able to crawl back, stop Fnatic from advancing here.
Yeah, I do get a little scared when we side swap with especially these agents on the attacking side. But you're right. KRU absolutely can do it. There's nothing denying it, but that's a start. They're going to take the head of Kesnit, who's been a heavy hitter for that KRU side. And they can back away, first blood drawn really early.
That was also info. That looked like a 1-3-1 setup from the side of KRU, ready to fast pivot either direction that they needed to go. Fnatic, Boaster took a little bit of damage. He's down low. Durka has 70 HP, but he's got both of his teleports. KRU re-clearing through short. So many lanes on this map.
Everything, isn't it really? Heat and Melter answering back just perfectly. Controlling such a large space coming in towards the A side. And the exchange here, Fnatic just going to run it back. They don't fancy it anymore.
They're going to have Chronicle. Okay, he's just exchanging weapons, but again, KRU does this so often where they actually pivot back to the correct site so well. They did it on Sunset, but here, they faked the footsteps. They faked like they were going to run it back to C. They go back into A. They have that trip. They have that camera. Don't pop that camera. Use it. Save it for that post plant. It's gone now.
That would have been nice, wouldn't it?
3-on-4, and Alpha's positioning is everything. He's going to listen for that big rotation through CT spawn and try to take out anyone who's coming through B, cutting out close, trying to re-clear base middle, looking for a lurker. But Alpha gets the better of him.
Yeah, it feels like good timing on that more than anything. He cresses the corner at the right time, and now they can kind of figure out where the rest of the pack is playing back in.
No smokes, Dart and drone available for Chronicle. That's going to be the first key. Alpha's going to go first.
Needs to make sure. Yep, first found though, MTA, good work here. Next challenger, Durka doing damage. Chronicle falls, but the time is on his side here. Oh, big damage from Shy, hold on.
Time's
Play
getting
to
low.
the clock, yeah. He's got to play this to the absolute letter. Nice job. He got off. He didn't get off. He didn't off it, no.
He would have had it if he got it just a millisecond longer.
How close was that to half?
You know how one of these interviews, I forget who it was, it might have been Boaster, was saying that when they first started doing Durka on Yoru, he kept mispressing. He meant to like fake TP, but he actually TP'd. Oh man, I wonder if that happened there, or if he meant to do that at that timing. It was like, oh man, that was the slimmest of margins.
I wish I could see how close that half was, because that would have changed everything.
It looked like it was a sliver. It was like a sliver.
Oh, there was a little bit on it.
It was a little bit. He had to get off. Okay, good timing.
Thank you for the
mental clock
replay there. Appreciate you. And now coming forward, that means obviously very early rifles. We got the Vandal out for Durka, for Alpha, and also the Bulldog with Chronicle. On the other side, I mean, not much to write home about, barring Kesnit's investment.
I look right now on Boaster and Chronicle's positioning here as this A walk-up is happening right now. Are they going to do any sort of pressure or re-clearing before they commit to this? They do have all their abilities. They have that drone in play. Smoke, Paranoia.
So duelist और
Alpha
sentinel
on
दोनों काम
ISO this
करेगा ऐसा
game,
बोल
not on breach, no stuns.
Here we go. Ooh, not clean. That does give a chance for this counter swing. Yeah, nicely done from Melzer. Well timed on that. It's starting to follow his Boaster to collect. In the end, they lose out on 2. That could have been a nice man advantage there.
Still a Fnatic round. They have the better guns, they have the shields, and they have the numbers. It's all about picking the right spot. But Kesnit with that Marshall at the back of C site. This is the weapon you want for the spot. Misses that first opportunity.
Yeah, and whoa!
Okay.
That's a shot.
30 seconds left.
A valiant attempt, but the plant's going to be there now. And sadly for Heat and Shy, those weapons aren't going to be what they want to be working with.
The sleeper has awakened.
Yeah, honestly. What are you meant to do if you're KRU now? Try and make it costly if you could. But even then, you'd be looking to take down maybe one of these rifles.
Durka already has his ultimate. He does not need to go hunting, although he'll be fighting his inner demons not to go for it right now.
He loves it. And And it is Alpha, the one who swapped the rifle over, so trying to be very diligent about it and not leave that to any potential chance. Last two players, yeah, he's hunting again. Even paranoia going on this close corner. Nah, not going to get it. Okay, goes down.
It's an orb.
And exactly that. Still gets an orb. Obviously not the ideal reward there for him, but he'll take what he gets. And the other's going to give this up to the spike. Fnatic stamping their authority, at least in this half to start with.
So going into this round, this would be, what, probably a bonus round for Fnatic.
Yep.
They have that Euro ultimate. I would not be surprised for them to do some sort of, subterfuge. Use that Euro ultimate as part of a fake, put a lot of pressure. We've seen them do it towards C to go pull off somewhere else. Over there. I want to see Fnatic kick up the pace a little bit. Show us that they're feeling confident, that they know that they can go fast and just win. They're feeling more confident. We're seeing them get
smiles
more
on the faces,
smiles on the faces,
animated, and that does make such a big difference. I mean, you saw it with KRU in map 1 until that, well, the score got so close. They were very similar scenes, but as it stands, not too pacey off the rip, taking their time, but wait and see if that ult does come into effect. There it is. Let's see the value we get here. First man on the chopping block, potentially MTA, so got to be careful. And just slip away so far, but plenty of info here, Josh. Oh, good paranoia. Lovely unison between the two there. Even three, really, between Durka, Hero, and Boaster. It was tailor-made to take down MTA. Sights theirs.
Don't know what KRU's going to do. 5-on-4 in the favor of Fnatic. Crossfire in hand as well.
You're kind of banking on Kesnit to be an instigator, right? Be the man to lead the charge, to get back in it, but it's Mel that set it in motion. Durka falls.
It's an opening.
Yeah, this is a start. This gets them in the door. The smoke's still in place, so it can give them a fair fight. And that's perfect for Shy. And the follow-up! Bringing death from heaven, and now KRU starting to clean house. Boaster is irrelevant to outcome here. He can do nothing but die. KRU finally answering back.
That round was a 5-on-4 post-plant. KRU wins it with 4 alive. Fnatic has not been doing a good job. Even on Sunset, they were not being able to really lock these down. Actually, opposite was the retakes for both teams. So this is a very stark difference on the side of KRU for being able to do this so cleanly. One of the bigger impact players, like you obviously, when you have these Sentinel players, sometimes you're able to make a big impact in some of these rounds, and other times you can't. When you can't, it sucks, but that's like your role on the team.
Yeah.
But when you get involved in situations, Fnatic, they use that Euro ulti. They went straight into A though. That's not the Fnatic that I've come to expect from this. You know, I see them going to Garage. Yoru baits out the trips, teleports away from danger. They make it seem like they're going C, but then they go back to A, but then they actually go back to C. We're not seeing that from Fnatic right now. It's all just this straight up 5-man. Okay, you guys are going to 5-man us at A. Cool, we're going to do it back to you. It's like they took a mirror to KRU and said, whatever you can do, we can do better.
TP should have.
Alpha has his ultimate here.
It's you and me.
He isolates MTA with it.
All right, Alpha. Whoa! That's 2 for 2. He is not having that impact here. MTA doing wonders, and now the chaos begins. On the site though, Durka divided, got to the back. How the hell did he get away with that one? But Fnatic looking cool and composed in these executes. This is Raps, I think, for KRU in this one, trying to bow out and keep those rifles.
4v5 doable. 2v4 not doable. And part of the reason why that ultimate from Alpha is so good is that even though he goes down, loses that duel, his teammates are in the site, flooding through, and there's nobody to defend it. And as soon as MTA gets back out of that gulag, guess what? Someone's sitting on his body.
Oh, yeah.
Boaster, dancing on it.
But it is kind of nice to see these set pieces, right? See those executes. We have seen it now a couple of times towards A. I do want to see what KRU's response will be eventually. Again, we're very early into this half, starting to get get into the meat of things with at least the buys coming into effect. But still, this is Fnatic taking another step back here after KRU did respond quite perfectly, I may say.
Wonder what the economy is going to be like for KRU here, because there's a few of them, one player with 1,300, a couple players with around 2,200. I don't know if they're going to be able to pull out a full buy here. Maybe the players that saved are able to pass some rifles around, but this might be the last chance that they have. If they want to be able to go toe-to-toe against Fnatic on this map right now, they need to pick up this round. This is kind of the decider. Not only if Fnatic picks up this round, will they be on you know, 10 rounds. Crew's going to be on eco, but it's going to build into their confidence situation that it started so slow on Sunset, and now they've been building it slowly but surely, taking the lead.
Game back on.
Remember, this is 2-6 at one point.
Very true.
7-1 in the last 8 rounds.
कोई बनाएगा कॉफी बना के आता हूँ मैं फिर ये लोग टाइम आउट ले ले तो
start towards A, still control gathered. Break of the trip.
This is the Fnatic that we know.
Yeah,
come in.
This like map control, right? Like everything working, every angle.
Put that pressure. Constantly move around. Crew getting baited into this re-clear at garage. As soon as the smoke clears, boom, they re-clear garage. Okay, what's the next step now? Kesnet in that sewers, does not get spotted. Finally gets spotted and backs away. But that garage angle from Melzer, retaking that angle after Fnatic cleared it. And Fnatic, whenever they go B and plant, they always have a guy go through garage to get that flank late. Melzer's going to be sitting there waiting for it.
Okay, they're getting brought to heal at least to deny the initial attempt of the plant. And look at the players now stacking up towards that connector side on A. And it looks like Shy wants to get back into it. It's Kesnet to draw blood first. Now the plant attempt with a fantastic paranoia. Fnatic controlling on that A connector and Chronicle. The patience pays. Takes away Melzer. And now it's on Heat and MTA to try and take those strides back in. A 2v3 is not impossible, but the timing on Boaster is looking absolutely on the money. Oh my god, he just missed his chance, but Dirk is there for him. Double digits now for Fnatic as Crew struggling to find that impact here.
You know, respect to what Boaster just did there. He's, you know, applying pressure from the back, shooting them. They run forwards into Durka. Durka's closer to his ultimate. They realize,
nice guy.
Yeah, Durka's ultimate is a little bit more impactful than Omen's ultimate in the situation. So, you know, just kind of like funnel them that way, funnel them forwards, some warning shots from the back, make them freak out and panic. But again, I mean, this is where it comes to 10-7. Fnatic's in the lead. They have a 3-round buffer. They're against a mixed buy. Vandal up on Kesnet. He needs to be a hero.
Put on the cape. Put on the outfit and try and do something.
Ultimate up for Durka.
Careful here.
Can get all the info he needs, and his teammates just need to be in a position where they're able to pivot either way. So maybe around middle window area, so they can run A if they need to, C if they need to. But this is exactly where Crew's going. This is where Kesnet's going.
We're going to have a fight here for this one, aren't we? The Aldrone only going to note Kesnet, so it kind of sets up the other two who are going to stay committed towards Cubby.
They're doing their due diligence as well. Chronicle shocking for close to see if anyone else was down middle, but here, the re-aggression down middle, Shy.
Oh man, this is on a knife's edge. Timing is everything.
Fnatic trying to do a little bit of maybe a fake towards A with that drone, with that Durka ultimate, and then try to get that info. If they spot any players, cool, they commit C. If they don't, they can come back. But this window, oh man.
This could be everything. They could live and die by this. Durka almost got his gun back out in time, but no, the damage is done. Alpha ready to avenge. Finds Heat on the way back through, but there's still a problem dealt with. Hero takes away Shy. And now it looks like the red carpet gets rolled out. Kesnet's still alive with that rifle, though. He is your man to watch. Has to be impactful.
Back to B.
And Hero looks to try and be right amongst them. Get involved. Spot out Kesnet. Kesnet dives head first, and Alpha removes it. Answer made by MTA, but it's just MTA. And that's not going to be happening. A 1v3 not in the cards here. Crew starting to stumble now, Josh. That scoreline is getting just stepped further and further away.
That's going to be about the third or fourth time Alpha just one-tapped Kesnet mid-slide in this series so far. And Kesnet had that Vandal, tried to be a hero, but the only hero in this server is on the side of Fnatic right now. So timeout coming in for Crew, 11-7. Rolling Thunder, Hunter's Fury on the side of Crew. Are they going to be able to use these and capitalize on the situation?
To give them a chance, bro.
Yeah, true. Fnatic, I mean, their attack size has been looking way better than the defense. Their defense, yeah, they got 6 rounds, but they had that pistol round. So not good enough there. Lotus is going to be the decider. If Fnatic's able to close this map out, they look like they have these like spurts of power. Yes. But then it just falters right after that. It's like, boom, okay, but now we need to recharge, and it's going to take us 3 rounds to recharge. So every time they get 2 or 3 rounds, they give up 2 rounds right after. They need to find a way to be more consistent.
मेरा ज़्यादा अमाउंट रहता है टाइम लगेगा मेरा 60,000 है तो तुरंत थोड़ी वो उसका कम रहता है इसलिए वो लोग जल्दी जल्दी प्रोसेस कर देते हैं अभी मेरा तो प्रोसेस में भी नहीं गया, 1.5-2 महीना लगेगा।
I just don't know what the
मैं तो
game
वेट ही
plan
कर
could be,
रहा
'cause it
हूँ,
feels like
आया
Fnatic
गणपति के
started
बाद
to,
ही आएगा,
explore
तेरा
the
आएगा
map
तो।
more. You were kind of referencing it with
अरे
that push
वही तो,
towards
मैं वही
Garage,
बोल रहा,
starting to
जब
see
भी
them
आएगा ना
really
जाके
take
सीधा मेरा
control
लाइफ
of
पिक
everything
कराने
and not just kind of sitting in those standard like set pieces. So now this is where the problems are. And you're speaking about ults, Josh. Look how
December के
close
आसपास,
Fnatic are to the full
तो
hand.
मतलब
So that's one thing I was keeping an eye on, because they're so close to. Well, I'm mainly looking at Alpha and Chronicles. Are they going to start with that long C? They have that off. They can take this fight. They can look for a jump spot, a peek. Anybody trying to deny this war pickup. If they don't, I've seen this Laurel ulti, Sova ulti combo from Fnatic on C site so many times. It gets you all the info. The Hunter's Fury follows it up. It forces crew to play the retake. They do have their own Hunter's Fury and Rolling Thunder to play with afterwards, though. But Alpha has his ultimate as well. He's going to use that in that post plant. It's going to be 5 versus 5 post plant retake.
Let's see how much he gets. Clear sight, no one's here. Hearing the trips out.
Hero versus Melzer on that A flank.
He's committing. Oh, the barrel gives away Shy, and it gives away the sight. Hunter's Fury from MTA on one side. Now Kesnet re-clears, but there's still no plant here. Fnatic is still playing around the minute marker. They don't have to overcommit to this. They've just baited out so much of a response.
अभी तो
Melzer's positioning, he's listening for everything, but Hero doesn't challenge it. He walks up to the front of B, he's got his camera. I think he knows, though, there was a trip, I believe, at A, and it got broken. I could be wrong about that, but Fnatic, I think, know about this. Come back into this garage angle. Alpha still has his ultimate. Op still up on Boaster.
This is so hard, though. There's 3 players on this site. This is
Side
incredibly
easily
difficult to break through. The
कोई
Alpha
उठा
not going to
लेगा।
clear site either. It goes towards Garage. Smoke towards CT, but there's still 3 players here. Make it 2. Kesnet's gone. And now the 1v1. He's clearing out everyone as Boaster finds heat. Alpha, his odds haven't been great in these, and there's still no way, but it's looking like job done here. As Melzer, I think, noted earlier on, or at least considered earlier on, it looks like 12 is fated to be on this board, and map 3 looking more and more likely.
2 for 2 on his ultimates now. Alpha showing a little bit more form every round that goes by. It's going to be scarier and scarier once we get to that Lotus. Alpha probably going to be on that killjoy on that map, but he loves taking those aggressive fights at C. Both sides, attack, defense, doesn't matter. He's going up, he's taking those fights, especially if he's building the confidence here on this map. But Crew, they looked good on this map against DRX.
True.
But here, Fnatic showing why they picked this, showing that this is their playground, their battlefield.
And there is an element of pedigree to this as well when you talk about teams with experience. Both of them have this here, but the resilience being shown after a very hard map 1, those very close losses can weigh heavily. We are seeing Fnatic with a resurgence here. Look at the timeline when you get a second. It has been pretty much all black and gold for Fnatic here, as Crew really struggling to find impact. Yes, some of the rounds have been close, but pipping them to the post almost every single time has been Fnatic. So, as it stands...
Speaking of standing...
I didn't know Benji Fishy was here.
You better be sat down watching all of you out there.
Okay, big round here. Can they seal it? Can they sign it? Can they take us to map 3? Fnatic on 12, Crew held at 7. And they've been struggling to find that bigger impact. Again, trying to post up Melzer, getting deeper.
There's no trip in garage. Dark is going to take all the space. There's nothing to defend against him. He gets out. He didn't want to risk it.
Melzer. Yeah, they're sticking around this time.
No trips, no camera on the side of Crew. It's going to force them into doing some sort of re-clear together. We've seen a drone coming in through garage, clearing all of that, watching that B line right now. Fnatic walking up, contacting. That smoke is going to pause them.
Yeah,
split pressure.
Elsewhere too.
Yep.
So hard to get that full beat on what's happening. Where do you want to place Kesnet? Where do you want to put these players? Hard to try and get a real read on this. But it looks like the commitment is towards A, at least for now. Hero getting a little bit deeper towards middle.
If this pressure comes on to Melzer and he's able to, he goes down, Hero walks into B, gets a kill. That's hat info as well coming. Durka getting that opening pick. He's been so good at that recently.
Did Hero see him? It felt like he might have for a second there, but he's managed to slip the net. Heat unaware, but he still gets the job done. Takes down Hero, and now there's a couple of problems. Kesnet tries to get out of the danger zone. Big information found, and the pressure's on him out here. Kesnet dives in. He's doing everything he can to keep Crew alive. Keep him in this map. Deny what feels like the inevitable. It's a 1v3 for Boaster here.
No smokes on the side of the defense.
10 seconds
Stun
left.
would be the only thing that can take out that op. If Boaster recedes back to long C here, he's got 4 shots, 3 opponents.
Does it feel too predictable?
He spotted his shoulder.
That's big. I think he now knows it.
He's got one back out.
Angle, stun about to be sent his way. First shot, big from Boaster. TP away, he's got it down to a 1v2. Change the TPs to go
This
deep.
might be it. One way on top of the site as well.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing. Cool, calm, collected, but he still has to land the shots.
No one's on it.
Oh, another
paranoia.
Boaster! Is he the one to do this? To take Fnatic all the way? No! The final hurdle! That's a gut punch and a half, but KRU get to stay alive. Unlucky.
If he could dance in game as well as get on stage, he could land that straight, that jump jiggle to get that information instead. Head first into the wall, take it out. That would have been a great 1v3. Just playing it textbook style, getting that first kill, backing out, knowing that they have no smokes, and isolating all the kills. Putting a bullet in his dome, and he can't believe it. He can't believe, not that he hit their shot necessarily, but that he jumped into the wall.
Oh, that's devastating for him.
That's
Who's better or worse? Alpha's just cackling. There's like a hyena next to him.
They know they've won this map anyways.
Yeah,
they're ready for map 3.
As long as Boaster doesn't take that to heart too much.
ऐसा थोड़ी है अभी अगर
You can't say he didn't play it perfectly till that point. That was damn good, but still.
मतलब कुछ ज़्यादा ही predictable हो जाते हैं लोग.
But if you look at the run of rounds, I think it'd be silly to not say the KRU have not been in this half. I mean, it has been a streak for Fnatic. And I mean, it was nearly secured then, but we digress.
I haven't been paying full attention, but does Shy not have any trips again?
I think he's been absolutely skint for a while, to be fair. But yeah, it does look like that's indeed the case. Kesnit, though.
Get yourself a Guardian, mate.
Honestly. Hero steps in, there's the hat, there's the info. And this might be all she wrote, but still signs of life. Shy, still standing and kicking and finding kills. Counter, good info.
Doesn't matter, site should be still free.
Have fun, Melzer. It's all you.
Boaster smoke out in hand.
This is where it starts getting a little bit scary, a little bit dangerous. Maybe 9 could be happening here.
30 seconds. Hero
30 seconds
lurked
left.
up in short. He's going to hear the rotations. Can call his... Never mind, KRU looking like they want to get this 9th round posted up on the board.
There's life in him yet. Alpha and Durka, though. The dangerous duo still alive, but 3 players here truly against the odds. It's not going to happen now. 9 for KRU. Is this the moment it breaks? It's a small string of rounds, a small chance. OT is secured for Fnatic, but a timeout has been called.
One clean round is all Fnatic needs. It doesn't even have to be clean, it can be sloppy. They're building towards their ultimates. They'll have a couple online with 3 ultimate orbs apiece for Alpha and Durka. Are they gonna wait, try to just do one big final just celebration, fireworks going everywhere, and do that on maybe 12, 10, 12, 11? Or are they gonna try to close it out here early? They have the economy, they can keep the pressure up. They can't make any mistakes. They have that off up, and they're not really feeling any sort of pressure. It feels like they're playing with their confidence still. They're taking their duels. They're winning their duels a little bit more recently. They still have some pretty good reads where they're stacking that A site, getting ahead of the situation. So right now, Fnatic definitely looking like they can close out this map, but it's not a done deal. KRU definitely still has the ability, the potential to start bringing this round. 3 rounds just to take it to OT.
90k starting price.
Sounds so manageable at that point, doesn't it?
90,
round by round.
90.
90k, 19, 19, 19,
kill by kill, step by step.
बराबर
Mini
है.
looking like he was leading that conversation. Maybe
Amazon पे तो नहीं है यार,
Let's see
मैंने
what they
देखा
opt for.
नहीं नहीं Amazon पे नहीं.
KRU, can you withstand? Can you stand tall
पड़ेगा.
and keep this one going? Or are you just extending the inevitable?
Camera at A, spots the sewers, so his teammates don't have to really worry about that. Trips garage and C with the off on C. That's KRU's setup right now. Right now, Fnatic taking that A lobby control. This default. This is what KRU is doing against Fnatic. All of that first half got 6 gun rounds off the back of it. Fnatic looking to open up slow. Camera out middle. Spots for any aggression. But they pause. Let the round simmer a little bit. See if KRU does something. Maybe they have to pop a drone, re-clear something. Maybe they regress off of a certain position. But those trips up, that op line on C.
Ooh. This is dangerous, KRU.
They don't need to do this though.
No,
they have that op line. They've done this mistake before.
But does the timing work out for them? There's 3 men there. They've seen it all. Bosa now knows. This is a big overreaction, but
Heroes
looking at Hero's space, yeah, he's now been trying to slip a little bit closer. He is being watched on the other side by Shy, but the timing is going to be critical. It's going to be everything to this. He can hold this site now.
Fnatic should smoke off the right and push to the left. They saw so many players in that sewers area.
Smoke to the right.
Hero already has all the space in the smoke.
Oh, he's going forward. And Shy had no idea that early progress, all off the information through from sewer.
This
and
might
now
be
we've
it.
got a plant. And you're right, this could be it. This could be the moment. Maybe doing a little too much. Hero still going to linger on the side. Going to be shown. Going to try and play his life here. How long can he stay alive? How much can he cost them? Just trying to clear him out. KRU going to try and take steps forward. Hero still standing, still breathing, still fragging. Finds heat. Response from MTA. But Melzer and Kesner have to do some serious work. Smokes in. Making it so difficult now. Just spamming on the spike here. MTA finds Boaster. It's all on Melzer in a 1v2 here. Time's not on his side. 13-9. Fnatic are taking us the distance.
If you exclude those pistol rounds on that first map, Fnatic have been looking on fire. This Lotus game, KRU needs to come out swinging. Otherwise, Fnatic, they're looking so hot right now.
What are you doing? Huh? तो पैसे बेडरूम मध्ये काय करू इकडे दे हे इकडे दे
So pessimistic from the past, all the good things end up in caskets. I'm never feeling okay, but there's a sword to fight. Just help me know all the pain. Step from dying, my angels keep it at bay.
हाँ बोल अरे हाँ
Just let me fall to my
One more map, let's go.
Just let me fall to my grave.
And Fnatic get their revenge on Haven, and the boys let KRU know about it. Congratulations, Fnatic, forcing that map 3, but there's still so much more to play for as we get ready for Lotus. Welcome back, everyone. Golden Boy here alongside with Achilles and Paper Thin. So let's go ahead and break this one down here. We were a little worried for a bit that Fnatic might be chasing some ghosts here, might be, you know, shooting themselves in the foot a little bit, but that turned out not to be the case. They had Alfier, they had Chronicle, they had the X Factors, and on top of that, everyone in Fnatic stepped up in a big way, Achilleos, to pick up that dub.
No, they really did. I mean, Alpha just constantly having these headshots to shut down these aggressive neon pushes from the side of Kesnet. Bolster, that's something that he was talking about in that Arrival interview, saying like, well, last time we played, we didn't have this guy. Now they do. And Alpha, yeah, he was putting up some decent performances. Maybe needing to tighten up a little bit when it comes down to setting out those kill contracts. Ultimately, I think he went 2-2 across the set, but ultimately, it was still a very good effort. But the big player is Dirk, of course, because good God, there are some nasty moments from him. But all of Fnatic, this was looking like another very rocky map. It was looking like it was going to be a 2-0, but they made the run back to make it a bit more contentious there in the end of that first half.
And I'm really glad you mentioned Durka, because obviously he's going to show up in the scoreline here. He has amazing performances. He's been very, very good on the Oro, but he does so much for this squad on this agent because he keeps you so off balance. They have so many great setups for where the TPs are going to go and where the timings are going to come through. Like sometimes him and Boaster are like trading TP spots and doing all these things that keep you completely off balance, or he'll bait out util. I think it was round 18 where there was a Hunter's Fury. He kills Shy right in a smoke, right in front of C Connector, and then just TP's out as soon as the Hunter's Fury come, and he's completely nullified that. All these things he does for you are so good on this map.
Yeah, his effectiveness with that agent is definitely something that you gotta praise here. He was certainly a big reason why this Fnatic squad was able to get over the line in the way that they did at the 13-9 scoreline, dropping 21 frags total plus 10 and overall. So he was definitely shining on Yoru, shining on Haven, and you're certainly going to be looking forward to seeing what Durka could do as we get ready for Lotus in just a little bit. But also, I do want to give a quick shout out to Hero as well, because see, I wasn't familiar with his game on Seaside in Haven, and today I learned a valuable lesson. Don't push the boy on C. He will shut you the hell down. Very impressive stuff across the board. But boys, we're going now to the decider. This is it. We're going to Lotus. And honestly, both teams have been slugging out there. It has been such a phenomenal matchup, a game that both teams can be very, very proud of here. Of course, Haven going 13-9 to Fnatic. So yeah, let's talk about Lotus. What should we be expecting here, fellas?
Right now, with the way that, you know, Fnatic are looking really riled up, because, I mean, throughout this series, we were seeing it even there on Sunset while they were losing rounds. The cheeriness was still there. They were still mentally in the game. I think that with them kind of getting warmed up, with Durka now having a lot more impact compared to what we were seeing from him on Sunset, I'd be a little bit scared if I'm Crew, because this still has been, even with some of the shortcomings that they have had, this is still a very comfortable and consistent map overall for Fnatic.
Yeah, they've seemingly, at least up until they faced DRX, like cleaned up this map even more so than usual. They looked really good in their rotations, their decision making. It was really hard to predict that they were going to go like just A all the time and then pivot to B, or, you know, do all these various different things. But I mean, obviously, Crew looked good against Billy, but that's a different affair, right? Sure. Versus DRX, who got out of the group. So
yeah, but there is a template, if you are Crew, on how to beat Fnatic on this map, because DRX did just that not that long ago.
Different comps, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, different comps. But the one thing that you kind of really need as you get ready to go into that is going to be, you know, some nice, clear, concise calling coming through. That's something that Mako was able to do. The other thing that you need is a buzz. You need a buzz. Buzz was going absolutely nuclear in that game, but you do have Kesnet.
So you have a Kesnet.
The main thing that you need to avoid is a bit of what we were seeing there on Haven, which is nullifying that tip of the spear, just clipping his wings. If they're going to be able to do that and find similar explosive impact from Kesnet like they had on Sunset, then Crew is going to be in a good position.
Yeah, Fnatic fans in full force in the chat right now, betting, hoping that Fnatic can pull this through over the line. But let's not forget that this is a Crew squad, Clinton, that when you count them out, they will find a way to scratch and claw their way back into the matchup.
Yeah, time and time again, they just find another level. They find another gear. They've done it to Rebound this year. They could do it here again. You never know. I mean, Yeah, sure. Fnatic's out there doing their little
stretches, baby.
Stretches, pre-matches, get the blood flowing.
If this was synchronized, you know, if we were judging this in a certain meat sports competition, I don't think that they would be meddling.
Yeah, that's fair. But you know, it's the effort that counts, right? It is. Oh man, this is an intense matchup here. But you know, I couldn't think of a better way for it to close out on Lotus. Both teams have had success on this map in the past, so there is just going to both squads have to feel confident here, regardless of the circumstances.
For sure. But this has been a bit of a scrappier one for KRU. I think all time since Lotus has been implemented, the team has found about 50% success rate on that map. There's been some back and forth within the Americas scene for them on this one. So I'm curious to see how they look, because you could all, I mean, you look at that Billy game, you say, okay, Fnatic, a very different beast compared to that team. Is that just a, okay, hey, we're back on Lotus, let's, you know, relearn this a little bit, let's get comfortable on that map again, and then the next time we play it, we're gonna look even more dominant, because that could certainly happen as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think you need to think back to what was working for you on Sunset for KRU, right? Like, kind of playing together, like not giving Fnatic those opportunities to kind of take space against you and really just run the rounds over on that attacker side. That's where things got really out of control for them and almost cost them that map on Sunset. You know, if you can shore up that defender side here as KRU, when you switch over to that side, you have a chance. You have a chance.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, though. Of course, my eyes are going to be drawn to Hero, right? The new player on this team. What is he going to be bringing to the table here? He has been great in this series. He was great on Haven. A big factor, reason why a lot of those sites, they were playing a 2-site map instead of a 3. So we'll see what Hero can do here as he tries to run tandem with the rest of the squad.
I mean, similarly, again, though, he having been, you know, pivoted into this initiator role, continuing to try to set up for Kesnet. Now you have that Fade there alongside the Raze. It was something we were touching on in the SEN series, and we saw some good synergy there, at least from the Sentinel side of things. So looking for that duo as well to be able to try to shut down Fnatic.
Maybe a little more Boaster hopping.
Oh,
looked pretty good.
He did. He looked
almost
pretty damn good on it.
Yeah, almost had that clutch.
Almost, baby. All right, folks. Well, this is it. It can only end this way between these two teams. All on the line. Winner moves on. Loser goes home. Let's send it back over to your casters, Pansy and Steel, to bring us home.
With absolute pleasure, GB. This one deserved going the distance after map 1 being so close, map 2 clawing back but couldn't quite get close enough. We deserved Lotus, and now it's down to who wants it most, who wants to live, who gets to stay here in Champs. Fnatic, of course, on one side, KRU on the other. Josh, where's your mind going now? We are going the distance.
Arguments can be made for either side right now. KRU taking that first map, having that big momentum lead, but then Fnatic crawling back, making it a 13-11, just long game. But then coming back in the second map and just starting to crush KRU a little bit after getting down 2-6. They came back and won it convincingly. Right now, it's not about who can do it, they can both do it. It's about who comes out swinging harder. KRU, they showed it on Sunset. Can they show it again here?
KRU on the attack, Fnatic on the defending side. An early glance towards the A site. Maybe looking for a fortuitous find, but nothing to be gathered. But Fnatic backfilling the space. Precarious in approach, and that could be the death of them here. Kesnet was chomping at the bit to try and close down on one of these kills, but he leaves them breathing, but maybe a little bit bruised. And now they take that opportunity to move forward.
5 versus 5 retake. It's going to be in play here unless this pre-take comes in. Durka with the paint shells lined up as soon as that spike gets tapped.
Yeah, there it is.
Here it comes.
Melzer's in trouble. Actually, it's Fnatic who are in trouble. KRU kicking things off with a bang. 3 big kills. Chronicle down, Boaster and Hero as well, but Durka, how's he gone away with that? What? Hello?
Paint shell's back online as well.
Oh my god, this could be the death of them. Alpha!
The flank!
Oh, it's outrageous!
Lol.
How did that just happen to them? You can't forget about Durka, you can't leave him like that.
The way that round just crumbled, fell apart for KRU. Oh man, I hope that doesn't ruin their confidence going into this and they're able to stay level-headed and keep their head in the game, because if they let this crush them, that is just going to be the most disastrous kind of consequence. Oh boy, but it's going to be an eco round for KRU. A few sheriffs put up on the board. Fnatic taking that defense pistol like on that Haven game.
One player going to make it forward, that being Kesnet. He's got to fight.
Wait.
And Boaster completely unawares that someone could have beaten that timing. Going to catch the lurk over towards B at the very least, but still, that is blood drawn.
Smokes down. Viper Wall is all they have to advanced around the map for the side of KRU. As I talked about for a brief moment on last map, Alpha on C, both sides attack defense. He's going to be on this angle. He's going to be jump spotting, getting that info, keeping the pressure up, looking for some duels. Right now, he's the ghost player on the side of Fnatic. Everyone else has a rifle except for him, so should play to value his life here. He got that info. That's big info. But still a minute in the round. KRU could pivot away if they want to. Few sheriffs in hand. Looking, potentially, just find an opening. That's the first step.
Yeah, it's a bit of a blender waiting for if they do try and go through that one.
Oh, that's so unlucky.
Yeah, that's... As I said, yeah, it's going to sting a little. And now the second attempt, but all the utils still here. Yeah, they can clear a little bit of it.
Still 30 seconds.
30 seconds left.
All of Fnatic has moved into the position as well. It's going to be a daunting task for KRU to be able to break through this defense.
Again, Alpha looking composed here, but they could gap close. He's got to be very careful, so decides to give them the site. Let them have a little bit of space to work with. A tap on the spike and a fight taken, try and swing this together. That was a great try from KRU. I like that. They've made this costly. And heat in a 1v2, it's not impossible, but he's being closed down on. I think he knows it. No plants to be had. Yeah, they can just play this one smart and safe and actually tell a lie. They lose out on so much here. Yeah, they get the round, but costly as hell.
It was very expensive, and what we saw in Haven actually is kind of the same thing that's looking like it could happen here. Fnatic went into the bonus round. They didn't have the best of buys. They lost that round. They ecoed, and it became a 2-0 to a 2-6 right there. And KRU could repeat history by doing that again if they're able to convert this round. But it looks like Fnatic is investing heavily here. They've got 3 Vandals, a Guardian, and a Bulldog. They want this round. They still have a little bit of leftover money, but not reserves on everyone. 200 credits, 450 credits, Chronicle and Boaster apiece. Fnatic need this round win, otherwise KRU run away from with a few rounds here. MTA toying with this wall, getting out by rubble area, getting info on the setup. Lots of pressure on Alpha here. Taking out his setup early. One-way smoke on the site. Pushes him back.
Just kind of move the setup a little bit deeper as well, which I quite like. Trying to respond in kind, not just depend on those creature comforts that would have been his the whole time, but no, I'm now looking at the pressure being on Boaster. This is...
Oh, he made a step as well. He should try to like walk away from this because he's the only person here. His teammates are not close enough, and enough time has elapsed that they could be here.
Okay, he's shown his hand.
That's info. Fades here. Real or fake, the reclear is in for KRU, and Boaster is still playing with fire, staying up close. No more re-smokes for him. What? No, this round's so important.
And he gets away with it.
Oh, you lucky boy.
And if you're a KRU fan, you'll be furious about that, because it felt like they had every right to get that pick.
Now the time is ticking, 30 seconds left. A committal needs to happen. Omen outside mound. This is definitely, it has to be. Fake A, pivot back to B. The Shy lurked up towards the front of B here, but Fnatic not even trying to defend A. 3 players towards heaven, basically. This could be a fast pre-take. This, 12 seconds.
Yeah, they gotta go. They can't really stop here. And with that posted, there's not much more to depend on, just the guns in hand. Mel's has cut off the support though. That's pretty important. Alpha's gone down, but now the pre-take, they deny the plant.
Oh, the satchel missed.
The plant is in. Time is on their side. Man advantage. Everything they could have dreamed of is here now.
The backlines from Melzer as well, putting so much pressure. Chronicle can't move.
So many problems and so few solutions. He can just stay here, that's all he needs, but now maybe called back. Maybe needs to come back and play some support here. As Durka does at least find one, but the time is ticking. Fnatic do need to make their presence noted, and MTA doing serious work, but Durka answering back, and Melzer now in the 1v2. Oh, what are you thinking, Melzer? Hero stands tall, and Fnatic make it through the most precarious round.
I see the vision.
Yeah?
I don't know if that's the time to whip that out, though. Fnatic steal that round away. KRU, 12 seconds left as they start that execute. The lurk from the Omen on C, the lurk from the Killjoy on B, that convergence from 3 different angles. But he surely thought the Paranoia connected, he could TP up without them hearing, be on that elevated platform, did not consider the fact that they'd was up there. Standing up tall, shouting. Fnatic is giving it.
Yeah, they're in their heads. Melza trying to play the timing. Durka having a big impact in that last round as well. For a player who can be hot and cold, who can have issues in big series sometimes, here he's farming. Here his confidence is starting to go sky high. And again, we talk about him kind of flourishing in those more, I guess, system-based roles when he gets on the raise, when he gets played in a little bit more. Here he's finding that timing right. You're going to have to see that on the attacking side once we obviously flip. But for KRU, it's suffer through this round, or maybe do something like that. Take away Chronicle and give yourself a 4v4.
Some life in them yet. Shy and Kesnet are the two that I look for on the side of KRU.
Okay, there's issues here. Durka's gone down. These aren't easily recoverable weapons, but eventually they could be. And Fnatic will be forced to be brought back to heal.
Boaster.
He's heard it.
Off-angled.
But it's only him.
He peeks out wide.
And he gets punished for it. KRU, step by step and shot by shot, making this round look a worry.
Alpha and Hero, the two you want in this situation. But that Viper's Pit is going to make things so hard. One shot for Kesnet or MTA. They both go down. Shy, the only one with HP, has that Vandal as well. A random bullet spam here.
Alpha trying to spam. No one being caught on it. Hero, Shorty, trying to close in.
Saw the alarm bot there as well.
But how do you deal with all of this though? How do you get him off this? Yeah, the low HP, that's fine. They're still doing it, and Fnatic gonna be forced to repent here. Getting too aggressive, too overconfident. And KRU with a quick reminder, you don't get to do that to us.
KRU off the back of Sheriffs. We've seen that a few times this series. Where just when you think, oh, for sure, the team with the rifles, the team with the economy, they're going to close out this round. It's going to be a built lead. But now, KRU answering back with those Sheriffs. Boaster maybe overextending in that situation. You had that off angle. Let them walk into your crosshair. Was he afraid that they were going to wrap him from his right, so he decided to swing on his left? I don't know, but 3-on-3, taking that peek, sure, if he gets them, it's cool. But right there, he goes down, gives up the Vandal, gives up the sight, the spike plant, the Viper's Pit.
Risk-reward value just a little off there. But that was a one-off round, right? We're talking about this, there was some big shots here. Don't get me confused. There were some bloody scary shots. I mean, even the starter on Chronicle there, the follow-ups, everything fantastic. But that was a 1 in 3 that we've had so far, basically. So time for a timeout, cool things down, and maybe try and get them composed to go forward.
I wonder if now is the time that they're calling a timeout off the back of an eco round win like this, just for the coach to be able to say what he sees about how Fnatic's setting up. What have we seen? We see the one-way smoke. They try to get Boaster on that control. He's usually alone towards A. They pivot off. It's Alpha's always setting up towards C. They usually let him alone. Maybe there's Chronicle close by or something like that. And just
round जाने के बाद time out का
hey,
sense नहीं
for
बनता
this
ना.
timing out a lobby. Hey, when you guys do this, then you can expect this. But Fnatic, they have that showstopper, and off the back of that timeout, they're changing up their opening.
How do they want to use this Hero? Forced
3 people shot.
Yeah, and Kesnet is on the hunt. It was Hero to find his shot towards Melza, but still, they might brute force this. They have problems for Fnatic here. Alpha going to be pretty much tucked in the corner. Maybe looking for options now. KRU trying to maybe diversify their approach, look through maybe kind of considering maybe pivoting towards B, falling back a little bit. They're unsure what they're walking into.
I wonder if Fnatic keep this setup with Melzer down. That's no smokes to break the crossfires. Against a buy like this, you need to break those crossfires. The Viper wall towards A.
Smoke
but the Viper's orb is available if they need it. Alpha spotting them.
They could be left dazed and confused if they don't convert this one. Kesnet trying to lead the charge, and he does.
That's Chronicle, though.
But they don't know about him. They didn't know about the paranoia. And the follow-up as well.
Lol.
Tries to do it all. But a showstopper to the full stop of the round. Fnatic are back in this. It was close, though. The 4-1. They take the scoreline back.
That showstopper coming into play there, Fnatic. Getting that round off the back of KRU's timeout, switching up their setup, 3 towards C mount. We haven't seen a fight from Fnatic towards C yet. This bait setup, Alpha just showing only himself. Chronicle fully hiding at the back of the site there, waiting for Alpha to disarm mentally the rest of the KRU players. That paranoia as well coming in from the sidelines there, getting them from the flank. Beautiful from Fnatic. And KRU down to a Bulldog Guardian, a few Vandals here, Nightfall, outside of Heat, and MTA going a little bit more aggressive out on his A lurk here, realizing it's just Boaster.
Yeah, but a switch up though. We've got Durka now kind of playing over towards the side as well with that Odin towards Tree. And a pivot back towards that C-side, maybe at least deal with some of the util, and it's layered. You've got an active presence from Chronicle with the Killjoy set up on top of that. So a real kind of spread attempt here. I'm wondering where they want to use this. Kesnet does have that showstopper, Heat, that Nightfall. But they don't know about Durka yet. This could be a whole new piece to the puzzle. They have to try and navigate through. This is going to be devastating! Takes down 2, doesn't even just see him, just hear him. That's Heat gone, that's one of the ults gone. MTA down as well. We're going to need Shy, Melzer, or Kesnet to do something miraculous. And this positioning from Shy could be the gateway, but no, Alpha 2 heads up, very aware here. Expecting the push and gets the punish. Shy goes down. And Melzer and Kesnet. This is a lot to ask. 2v5, it would need mistakes. Is anyone willing to give that over?
That showstopper could get popped if he's able to get the first 2 kills here.
Look how far back Kesnet has to fall just to find safety. Banking on Melzer here a little. A fair fight found, actually, hold on. And bear in mind that Alpha is low, now the showstopper. Oh, out of the air. Out of the sky, Boaster, huge punish, and the follow-up for Hero, Fnatic. Looking unfazed in this, Josh. The scoreline's going to become a worry now.
It is definitely worrying if you are a fan of KRU, if you're KRU themselves. Right now, Fnatic is just growing on this lead. And they're changing up a little bit about how they're opening the rounds, right? Here, they put Durka with the Odin. We've seen this before. Sometimes he passes us around, and we see other players playing in that tree room with that Odin. I do wonder, was that good enough timing to pop that ultimate? Because that door gets open again. Alpha's outside that area. Low HP. Surely someone knows about that low HP. No one tapped the spike. Okay. No one tapped the spike, and Melzer had all of Waterfall. Or cross the map. Now it's Chronicle picking up that Odin in that tree room, freeing up Durka to be somewhere else. Right now he's on C. But a split around the map, 1-2-2 split from KRU.
It's hard to get a beat on this again. You don't know what you're coming up against. Durka now, as you highlighted on that C site, they don't know, they're not getting the beat on this, not getting the read. On Alpha Fnatic are approaching, Chronicle waiting for a tap potentially. And that orb. He's got a good read on this, and again, he's very good at holding this traditionally. Could be overrun though. MTA does have a Vandal. Getting some pressure from Kesnet as their gap closing towards the site.
They're in the site.
You're going to be hoping the Boaster will spot that, but he doesn't now. Chronicle's in danger, but he's going to overwhelm them. Just holds down Mouse 1. He almost catches Kesnet, but Melzer desperate to hold on. In a 2v2 here, they're going to get a plant. They're not out of it yet.
There's guns down too. Everyone's got a weapon.
What do we have in util? Still got the paint shell with Kesnet. A couple of those satchels as well. On the other side, though, similar scenes for Fnatic.
Turret.
Turret out. Turret's there. Paint shell from Fnatic goes in. They get a fight and they win it. And now it's all on Kesnet, the main man for KRU. He's going to have to go huge. It's not to be. Fnatic again. Nearly flawless thus far. And I've got to say, it'd almost be a shame to see KRU whimper out like this, just to go out with a fizzle rather than a bang. They're being held on one round, and it doesn't look like they've got a solution yet.
It would be sad, it would be unfortunate, but it's looking like it's going to be the reality here as Fnatic just keep building onto this in KRU. The 2 closest rounds they basically had were off the back of those ecos, back of the Sheriffs. Came really close again here, but Fnatic just subtly shifting up little things. Durka with the Odin and Tree 1 round, passes it off to Chronicle and plays on C the other round. Fnatic looking to change it up one more time here.
A couple of big ults here for KRU. At Nightfall still in play. Lockdown. TP for Melzer, so he maybe can find a way to use it. For now, vast majority of attention towards that C site. Damage again. Just being copped here. And they've got no idea again. Misreading a little here, and Durka going to be rewarded. Couldn't quite get the follow-up and actually gets punished on it. So maybe a small glimmer of hope in this round.
Lockdown still available, 4 versus 4, with 3 sites in play. It spreads the defense very thin. They either have to defend one site only and play retake on the others, or they have to defend it with only one player and can get easily shut down. Nightfall on Heat, full abilities. He's got his Prowlers, and MTA got that space outside of A, opening the revolving door. That's pressure. There's already 2 players towards here. No one else is going to budge. Boaster needs to pay attention to that Heaven Lurk.
Coming back.
Hero's watching Waterfall, but this ultimate's just going to pull these players close.
Counter.
The counter ult.
Yeah, Alpha wants to make them work for their dinner.
It's got to be a pivot. It has to be. There's 30 seconds left. They could go B. They could make it to A if they go quick.
Do they go that far? Nightfall going to pretty much tell them that there's no one on that B site. You've got freedom. 2 players do actually get detained, however. As the plant comes in, you can see them waiting in the back lines. It's not the end of the world, but the plant is there. They've got some security to set up for the post plant. Chronicle the nearest one by, but he doesn't want to go alone. Waiting on the support and the pressure from door potentially.
Taking all this control. Heat. Re-clearing, going for the late flank through Heaven as well. This is going to be the round secure. This might be the second round for KRU right here.
Ooh.
MTA opening things up.
Yeah, Heat the one to really sign it if it does come down to it, but MTA is unwilling to relent. He's holding on as best he can. Mel's has gone down, however, but this is getting closer. A 2v3, make it all on Hero, not gonna do it. KRU give themselves a glimmer of hope. The smallest of margins. A round converted, a couple of those ults used, and hell, they needed it.
They don't want to shake the bee's nest, though. Fnatic gonna pull out that op. They realize KRU is walking around doing all these spread apart defaults, trying to find out exactly what's going on. MTA trying to get a little bit aggressive on that A side as well. Shy walking up B constantly. Where's that op gonna go? Is he gonna go to the generic spot, see Mount Long, take that peek? Is he gonna go down B?
I like this though. Good timing for a switch up here. It's gonna get dealt with as he gets to re-peek.
Hold for the jump peek again.
How long does he stay on this?
As long as he needs to. He showed his op.
All away, but yeah, you're right. Operator heard. And they're still carrying on. High-low setup here, almost just back-to-back. Hero rewarded, and they're punishing this drift across the map, as you were discussing.
Every round it's been the same thing. Shy up B, MTA out A, everyone else towards C. Right now, the reposition is not in play from Durka's op. He's holding that C mound. KRU taking the weaker side, but I say weaker. There's 4-on-3 here. Showstopper in play.
Heard it. Do they fear it? Do they run from it? Chronicle is still on the backside here. They have no idea. Big reveal, big C's. And actually the damage for Kesnet on towards Boaster. The plant not secure, not safe, but Mel's are doing everything he can to keep that secure. And now an aggressive fight. Hero, unfazed by the Prowler, still going to get his man. It's a 3v3, and Alpha makes his presence known. Now KRU starting to stumble on the site itself. It's Darker to find one, leaving Heat in a 1v2 in this
one more satchel.
Could be everything, it doesn't matter. Left obliterated, Fnatic again answering back. 7 for them. And this side, this map is looking nearly done.
The gap in the rounds, the 7-2 lead, makes you think that. But when you look at some of these rounds that are happening, KRU is right on the cusp there. Even though they lost that first player, Shy walking into B, read like a book by the side of Fnatic, shutting him down. They still go into A site 4-3. They're able to get into that site, no problem. It's right after they get that spike planted, getting converged on from multiple angles. That's where they fell apart. These rounds could go either way still.
They could, but close ain't close enough when we're talking map 3 here at Champs. Life tournament on the line. 7-2 is a condemning scoreline. Well, so far, so good. Boaster does get, oh, he gets caught. Big punish from MTA. Finally, punishing Boaster on some of these very, very aggressive, confident plays he's been making, almost outstaying his welcome at times. This is a half buy. It's down to Sheriffs, it's down to Guardians. It's far from pretty for KRU. Have to bring in whatever they could here to make a stand. They do get that opening pick. Now they pause. Patience. Now the name of the game.
They have that kill. They're letting Fnatic potentially make the next mistake. Alpha on that line though, at C. Not pushed off, not pressured, has that op as well. Fnatic keeping the setup towards A, because they have that turret alive on B. It's going to get all the info they need. And KRU waiting enough time to make Fnatic feel the pressure, feel the heat, but it's not going to work in their favor. It's actually going to work against them right now. Durka in a prime position.
Oh my god, this could be devastating! Nearly 4, but Heroes there, it's all on Shy. A 1v3 after all of that, they had no idea. The death that was waiting on the other side of that door and the spike left over there. Shy has to face the music. The Chronicle singing the tune. Another round. And Fnatic just getting stronger round after round. It feels like, yeah, you're right, they are close, but
push कर रहे हैं, वो लोग को पता है,
2
ये
rounds
लोग का
is
confidence
feeling
level
rough,
drop
and
हो
I
चुका
think
है.
Crew are feeling that too with the timeout now called.
अकेला बंदा सबको मार रहा है.
Running out of nails for this coffin. They're almost down to the last one. This is just, it's just nasty. It's dirty. Running and
अरे
spraying.
कुछ करोगे क्या तुम लोग ऐसा बोल रहे
Giving
हो?
it after. Crew talking this timeout. I don't like the body language. I don't like the posture, leaning back. This is something you do, you know, if you're winning, you're feeling good,
Yeah,
attack
ass
pause, you're just chilling. But right now, if I'm looking left and right and I'm the in-game leader, I'm the coach, I'm anything there, I'm looking at that.
Fired up. What are you doing? You know?
Boys, what is this? Show me something, some energy, some fire, some... This is champs.
You're right. Going out with a whimper is the worst way to go after such good first 2 maps. And they do look a little dejected. I think it's a fair assessment. Maybe trying to keep themselves calm, maybe not letting it get to them, but you want to see them looking ready to fight back. As it stands, looking like they're running on fumes. Anything left in the tank, another gear to shift up to perhaps. They need it now. There's a chance. It has to start here. 2 rounds is not going to be enough for that second half. I don't care which way you cut it. We've seen crazy comebacks, but you're not banking on that here. Get the rest of these rounds as best you can. Give yourself a chance to go forward. Because Fnatic round by round, step by step, is getting themselves secure, and you are watching yourself fall out of champions.
Sees nade off the back of this timeout. First time we're seeing it this game, I think. Paranoia as well. Boaster got scanned on that Rebel line. But Shy is taking Melzer with him, hand in hand towards B. Dealing with that high-low setup. They don't want to fall for that one again. Right now, they have that ultimate on Melzer. He can reposition, he can put some pressure. Viper's pit as well on the side of MTA, and Boaster alone to defend against this A lobby. He can keep recycling this. Alpha still has that off on a passive line on C, not even aggressive. That's where the spike is headed right now, but they're not gonna find it until it's too late. They need to have a perfect jump jiggle, but this off angle with the op might catch the first player here.
He's heard him coming. He's waiting.
Waiting for that trap.
Oh, quick enough, but not accurate enough.
Drop the orb, drop the orb. That's what he's saying.
Asking for it, and he shall receive. He's the one punished on the other side, but Melzer gets one back. Maybe giving them that next avenue. Maybe a quick look towards that B side, but Durka spamming away.
They know one's A, they know one's C. The spike's coming in, but the flank from Boaster.
That could be everything, it could be the end of things. Durka just keeping them busy, keeping them spammed out. They put the ult in, but it's Melzer to find Chronicle. They're finding security and safety on the site. Plant is now in, time is on their side. It's what they've been looking for, dreaming for, but Boaster sees nothing because of that ult. And even now, Kesnit turns his eyes for a second. He feels something happening, maybe feeling that pressure. Alpha has to walk in, has to go forward. It's all on this man's shoulders. How much can one man do? The timing, not good enough. The smoke just gonna plume, but it doesn't matter. Crew, give themselves a chance, Josh. It's 3 rounds. Maybe they can claw this back.
Now, if you're Crew, do you go try to get this 4th round or pray for that 9-3 curse to come? The thing that scares me right now is that Fnatic has not looked good on their defense on the other 2 maps. 6 rounds on Haven, including the pistol. It wasn't looking good, but right now they already have 8. Yes, they have the pistol on top of it, but it's their attack sides that are strong. And Lotus is traditionally an attack-sided map. There's so many lanes to work with. You got 3 sites, you can pivot really easily, and Fnatic's looked really strong with their attacks. So if Fnatic is looking this good now, I can't even imagine what second half has in store for us. Alpha pushed off that C line. Fnatic showing a different opening. Triple peeking front middle at B.
Exploring pretty deep on that. Being recleared a little by Crew, but first time we've seen them kind of put a stake towards that.
Then no, Shy likes to inch up, and now he doesn't have the defense of his turret. He might become the turret himself. Boaster on that jump jiggle, trying to get that info, but this wall is going to cut off the sight line. MTA's been out here by himself before, opening that door, creating a little bit of pressure. He has 2 teammates behind him. Nobody's made any noise. They think maybe it's just MTA here.
Just him shooting. Again, these are all kind of characteristics of what you were describing.
Take A, go B. That's it.
Now the Nightfall, again, just showing a little more. Okay, that's an additional body. Do they continue here?
Nightfall on Hero. You get a 5-man the way he's positioned right now if they want to go for the fast pre-take even.
Could do. Waiting to see him go for this. There it is, and they go for the counter swing over towards that seaside, and KRU winning out. Showing what they want here. Showing that they want to give themselves that chance in the second half. 3 players on the other side, Hero, Durka, and Boaster. Paranoia goes in, not going to get what it wants, and that's perfect from KRU. Finally showing what they are made of. 4 rounds. It's not much, but it may be enough. It gives them a window of opportunity to fight back in that second half. 8 rounds for Fnatic. They are on the verge here of walking away, getting themselves secure here at Champions.
Cover
me, cover me, cover me.
It's not defeat that defines you. It's how you bounce back. Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
Anything worthwhile is never going to be easy. And with 4 rounds for KRU, no one can say their challenge is now easy. Fnatic hold all the cards. They carved out 8 for themselves in this first half, Josh. They did what was necessary, and even you added that caveat, Fnatic have been good on this side too. But for KRU, what is the answer now? Do they have what it takes? Is there anything in the tank left for them here? Have we shown that capability before with this squad?
I'm looking at Fnatic going into that attack side. Durka already on 22 kills. KRU hitting a low point. And when we look at KRU, they are a team that has these really high highs and the really low lows. Right now we're seeing the lows. We saw the highs on Sunset.
True.
If they're able to come out swinging here, get the pistol, get that bonus converted, we have a tied game. It's how much do they want it, and they need to show it now. Because if they lose this pistol, it might be the beginning of the end.
You're right, we were talking about nails in the coffin. That would certainly be one, but it starts now. Second half, 3rd map. Tournament life decided here and now. And we are seeing an audacious walk-up, a confident walk-up. KRU wanted to take fate into their own hands.
Shy has his alarm bot on B. His turret was aggressive on C mount. It went down early, no mollies here. KRU, very active. They need to close the gap. They know it's going to be a C hit. Shy, are you going to get one and get away?
Oh.
Durka is good at this sort of stuff, though.
My favorite round,
Paranoia,
round.
respected. So he falls back towards CT, but surely they're going to be adding question marks. Where the hell is everyone else? I'm feeling no pressure. Waterfall, Alpha's seen him, and he's got the Sheriff. He's trying to evade a little bit, but now the C's and the Pain Shell is good, but he's still alive. MTA gets him down eventually.
Reaction. They're going to push through. They're going to try to hunt this guy down and pivot to a different site. They're leaving Boaster on the site, though.
Oh, this is huge. Do they commit? Do they change this up now? Boaster's still going to be given away that he is here. They seem almost hesitant, and that little bit of indifference, that little bit of self-doubt might have cost him a second, but it stemmed at least the pressure coming back in until now. The Paranoia goes in and they start clearing through. 3 players close by. MTA, heat is all there. KRU's starting to clear on through the site.
Nice.
They're doing what is necessary, a 3v2. And now you look at who's left. Durka still here, time on their side. Chronicle as well makes his appearance known. Melza falls and Shy is down so low. Hello and goodbye. Durka might have just signed their death warrant as Shy. How are you meant to do this one? A Pain Shell gonna come in and force him away. Didn't get it to half. desperate to find him. Shy, having to just try and push forward. Has he got the time?
I don't think so.
I don't think he does, but let's wait and watch. He absolutely does, and not the first nail will be placed in KRU's coffin.
You just want to watch them burn like that? Would wait and watch? Okay. We saw that circle closing in. We knew. We knew. And Fnatic taking that pistol round away. And Durka with another huge, phenomenal round. The repositioning here on the site, catching them on different angles. The paint shells on that second kill that he got. Was able to reset, take Shy off that spike long enough to buy him enough time to win this round by a minute. Sorry, a second. Imagine it's a minute and 13. But right now, KRU on those classics. Sheriff up for a couple of players. Kesnet, Heat, and Shy. Fnatic, they're so close. They're on the precipice of this.
Touching distance. I can almost feel it now.
You can taste it in the air.
Something like that. Prowl up. Could be met with some resistance. We've still got control over the extremities, but Fnatic in no particular hurry. How does KRU try and address this? Gambling over towards A, it looks like.
Does Alpha prefer to use the classic over literally anything?
I have no idea. I mean, free gun, good gun.
It is a good gun.
Yep. Yeah, Mills are trying to posture here, trying to, you know, seem a little bit more dangerous than he is, but he has to respect it. Almost gets punished in the end, but gets away towards site. Will get to keep his life for now. And just step by step force back.
They just kept that setup. They were hoping Fnatic was going to come back into C, into A. It never came. So now it's 5 versus 5. Rethink's going to have to come in. No way to stop this plant. I don't think it's planted for a mound as well. So the reset to outside of the site in the cards for Fnatic here. They look to back out. No utility, basically just a satchel on the side of KRU for this retake. Sheriffs need to hit some shots.
And Durka looking to go farming as well. First man here, tip of the spear. That's a follow-up. That's Showstopper on the horizon. 2 more kills and he could just have it. Goes down, so he's 1 away, but you don't want to be losing that Vandal. They might try and fight back for this Shy. Trying to do what he can, but only a Sheriff. His hopes dwindling here as 10 feels inevitable. And Fnatic making it so. 4 standing, rifle back in hand. Barely a casualty in sight, and Durka, I think, 1 away from that Showstopper.
He is very close, got a few kills on that round.
Gosh, and the Nightfall as well is only 1 away.
Went off 2 different ults. Imagine they had that 3rd orb still available at the front of B. That could have been both invested 11th round. But Fnatic, 10-4 they lead. KRU, they need this round. This is the first gun round of their defense. They need to set the tone. Because if they don't get this one, it's just so hard to mentally stay in the game once you're looking down the barrels of 11-4. You have to buy stingers to make it happen.
It feels like it's unraveling, doesn't it? You can see it happening, and there, almost live time between these two. KRU need to claw into this round. This is the key one. You lose this, you're basically halfway out of the game.
KRU is giving so much space and respect to Fnatic here. They're playing scared right now. They know that if they lose someone early, Kesnet's the only one that's really looking to search for an opportunity here to open up the round for his team. The rest of them, so passive.
Durka's got his ult, just seen that hit here. We're gonna see the Killjoy utility, then supplementing with MTA. This is a very hard site to hit, but Fnatic are already in. Durka taking a little bit of damage though, gotta be cautious about this. How does he want to play it? MTA looking like he's on a platter, he is!
Lol.
Yeah, and a little bit of a trade out. But they're gonna get the plant for this.
Oh,
and the pain shot. Wait, they don't even get the plant. That's great from KRU. Keeping at least the time ticking on their side. A second attempt at a pick found is Boaster to secure at least safety for this plant. Shy looking to make his name known, and he does. Alpha goes down, and they just can't get the spike planted. KRU clawing back into this round. A 1v2. Boaster, this would need to be 4 in the round. 8 bullets left to play with, still with a smoke in his TP.
He was so close on the last 1v3 attempt.
Not gonna happen. KRU with a bit of resilience. 5 now to their name. Maybe not out of it yet. We said it was a key round. They had to pick this up for a chance, and they do.
every round is so important for KRU. That was probably the most important. Here is another very important one because this is what separates. Do they have enough buffer into the next round? Are they going to put Fnatic onto an eco round of their own and then be able to take more rounds, build towards their ultimate economy? This is so important to get the momentum rolling, to be able to snowball like they did on that Sunset opening on their attack side. KRU, it's all on you.
We asked how bad do they want it. They're showing it now. Grit, determination.
That's A control taken from the defense.
The answer from Fnatic is just lean back in towards the seaside. Rinse, repeat, it feels like.
Arthur door
And
purno
MTA is
hoga.
holding a lot of this space. He's got the support now as well. Shy's come over. Gotta play this just right though.
Oh, the Nightfall.
Doesn't catch, but still there's danger on the side. MTA being hunted down. Damage on his side though. Takes away Durka. Hero trying to put out further forward, but it's Fnatic. Oh, come off in. It's just their name up in lights, leaving Melzer so far away and unable to turn the outcome of this round. Plant's gonna come through and you're feeling like 11 is gonna be there.
This is tough. We're seeing, as you said, the last few little whimpers of what's left in the tank of KRU. 10-5. It's going to be 11-5 once that spike expires. Ticks all the way down. Melzer saving that rifle, that Vandal. Not many players on his team that are able to really afford anything. Kesnet's not going to be really able to get anything. Maybe light shields and a Vandal of his own. No op-up. Crucial round for KRU to be able to convert. But you might be watching them take their final breaths.
Yeah, could be. Well, you even get to keep the rifle here. Again, Fnatic not going to probably overchase this.
Oh, Lord.
He makes it. He's okay. They at least keep the Vandal. And yeah, looking at the economy, they can still get maybe another rifle. Yeah, light shields, 2 more Vandals, but it's going to be Stingers beyond that, Josh.
Already at the longer this game goes on. They'll be approaching 40.
And the thing is, again,
what is going on?
Get him on that raise, get him in a system like this, on this sort of map. He is monstrous. Highs and lows for Durka, but this is certainly a high note for him. On the other side, a pretty even spread. Yes, Kesnet towards the top, but it's not really the individuals. It feels like KRU just being a little outplayed here. Those final moments, those first 2 maps felt close enough. But this...
Killed my bot.
Small little change-ups from KRU in the opening of all these rounds. This time it's Melzer on C by himself. The same 3A defense, taking that lobby control, but Fnatic, they waited out. They disarm everything, and then they slowly make their way back to C. Again, this has been their bread and butter, their go-to. Melzer, timing on this peak. He's gonna get...
Oh, belting shot. He's gonna get alpha, is what he's gonna get. Exceptional work from him. Surgical. Needs a bit more though. 4 players still walking forward, disrespecting his site. He's still got paranoia here, but he's got the kill. Poster's dead, buried, but he can't find any more. But here comes the showstopper. Kesnet struggling, can't make it land. Durka with the quick reactions. Hero now on the site, joined by Chronicle. And it looks like a death sentence now. But Chronicle left in a 1v2. Is it going to be 12? Oh, he's seen another. Chronicle has been devastating throughout this series. He wants to plant. Oh! Ridiculous stuff! I told you he's devastating! 12 for Fnatic, and KRU falling to pieces.
Honestly, with the way that Fnatic's hitting some of these shots and closing out some of these rounds, they are looking deadly right now. That is disgusting. So quick. The snap, the timing to get off the spike. You just said Viper diff. If you wanted to, yeah. I could read lips there.
Yeah, makes sense. Back and we go though now on the verge, Fnatic. Large and in charge, KRU starting to feel the pressure. Kesnet now outgunned, outnumbered, surrounded and dead and buried, and it looks like the rest of KRU will be joining them. Just one man alive, all on Melzer here.
Is alive
and Fnatic fell to this roster before. They felt what it was like to misread the situation, to walk in now, eyes wide open. And it looks like they're going to serve this revenge.
Get the meat thermometer. It's at the temperature. You take it out, let it rest. It'll rise to temperature. That's basically what's happening here. 4-1. It's just a matter of time for this game to come to a close. Melzer.
Hear them. They're at the door. A couple more steps. A valiant attempt on the first. The paranoia goes in. Does he have what it takes? Are you the hero of the day here, Melzer? Hell, even the turret's getting your attention. But he's garnered enough respect from them, right? They're considering how they want to play this, how they want to approach it. Melzer's got to dig deep here. Bloody hell. They're taking the tour. 20 seconds. They got the time for it.
They have the time for it. I like the idea from Fnatic. Melzer needs to consider that they could go B off that. They could hear him rotate. They could go back to C. He has to take a gamble. It's the wrong read. Fnatic taking all the time in this round to make sure it's secured. They can close it out here and now. Melzer.
Welcome to my world.
They are putting up a fortress. How much can they throw at this one man who's desperately trying to keep his side alive, keep his head held high? Fight as best he can for this diving in. He gives it a go, but look at everything in his way. Fnatic hell-bent on revenge, and God do they get it.
मिलसर कितना करेगा? दो जन कितने करेंगे? कैनेजेट और मिलसर.
KRU started out looking blisteringly hot, Josh, but then it fell to pieces.
Before the series, we look at the veto. We're talking about if there's going to be potential for KRU to take this series. Here it is. And I went in thinking, oh, for sure, Fnatic's got this. Then I see that opening from Sunset. I see the opening from KRU, looking at how strong they are, their high highs that they're hitting, their peaks. But then Fnatic slowly but surely crawl their way back in and just have consistency in their game plan, their identity.
What a marathon of a series that was. You can't say that they didn't fight tooth and nail in those first two maps. They were there. They were pushing Fnatic to their limits. A great attempt from KRU, just falling short at the end, running out of steam, running out of that momentum. It just fell apart in map 3. But you look at Sunset, you looked at Haven. Hell, that was a coin flip. It could have gone either way then.
Melzer and especially
on the other side, Fnatic now.
And then
walking to the front of the stage. Carrying on here, heads held high. Some exceptional work, Chronicle hitting some big moments during this game. Durka, map 3 looking fantastic. Hero having his time in the sun as well. Everyone doing what they needed.
Such a well-rounded team right now. They have so many things in terms of set plays, protocols, fundamentals, and the mechanical skill. We can see so many different players coming out and just having these big impact rounds. Durka was just running around, killing everyone this last map, but we saw the first map to even get to this point. Chronicle, Hero, Alpha on the second map as well. Even Boaster, give him an up.
Yeah, almost at that 1v3. Some real moments throughout the series I'm sure we'll be looking back on here. This map alone, I think it feels almost unfair that it ended on this note for KRU after what was a very strong display from them in map 1 and 2.
It was huge.
You could feel the atmosphere changing.
Yeah, absolutely. They were kind of like sleeping. Alpha was looking kind of just like he had no chance to play the game in that first map. And slowly but surely, everything changed. Their attitude changed. They were putting smiles on their faces, standing up. Not even just Boaster getting up and dancing. It was multiple people getting up. They were all feeling it. They were all giving it. Chronicle has a big round. He's standing up. He's talking back. So good to see that from Fnatic.
Yeah, Fnatic still very much here, still very much a threat. After a hot and cold season at times, I think seeing the resurgence with that young gun of Hero coming into the roster, bolstering their map.
तो इसी के साथ हमारी यहाँ पे वॉच पार्टी खत्म होती है. हम मिलेंगे आपसे Valorant में
That's why it's in the highlight reel.
आधे एक घंटे में अगले स्ट्रीम में. तब तक के लिए बाय बाय, टेक केयर guys. I'll see you guys in half and 1 hour, 1.5 hour. ऐसा ही कुछ. Bye bye, take care.